Preservation Awareness Week, where we are going to take the time to discuss some issues as it concerns preservation and conservation of collections that I think we all have to deal with on a daily basis, whether casually or we're assigned to it or we have a passion for it. It is important. So before we begin, I'm going to ask Ms. Teresa Richards to come to the podium and offer greetings on behalf of Dr. Paulette Carr, our campus librarian.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the campus librarian, Dr. Paulette Carr, I'm pleased to welcome you. This year is the Mona Library's 8th Open Week event and is even more momentous as we join the university in celebrating its 75th anniversary. The Mona Library has an established tradition of celebrating the success of our community, and so we welcome you all to this symposium, which is an integral part of the library's Open Week celebrations. And in this way, we celebrate with the university its contribution over the 75 years to regional development. So on Tuesday, the 75th anniversary exhibition, appropriately titled 75 Years of Triumph, Research and Scholarship at the UA Mona campus, which showcases the notable achievements in research and scholarship at the Mona campus, was launched. This exhibition is on display in the Catalog Hall here at the main library and will be open for viewing until February 2024. I invite you to take the opportunity to view the exhibition while you're here or plan to come back to do so at a later date. Yesterday saw us highlighting for students and faculty the breadth of our electronic resources at an e-resources fair, which included demonstrations from 2 prominent database vendors and a presentation on AI in higher education. Later that afternoon, we heard from a group of UWI scholars in an open forum, My Lived Journey, a conversation with scholars. Today, we are privileged to host this Preservation Awareness Symposium under the theme, Mapping Our Future in Uncertain Times, which is followed tomorrow by a workshop. So we are closing out the week's activities with what promises to be an enlightening symposium and an informative workshop. The Mona Library's Preservation Awareness Week started in 2014 as a local event, and as of this year is international in scope and participation. We are certainly glad you took the time to be with us for this event. Preservation awareness inspires action to preserve our collections, all collections, but particularly our heritage collections, in order for our memories and treasures as physical and digital materials which support both community and cultural identities to last a lifetime and beyond. Focusing on preservation through forums such as this raises awareness of the role libraries and other cultural institutions play in preservation by sharing information to make informed decisions that help our collections last for the future and equips us to lessen the effects of the environmental perils that confront us constantly. At the best of times, this can be challenging. At this time, some would say the threat is nearing crisis level, what with climate change manifesting in severe and disastrous weather events, not to mention socio-political and other upheavals worldwide. But we will not be daunted. We know we must, and so we will be resilient by being prepared and finding our strength in community. That, I think, is why you're here, and so I wish for you an engaging and productive time of sharing and learning at today's symposium. Welcome all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Richards. Now, our keynote speaker. Now, when we started planning this event, we started, brainstorming, who do we want as our keynote speaker? Who would be appropriate? Who would be best? And almost unanimously, don't get a big head now, Dr. Griffin, it was Dr. Stanley Griffins whose name just kept popping up. So we asked him, and he kindly said yes, he would do it. And he has sent, his title is very interesting, as you can see: Trees, Poems, Birth Rituals, and Certificates, Preserving a Caribbean Ecosystem of Information. Dr. Griffin is perfect for this, our Preservation Awareness Weeks. He sent a bio that states, Stanley thinks and writes mostly about Caribbean archives and records, culture, history, and heritage. And if you look at his professional life, he is a senior lecturer in archival and information studies and coordinates the graduate program in archives and records management in the Department of Library and Information Studies here at the Mona campus. So who best to give our keynote speaker this morning? Dr. Stanley Griffin, come on down.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Good. We are small in number, but surely we are awake. I am very pleased to be able to join you all here for this timely and necessary series of activities on information preservation. I am grateful to Dr. Paulette Carr, our campus librarian, and her team, Yolande, Lindsay, and the others, I wouldn't bother call names, for arranging this day as part of your week of activities and for giving me the opportunity and the privilege to share some opening thoughts for our time together in this symposium. Just a confession of positionality. I am a full-blooded and unrepentant archivist, and my thoughts today are framed by the growing school of thought called Caribbean Archival Studies that's developing in the Department of Library and Information Studies. So, with thanks to colleagues from our midst, they will be supporting me in my talk this morning. So I've entitled my talk, Trees, Poems, Birth Rituals, and Certificates. Oh, great. Preserving a Caribbean Ecosystem of Information. Now you may ask, what do trees and poems have in common with birth rituals and certificates? How can we as purveyors and preservers of information be interested in preserving trees and rituals if poems and certificates are on paper or digitally born? We can figure out their preservation, can't we? Preservation in boxes, on shelves, or as data in servers is now the expected norm. But how do these four separate items, activities, formats, and information details become our responsibility as Caribbean archivists, curators, and librarians in our various information and memory institutions? Now, the question I would like you all to think about, question I would like all of us to think about for the next few minutes is this: what are we preserving? What are our preservation remits if we are reimagining our preservation policies, protocols, and standards for the uncertain times now and in the future? Are we preserving formats or information or meanings? Are we preserving formats or information or meanings? And I like to say things in threes, just in case it might show up on the exam. Are we preparing formats? Are we preserving formats or information or meanings? Our collective response will determine the kinds of preservation policy decisions we make and the kinds of resources we invest in our preservation practices. So let us remind ourselves about what preservation means. On the screen is a definition extracted from the Society of American Archivists 2020 Dictionary of Archival Terminology. You will notice the key terms: professional discipline, focusing on minimizing the loss of information, and to extend the life of the cultural property. In other words, we preserve by enabling an environment of care for the materials within our holdings. This means, by definition, there is no restriction to format or types of information. Traditionally, we preserve according to the formats in line with the information discipline that underpins and names the institution. We think of paper-based publications in libraries, paper-based unpublished folios and files in archives, and three-dimensional objects in galleries and museums. Today, each institution can rightfully preserve digital materials, not just digitizing paper to digital, but sound and media items and recordings, as well as preserving digitally born assets. But is this enough? Is preservation limited to stipulated formats? What about information and content that is inherent to the Caribbean that was never transcribed or published or crafted? Are the unique Caribbean information forms not worthy of preservation by us information professionals in our institutions? Preservation expert Jonathan Rice Lewis in the 2021 Handbook of Archival Practice discussed 10 agents of deterioration which may affect the collections and holdings and must serve as a guide to mitigating risk to material. This is now also on screen. May I draw your attention to the 10th risk, dissociation, cultural neglect, which comes to us from the museum's discipline. Dissociation occurs with the loss of objects, object-related data, or the inability to associate objects with data by either a rare or single catastrophic event, or sporadic yet severe events over time, or continual events or processes resulting in loss of data, objects, or object values. Dissociation affects the legal, intellectual, and/or cultural aspects of an object to the other 9 agents of deterioration, which are mainly about or will mainly affect the physical state of objects. Now, if I were to stretch the meaning of dissociation for the purposes of this reflection, I would like to suggest this question. What if we risk the loss of objects, object-related data, or the ability to associate objects with data when we fail to initially recognize information value of non-traditional formats and sources? How can we take preservation out of our labs and repositories and into the community when these information forms can be found living and breathing and having their being? This brings me to the next concept I want us to consider before we start thinking about preserving trees, poems, birth rituals, and certificates. If we were to recognize the value of information materials that are neither paper-based, digitized, or digitally born, nor in the customary object material forms that we have grown accustomed, what would preservation look like for us? I want us to think then about ecosystems as a possible starting point for reimagining preservation in the Caribbean. So I'm using a very basic definition, and according to the National Geographic Society, an ecosystem is a geographic area where plants, animals, and other organisms, as well as weather and landscape, work together to form a bubble of life. Think about this for a second, a specific area where all things work together to form a bubble of life. It is clear that for us in our specific Caribbean area, in a specific area called the Caribbean, the published, the unpublished, and the object cannot be considered the only sources of our information. There are other talking things, according to Levi. Records are talking things, files are talking things, books can be talking things. There are other talking things, sources, expressions, materials that inform and create information that are inherently Caribbean, that are outside our mandates, remits, and therefore our institutions. Borrowing from librarianship, there's an interesting concept called the information ecosystem. The information ecosystem is defined as all structures, entities, and agents related to the flow of semantic information, that is, information that is meaningful to people, relevant to our research domain, as well as the information itself. Now, I like this definition because it declares our interest is in the information that is meaningful to people. Like the other ecosystem definition, it recognizes all these forms and ways of information working together to form and inform the bubble of Caribbean life. Now, this is important. It's a vital point for us to remember. We ought to be preserving information that is meaningful to our communities and societies, not simply how arbitrarily valuable they may seem because of format or institutional mandate or professional tradition. Archivist Randall Jimison states, because memory is fragile and malleable, we have created surrogates that can attach memory to unchanging forms. Artifacts, documents, and even geographical places can serve to fix memory in time and place so that it cannot change with new circumstances. From songs to trees, dance to diaries, emails to tweets, our preservation mapping should include all the various ways in which humanity documents itself. In mapping our future, we ought to be including communities, materials, themes that are currently excluded by our rigidly disciplinary boundaries and institutional policies. After all, as archivist Gerald Ham asserts, our most important and intellectually demanding task as archivists, curators, librarians, and preservationists is to make an informed selection of information that will provide the future with the representative record of human experience in our time. We preserve not for ourselves, but for our future societies. In other words, and I was told I can be controversial, I don't see intangible cultural heritage being discussed. I don't see us in our plans to think about preservation. We move away from paper, the digital, the object, and to the kinetic, the human, the move. We ought not to leave the intangible cultural heritage to the historian, the heritage people, the cultural sector. Because as information and memory institutions, chances are we will be the ones they will turn to provide access and to provide preservation to these formats. Trust that is clear. So, now the fun part. How do we connect trees and poems, birth rituals, and certificates in one seamless information ecosystem worthy of Caribbean preservation? Follow me as we generalize for a few minutes on the starting point of life in our Caribbean society. When a baby is born in the Caribbean, several activities and events may take place, starting with a tree. According to tradition, a tree may be planted. In November 2022, Jamaica's Forestry Division launched the Baby Tree Campaign. There's a tradition in Jamaican communities to commemorate the birth of babies by planting the newborn's umbilical cord at the root of a tree seedling. This tradition, known in some communities as planting a baby tree, this tradition became known in some communities as planting a baby tree. This act of marking birth on family land becomes a source of information about the child's place within the genealogy of the family, and as invariably, each member is distinctly represented on the land by their own tree. And chances are, if there's a baby tree planted on the land, there's a grave with a family plot nearby. So you get the birth certificate and the death certificate on the same spot. In other parts of the Caribbean, we use stories or songs as documentation of birth. We have Miss Lewis, in this example, we have Miss Louise Bennett Coverley's excellent record of this practice, written in the poem New Scholar, and hopefully it could be played. Thank you. Here you have the mother introducing her child to a class teacher. She offers all the vital contextual details about the child's birth, but she cannot remember the year. Friends, this scene is replayed at health clinics, church children activities, school registration, library registration, anywhere old people and mothers want to talk stories. We tell stories about ourselves in contextual ways, sharing semantic information. That is, information that is important and meaningful to people, and not information that is important to processes. You could imagine how frustrating it is for a nurse trying to write a form, having to listen about the pig and the tree and the storm, but nothing else. We talk contextually about ourselves, but not necessarily given information that's required for processing. I've also heard this storytelling is a feature in trying to register the child for a birth certificate. Oops. There we are. Every child is required by law to be registered and be issued a birth certificate. Leova Fishley-Taylor, a graduate of a Master of Arts in Archives and Records Management program, wrote an incredible research paper entitled Creating Out of Many One People, an archival history of Jamaican vital record forms. She noted the elements or fields on the birth certificate evolved over time to account for changes in the political and social dynamics in Jamaica, as well as the international standards required for national identification systems. Fishley-Taylor states, the record forms at the Registrar General Department have a valid history in and of themselves. Out of the history of these forms, we can understand what it means to be a Jamaican from a particular time and a particular place. No doubt, we will agree that the birth certificate is worthy of preservation. Still, there is still one more practice marking the birth of a child in the Caribbean. Birth rituals are commonplace in religious and community circles, in religious and community cultural circles. On screen, in Trinidad and Tobago, among the East Indian or Hindu community is the Barahi birth ritual or celebration. The Barahi is a practice, had its genesis in the postnatal care of the new mother and child, which was infused with religious thought and practices, including the naming ceremony of the child. This was primarily a gathering of women in the family and community caring for the new mother while celebrating the birth of the child. Today, it is still a female-oriented community gathering marking the birth of the child. And let's take a quick look at part of the Barahi activity. Right, so it's mostly women, having a good time. This year's graduate from the Master of Arts in Archives and Records Management program examined the Barahi for her final research paper. She argues that out of this one practice comes several records that the Hindu child must have for full membership in that society. She maintains that while the birth certificate is evident of the child's entry into the Hindu community, she maintains that while the birth certificate is evidence of the child's nationality, the Barahi is the marker of the child's entry into the Hindu community. The child will be recognized and known for their Barahi and not by the details on the birth certificate. For the Hindu Trinidadian child, both the ceremony and the certificate are vital records for life. I hope you notice that each information form captures and retells particular aspects of the child's new life. The tree bonds the child to family, however that is defined. It bonds the child to life and to heritage. The storytelling links the child to language, contextual circumstances, and other connections. The certificate defines a child's national identity and international rights, while the dance grounds the child in culture, faith, and community. Still, there's another format that could connect all four elements of a child's birth. That is social media. Whether it's Facebook, Twitter X, Instagram, or Snapchat, digital lives are being created younger and younger, and with some children being given pages and accounts even before they're able to manage these spaces individually. Now, each of these expressions could be digitized. In fact, we were able to experience them on screen because of some form of digitization. We cannot see the tree, hear the story. We can see the tree, hear the story, read the certificate, and feel the rhythm of the barahi. But how do we connect all these four expressions to the child? Is it enough to just preserve the visual and audio and experiential? Is it enough to preserve just the visual, audio, and experiential of our memory forms? What about the meanings of each of these expressions and all of them collectively? Again, are we preserving formats, information, or meanings? At the April 22 meeting of the Forum of National Archivists, there was a panel discussion focusing on the concern of digitization, migrating old ideologies via new technologies into the contemporary cosmopolitan society. There is a view that digitization of colonial records with its racist, sexist, and imperial attitudes and languages could reinforce and substantiate the emergence of hate groups in the 21st century. In addition, the colonial power dynamics have gone online. Digitization and digitalization and digital transformation projects have been used to influence what is made accessible and what is remembered. Digitization as a solution for preservation and access can become a tool for misinformation, misrepresentation, and societal harm, and the remarginalization of formerly subjugated peoples. We cannot just limit our digitization projects to materials of the past, while ignoring the information dynamics that arise from our cultural living and memory practices. Above all, we must ensure that the meanings of the information materials in the migration process through appropriate language, descriptions, and metadata use, and that those meanings are transferred with the materials into the future. If not, the digitized information or the item could be misinterpreted, misrepresented, or inappropriately and harmfully used. If we are mapping our preservation futures, it is clear we cannot focus on just advocating for preserving only the holdings of our institutions. If that is the case, only the birth certificate and perhaps the video of the barahi and the video performance of the poem could be kept. The tree and family land, chances are, will be ignored. Information and memory institutions must get involved in the preservation by praxis paradigm. That is, we must make space for the appreciation, learning, and documentation of our information forms that are unwritten, unboxed, unshelved, and definitely not in a server or online. The Multi-Island Federated National Public Library Archives and Documentation Services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines illustrates how this could be done. Presenting recently in the LIS's InfoTalk seminar on the theme, Information and Community, Director Michelle King-Campbell shared how our institution engages with the business, education, culture, and heritage stakeholders to share information about the unpublished, unwritten, yet vital aspects of their Vinci national past. A perfect example is their Bush Tea Festival, recently held over the summer months. Here in the images on screen, you will see herbalists, entrepreneurs, as well as children and adults from the community learning and tasting teas and culinary treats that may not necessarily be on offer anywhere else in their society. The Caribbean Public Librarian opened their library spaces to provide information that could only be experienced, that may not be written about, but surely is interconnected to the files in the National Archives and the books that are on the public shelf, that are on the shelf in the public library. Our colleagues in St. Vincent and the Grenadines have recognized the full elements of the information ecosystem that are essential for appreciating the bubble of Vinci life. In so doing, librarians are ensuring the preservation of aspects of Vincentian past, aspects of Vincentian information, aspects of Vincentian culture by providing and promoting space for a preservation by practice. In conclusion, as we map our futures in uncertain times, where the digital and the artificial intelligence is apparently overtaking access and creation of information, where the digital and the artificial intelligence is apparently overtaking access and the creation of information, Professor Emerita Jeanette Bastian gives us a prototype for recognizing and appreciating the Caribbean ecosystem of information. I quote, "We must expand, extend, and rethink the traditional galleries, libraries, archives, and museum holdings and institutions by incorporating and presenting texts of the unremembered, the forgotten, and the marginalized. This expanded cultural archives encompasses monuments, quilts, and even tattoos. It references the records of small communities and the socially marginalized, as well as mainstream activities of the wider society. It identifies texts as expressions and signifiers such as dance, rituals, and celebrations. It concerns itself with remembrance and collective identity. If we do not do this, if we do not expand, extend, and rethink our services or roles as information and memory institutions, our preservation will continue to perpetuate colonial information formats and continue to extend those who do not see and continue to exclude those who do not see themselves, their formats, their expressions, and their memory in our institutional holdings and heritage. I therefore wish you well in your presentations and conversations over the course of this symposium, and may we be brave to continue our efforts to recognize and preserve all aspects of our Caribbean ecosystem of information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. You know, if I didn't know better, I would think that you were present in the meeting that involved those of us who were planning this symposium, because you touched on a lot of issues that we've been discussing even before the idea for the symposium came up, because we are concerned about the direction that preservation, conservation is taking, with emphasis on digitization, without a lot of thought about what we're leaving out, what we're neglecting, what we're not looking at, what we're forgetting. And so this is part of the reason we wanted to have the symposium and have the workshop to emphasize all of this. So thank you, Dr. Griffin. Did I tell you he was going to be good? He was good, yes. So next on our program is Mr. John Aarons. I say this with enthusiasm because he's one of the few persons who knew me professionally when I first started out, just out of high school. He has secrets for me. He knows me. But he is also one of the few people that has served as Executive Director of the National Library of Jamaica, then the National Archivist, then the UE Archivist, and he was instrumental in helping to design and run the Archives Management Master's program here. And he has thoughts. He has a lot of thoughts when it comes to conservation and preservation, which we thought was of value to the symposium. So, Mr. Aarons, I'm sorry, one moment. Mr. Newman reminds me, does anybody have questions for the keynote speaker, Dr. Griffin? Or would you like to wait until after Mr. Aarons and then we can bombard them both at the same time? It's funny, I promise you. Okay, you want to wait? Mr. Aarons, come forward.
Yolande, thank you very much. Your secrets are safe with me. Good morning to you all. One morning last month, I was sitting in a bank at Ligony, quietly minding my own business while waiting on customer service. Suddenly, the entrance door was flung open, and Dunstan Newman charged in with his telephone attached to his ear. We greeted each other, and he told me about the symposium. I told him that I knew about it, as I'd seen the circulars from Yolande, but I had ignored them, as I'm happily retired and no longer involved in preservation work. However, Dunstan said I could perform a useful function, and that is to give a brief account of preservation activities over the years, and how we've reached the stage today when we can have this symposium. I thought about it and realized that I've been involved in preservation since the early 1970s, over 50 years ago. So I do have a historical perspective. So I'm giving brief reflections and no real words of wisdom. This is why I have no PowerPoint presentation. I'd like to mention an article entitled Preserving Archival Collections in the 21st Century, The Caribbean Experience, by Raquel Strawn in the Rarity of the Jamaica Archives. It's actually a chapter in the book Decolonizing the Caribbean Record, an Archives Reader, edited by Janet Bastian, Stanley Griffin, and myself, and published in 2018. I'm not that old, you know. It gives a good overview of the challenges in preservation and the ways one institution, in particular, the Jamaica Archives, has responded to the challenges. Those of you who know the archive unit in Spanish Town might have noticed that the Abandoned Conservation Unit is large and has more space than the reading room. This was deliberate. In 1962, when the building was erected, great emphasis was placed on restoration and conservation work, or what Raquel calls interventive preservation. The archives inherited a large collection of volumes of property and slavery records, and most of them were in poor condition, so restoring them was a priority at the time. When I worked at the archives in the 1970s, there were around 7 binders restorers under the direction of supervisor Mr. Lascelles Colesso. He was a talented binder who had received training in conservation in England. He established a unit and trained staff. His deputy, Samuel Morrison, later went to the then West India Reference Library, now the National Library of Jamaica, and set up the program there. Among the persons he taught was Patrick Peart, who in the 1980s came to the UA Bindery to work on paper conservation. So you see this whole train reaction in training. The archives also established a microfilming program, as a microfilm was the accepted medium for reformative materials. The officer there later went to the West India Reference Library to start that library's own program. The UA Library had Mr. Boucher, who did excellent work. And he's the father of Kevin Boucher, present member of staff. He did excellent work in microfilming. I see in the program that one of the matters being discussed this afternoon by 2 former members of staff of the National Library of Jamaica, I might mention, is partnership and collaboration is the possibility. Well, collaboration has always been a feature of preservation and conservation work from the very beginning. I recall, for instance, that the archives once received a gift from the Organization of American States, a microfilm duplicator or processor, I've forgotten. And it was placed at the National Library of Jamaica, where it is able to serve the 3 institutions. In the mid-1980s, there's even a proposal to establish a National Conservation Center, not only to serve the conservation needs of the National Library, Jamaica Archives, and the UA Library. All institutions, such as the National Regional Institute and the National Gallery, which had their own specialized requirements, artwork, textiles, etc. The OAS, Organization of American States, which at the time was very supportive of conservation programs, was very excited about the idea of a center. And rather than give separate funds to various institutions, they give to one institution. They're prepared to provide $100,000 to get the center going. UNESCO was also interested as they saw potential it as a regional center for English-speaking Caribbean, as they were supporting a center in the Dominican Republic. On account of the language barrier, we couldn't access it. I was a member of the committee. A report was written, which was presented to the then Minister of Culture, who was then Prime Minister Edward Seaga, who endorsed the concept. And a potential site was identified. But the whole thing went nowhere, as one of the key stakeholders had no interest in it. It's a bold idea, and might not have worked, as there are many challenges, logistical and staffing, but I regard it as an opportunity lost to have this national center. Nevertheless, collaboration between the archives, the National Library, and the UA Library continued. Training courses were held in which staff members from 3 institutions took part. When I was in charge of conservation and preservation at the National Library in the 80s and 90s, we hosted several overseas consultants, and we always involved members of staff from the archives and the UA Library in the training programs. You know, I think the most effective visiting conservator we brought down, because of grant funding, was a former member of staff of this library, Mr. Vernon Estick. He started his career as a binder here, went to Canada, got his degrees, and ended up as a conservator in Canadian University. He was very effective as he understood our cultural environment and could relate to members of staff in conservation units. He spoke their language, in other words. And whenever he returned on vacation, he would visit the libraries and offer advice. In this brief presentation, I've dealt chiefly with paper restoration. However, it's labor-intensive and time-consuming. This was a priority in those days, given the poor condition of materials we inherited. Now, emphasis has changed to a medium which can deal with a broad range of materials, as researchers are demanding greater access. As Raquel Inarritu said in the chapter I referred to earlier on, and I quote, "With a vast collection of maps, plans, blueprints, postcards, and photographs, and the limitless possibilities of the technology to create high-quality images, the utilization of digitization for preservation and access is a welcome addition to our preservation program." End of quote. While I strongly endorse this preservation reformative technique, as it is the way of the present and the future, there are 2 points I'd like to make in conclusion. Firstly, we should not give up on paper restoration techniques. For materials such as maps and prints are visually attractive and have value as items in their own right. Manuscripts and rare books have artifactual value as objects in themselves. For instance, rare book historians want to examine bindings in books and the quality of the paper and the watermarks. Digitized copies cannot suffice for this. Secondly, sometimes materials need to be repaired, cleaned, and restored before it can be digitized. So while we use technology to provide better access to materials, let us not forget the traditional method of restoration, as these materials are important and irreplaceable parts of our archival heritage. I hope we have a successful symposium. And next year, I'll stay away from Dunstan's Bank. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aarons. His historical perspective is extremely important because it's not just about remembering, it's about emphasizing the importance of the methodologies used. They have not become extinct, they have not become obsolete. They are useful and they're needed, and we will be discussing as we go along why it is that they're needed, how we can bring back a lot of the knowledge that seems to be fading away when it comes to these restoration and conservation techniques. So before we move on to our next presenter, are there any questions for Mr. Aarons or Dr. Griffin? Go ahead, Ms. Bloomfield. Okay, okay, Ms. Bloomfield, I'm going to ask you to repeat so that the persons online can hear as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I make reference to the drama put out by the first presenter in terms of the little girl and the little boy, and they placed emphasis on Louise Bennett's poem. So that was really impressive, showcasing our heritage and the intellect of the young person. So sometimes, like when you have the TV screen in the library, something like that could be showcased. That's my comment.
Okay, let's keep it in mind. And Dr. Carr is right here.
Okay.
Anybody else? Dr. Carr.
Thank you so much. When I listened to Dr. Griffin, I had many, many questions. Some of them have flown out of my head. Because it was very interesting, and it gave room for us to begin to think about, not to begin, to continue, because as John says, it's a continuation. We're not throwing out anything that we used to do. But now to begin to reflect on one statement that kind of hit me is that if we continue with the traditional way of doing digitization or of preserving some of the records, we are actually adding to misinformation, and we are marginalizing. But for me, I had a challenge with that, so that is it that you're asking that we make changes to these objects, or alongside these digitized records, we are annotating or presenting the new perceptions of, I had my head kind of trying to understand. And also, if I made a few notes here. So two questions. Tell me how you see this full digitization, where you're talking about the semantic information, right? Including the structures, entities, intangible heritage. How do you see that? How do you see us preserving all of that? And making them available? Because I understand the intangibles, but how do you see us? So if I go to the archives or I come to West Indiana, how should we see this difference if we are looking at the semantic as well as the traditional approaches?
All right. As always, good questions from Dr. Carl. Let's start off with the issues with digitization. Two things happen with digitization. One, you're taking a material that was created within a particular time and space, and through technology, you're making it available in the same way. We're not making any changes to another generation. Chances are that it is even more accessible. And unlike some of the discussions where when you come into an institution and you go through the catalog or the finding aid, you're placed within a context to understand the item that you want. Chances are with digitization, you are able to just right-click and open and just expose yourself to a slave register of the 1700s. Now what that means is that chances are, if you're not keen, you're literally accepting what you're reading as is, and as acceptable, as was acceptable then, but surely ain't acceptable now. And so what's been happening in other places, so for example, I think of a good instance in the Canadian environment, where photographs of the indigenous were seen as objects, or they're not named. They're Eskimo with John Aaron's, sorry John, right? And so the John Aaron's is named. Naming is important, but this random, human that's a part of the space there. And so what the archival community is saying, as part of your digitization project, plan to name people. Your descriptions are important. So the ways in which you describe your content or your cataloging, you need to be a bit more detailed, need to be a bit more respectful. If the language is talking about Negroes and wenches, we can't talk them kind of ways anymore. So we talk about black people. In other words, we give a humanity to the persons that are placed in the historical record. It's not a matter of annotation. It's a case of, so remember the digital, for you to have access to the digital, you're seeing it on screen. Before you get, and this is supposed to be how it works, when you do a search, you are searching according to the keywords, and then the item shows up, and then there's a description. The actual description could be a 21st century reflection and respect for the record and the humanity within that record. And so there's a whole, come to my class in 602 next semester. We spent a lot of time talking about how do we ensure that our descriptions are not re-marginalizing, re-dehumanizing, re-colonizing even places. All right, so there is that. Now, semantic information that is meaningful to people. To my mind, I think St. Vincent gives a perfect example. Perfect. Because now you can literally come to the library and experience bush tea. Right? Aspects that you don't see every day. Now, I did a presentation some years ago with a non-Caribbean context. And the students said to me, well, one way of dealing with preservation by practice is using the tools of colonialism, for example, or the global north to capture and preserve the practice. So in the very same way we are doing audiovisual recordings and photographs, photograph ourselves, record ourselves, and add it, place it on the shelves, right? Place it within our holdings as an equal aspect, as an equal source. In the very same way we source books, we have records, we can have our intangible practices within our repositories in the very same way. So we can do two things. One, we can make it fixed in terms of recordings and the technology, but more importantly, we can make it experiential. We can create spaces for people to experience some of these things. Coming from the indigenous in Canada, one university library there, again, she presented this at our seminar series. She talked about, because of that particular university's location and their need to include the indigenous communities of that particular location, they changed some of their rooms, their reading rooms, to basically what I have considered are reasoning rooms. The ways in the colonial approach to accessing information is based on literacy. Other forms of knowledge acquisition is on conversation, orality. So, In our colonial context, you need a table, a chair, you need books on shelves. Within our orality-based knowledge transfer preservation context, you need places to talk. You need places for performances. So having a room that is circular, that allows for a community engagement. I mean, it's nothing that we don't know, you know. The Rasta has been doing it for years, right? If you look at how Rasta, where's Sandra? Sandra Stubbs is supposed to be writing about this. You know, the way they do reasoning is not just keeping enough noise and drum beatings and so forth. They're sharing and, passing knowledge. They're preserving their past and their present. So, again, who do we want to be? What are we trying to preserve? Are we trying to preserve formats, information, or meaning? When we figure that out, chances are how we set up ourselves, what we have in our places, will change, will be more meaningful to us. Because chances are, and I'm going to be, shutting off now, the problem we have, and I'm coming from an archival perspective, chances are I don't know if the library have the same issues, but I don't know if the museums people have the same issues. But one of the hardest things is to get people to come in and use our materials. I think of St. Kitts, the late national archivist there. White appearing, and the community saying to her, she's trying to preserve white people thing. We had another conversation with an archivist from Bermuda, looking like me, one of the first ones to look like me working there. And he was attempting to bring in a collection at the time, again, based on his presentation to us in the class. And the users there are more white looking. And the board basically accused him of trying to blacken the archives. Folks, if people don't see themselves in what we're doing daily, they're not going to use us. They're not going to see what we are trying to preserve as valuable. And so, again, I'm talking about students' business. We now have another graduate student looking at the trauma approach. How can we create access to our materials with a traumatic approach? Now, there's this whole school of how do you recognize that these materials are traumatic, and how do you temper that access? Because as we all know, all our records are stressful. All our materials, start off with, the Thistlewood papers, horrors. And so, really and truly, it could trip you, right? And so, again, I'm impressed with the kinds of work that our students are doing. If we can create access to our materials that don't stress people out, that don't drive them to tears. I remember as an undergraduate, history classes used to drive some people to tears, right? If we don't make some serious effort, not just in terms of preserving materials or preserving information, but the actual meanings, we are in serious problems. Because the day will come, and it has been said in some places of the Caribbean, I don't want to call another territory's name, where the doors were shut, the roof caved in, the archives is upstairs, pigeons flying about, rain falling in. And that's just only one particular aspect of their information ecosystem. Simply because the society failed to see the relevance of it. So it's much more than, right? Good, let's stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the second keynote address. But you understand now why we thought it was important to have this symposium, because we need to rekindle not just the interest, but the knowledge base of what it takes to preserve and conserve the collections that we have responsibility for, that we use. So, we're going to move now to our next presenter, Dr. Davison Chiwara from the Natural History Museum of Zimbabwe. Now, he apologizes, he was not able to present in person, but he did send a recording, so this is what will be played now. His presentation is Contamination and Exposure to Hazardous Pesticide Contaminants, Ensuring the Safety of Collections and Humans from toxic pesticide residues in museums. Dr. Davison Chiwara.
Hello, colleagues. My name is Davison Chiwara. My presentation is entitled Conservation Practices and Possibilities of Contamination by Hazardous Pesticides towards a non-pesticide approach to conserving organic collections at the Natural History Museum of Zimbabwe. The study investigated the contamination of organic collections from pesticide use at the Natural History Museum of Zimbabwe. It interrogated the extent to which organic collections, museum staff, researchers, and visitors at the Natural History Museum of Zimbabwe are exposed to hazardous pesticides contamination resulting from past and current conservation methods in the museum. Scientific research has shown that significant levels of pesticides exist in particular collections as well as in museum working environments, and that according to medical literature, these pesticides are harmful to human health, and they also react with collections, resulting in deterioration. Some chemicals have an adverse effect on the DNA of natural history specimens. For instance, pesticides such as methyl bromide, methyl iodine, ethylene oxide, and propylene oxide make DNA molecules of natural history specimens fragile and subsequent DNA analysis difficult. DNA analysis of natural history specimens is very important in modern taxonomic studies. Studies on pesticide contamination of museum collections have mostly been conducted in the global north. There is a depth of studies focusing on scientific analysis of pesticide contamination in museum collections in Africa, particularly in Zimbabwe. Across the globe, this problem has been compounded by the fact that historical documentation of the chemical treatment of the artifacts against pest attack is sparse and incomplete, and in some cases, non-existent. Typically, we do not know what pesticide was applied, how it was applied, when it was applied, and how many times it was applied to collections, because complete documents of potential pesticide treatments were not kept for each artifact. With specific reference to the Zimbabwe National Museums, records of chemical treatment of each artifact against pest attack since their time of establishment during the colonial period, from the period of 1902 to 1974, are sparse and in some cases rarely found. Therefore, there was a greater need to dig deeper and establish the state of contamination of collections at the Natural History Museum of Zimbabwe. And as a result of that, in this research, the objectives that I sought to fulfill includes the ones that are shown on the screen. So to achieve these objectives, I used the mixed methods triangulation convergence design. To fully understand the problem at hand, the study used the mixed methods triangulation convergence design. It is a single-phase design in which the researcher implemented the quantitative and qualitative methods during the same time frame with equal weight. The research design involved the concurrent but separate collection and analysis of quantitative and qualitative data to best understand the research problem. The researcher used this design to obtain valid and well-substantiated conclusions about the problem of pesticide contamination of specimens at the Natural History Museum of Zimbabwe. The design helped to corroborate quantitative results with qualitative findings on the level of pesticide contamination on artifacts in the museum. The data collection methods that are used included XRF spectrometry, gas chromatograph mass spectrometry, condition analysis of artifacts, observations, desktop survey, and interviews with museum staff. XRF spectrometry was used in the study to identify heavy metal inorganic pesticides that contaminated the artifacts, whereas gas chromatography mass spectrometry was used to identify organic pesticide contaminants that could not be identified using XRF spectrometry. These methods were selected because they are non-destructive to artifacts and they were in line with ethical consideration in conservation that require us not to destroy or damage artifacts when doing conservation work and research. The following were my research findings. First, with regards to XRF spectrometry, the analysis showed that most prevalent chemicals that were applied to specimens in the museum are arsenic, mercury, lead, chrome, and sulfur. Out of these specimens, 114 specimens were analyzed for pesticide contaminants. Only 16 showed no traces of chemicals on them. This shows that the majority of the specimens analyzed had pesticide residues in them. With regards to gas chromatography, 3 organic pesticides were detected on the specimens and in storage cabinets. These include dichlorobenzene, naphthalene, and DDT. The findings from desktop surveys unearthed pesticides that were detected through XRF and gas chromatography mass spectrometry analysis, and other pesticides that could not be detected by these methods. All in all, there are at least 30 different pesticides that have been applied multiple times directly on collections and in storage and in display environments in the museum. This figure is not exhaustive as it is only a reflection of specimens that were analyzed and information that was obtained from documents that were accessible during the conduction of this research. These findings are an indication of the persistent application of pesticides on collections at the Natural History Museum of Zimbabwe for a period spanning over a century of years, from around 1906 up to recent times. What is alarming about these findings is that out of the total number of 117 specimens analyzed through XRF and gas chromatography mass spectrometry, only 16 showed no evidence of contamination by pesticide residues. As you can see on the screen, these are some of the pesticides which were discovered on the collections that I analyzed. Observations which were corroborated by findings from the desktop survey show that since the first half of the 20th century, the Natural History Museum of Zimbabwe has been experiencing challenges of deterioration of some of its specimens, which persist in present times. The 1922 curator's report indicated that some specimens, such as the ant beer and the civet, were going bad as a result of turpentine, which was used in the treatment of specimens to preserve them. Further, during a personal communication between two former curators of the museum in 1980, there was an admittance of the use of naphthalene in the museum for the conservation of specimens against pest attack. And one of the curators indicated that naphthalene was known to alter colors of specimens. This conservation challenge of specimens deteriorating, most likely from reacting with pesticides, persists today, as shown in these images. You can see from these images that some specimens are losing fur. While there is no direct evidence of turpentine as a cause for the baldness of the specimens, as once the case with the ant beer and the civet specimens as reported in the 1922 curator's report, powder chemical residues mixed with fallen fur from the specimens that were tested through gas chromatography mass spectrometry indicated that the chemicals that were present were para-dichlorobenzene, naphthalene, and DDT. Other specimens have disintegrated beyond restoration, such that they are now being stored in plastic bags to keep the disintegrated parts in one place. XRF spectrometry analysis that we conducted on these deteriorating specimens indicated that they are contaminated with arsenic, mercury, lead, chrome, sulfur, and chlorine. While it cannot be absolutely claimed that the deterioration of these specimens is attributed to pesticide contamination, the discovery of these chemicals associated with the falling fur and disintegration of the specimens likely points to pesticide contamination as the probable cause of the deterioration of the specimens. There could be some reaction that is taking place between these varied chemicals and the specimens, resulting in their baldness and disintegration, respectively. With regards to pest control practice at the Natural History Museum, curators indicated that the museum outsources pest control to private companies. One curator identified companies such as PestKill and Paul's Pest Control as some of the companies that have administered pest control in the museum. The curators indicated that they work collaboratively with the companies that apply pesticides in the museum. With regards to the frequency of application of pesticides in the museum, all the curators indicated that fumigation of the museum premises is conducted at least twice per year. The curator of the galleries further indicated that in cases where there is heavy pest infestation on individual collections or in individual departments, fumigation is done 3 or 4 times per year. These findings indicate that the museum is invested in the use of chemicals for pest control. Pesticides are the preferred method of pest control in the museum. So the use of these pesticides has got an adverse effect on the health of people who access and utilize these collections in the museum. To understand the museum staff views regarding the issue of possible effects of pesticides on their health and that of researchers and visitors, 7 curators and the librarian were interviewed. They all indicated that they experienced a strong smell of chemicals, particularly naphthalene, within the museum's premises, especially in the storage rooms. One curator highlighted that just getting into the storeroom leaves her clothes smelling naphthalene, and she goes with that smell into her office. The researcher can also attest to this experience of smelling naphthalene. When we were doing condition assessments of the collections and XRF analysis of the specimens and other museum staff in the mammalogy and ornithology storerooms, our dust coats and equipment that we used during the exercises were left with a choking smell of naphthalene. Another curator explained that the environments in the museum storerooms are saturated with the smell of chemicals, and the smell had become normal to them. The librarian indicated that she experiences breathing problems after the application of naphthalene in the museum, as her office is completely saturated with the chemical. Further, a certain curator highlighted that in 2004, a health emergence was experienced from the handling of contaminated specimens without protective equipment. During the shifting of the specimens from the basement storeroom to the upper storeroom of the mammalogy department, 16 members of staff who were involved in the exercise got sick, showing symptoms of chemical poisoning, such as red eyes, flu-like symptoms, coughing, dizziness, and the irritation of the respiratory tract. Another curator indicated that she experienced a strong smell of chemicals in storage areas. For many years, as her office is just around the storage area, she explained that she experiences perpetual headaches, blurred vision, and tiredness at some point, and she felt dizzy and suffered headaches after being exposed to chemicals while cleaning chemical bottles in the museum. I can attest to this as I also experienced the choking smell of chemicals coming from the storeroom that was adjacent to her office. It is at this moment that I alerted the curator about the effects of inhaling these chemicals on her health. I had to politely ask her to permanently vacate her office and find another office to work from, and she duly complied. Further, another curator hinted that she gets shocked by the smell of chemicals when fans are not working in the museum or during power cuts. While one cannot fully conclude that these effects could be as a result of exposure to contaminated environments in the museum without medical tests, the smell of chemicals experienced in the museum's storerooms is quite compelling. I need to highlight that this problem of contaminated collections is not only experienced in the museums, but it can also be experienced in the libraries. I can refer you to an article written by Tedon and Graben in 1920, and this was presented at the AIC conference, which discovered that historic manuscripts and books that were kept in one of the libraries in the United States showed traces of poisonous pesticides such as arsenic. And I would like to urge people to be aware of this problem, even in libraries. Some of the historical books or manuscripts that we work with were preserved using some of these chemicals that I identified here, particularly the heavy metal insecticides such as arsenic, lead, and mercury. So we need to be aware of this and ensure that we institute safety protocols for their handling use in the library. The following are my recommendations. There is need to institute warning signage about pesticide contamination of artifacts in museums as well as in libraries. There is need to ensure that staff and users wear protective safety equipment such as dust coats, overalls, making use of nitrile gloves, goggles, and face masks in order to protect people from contaminated collections. There is also need to quarantine contaminated specimens from uncontaminated ones so that we prevent cross-contamination across collections. There is also a need to decontaminate specimens and environment so that we try to at least remove some of the contaminants that have affected our collections. There is also a need for good housekeeping, and museums and libraries need to invest in non-pesticide methods of pest control, such as pest trapping programs, freezing of specimens, anoxic treatment of pest-infected artifacts or specimens, or replacing of specimens covered with polyethylene sheets to the sun to kill pests. There is also need to seal off crevices and entry points used by pests to enter museums and libraries. There is also need to invest in indigenous methods of pest control that are not harmful to human health, to the collections, as well as to the environment in which we work. That's the end of my presentation, colleagues. Thank you for your time.
He is a lecturer in the Department of Archaeology, Cultural Heritage and Museum Studies at the Midland State University in Zimbabwe. He's also the coordinator of the Africa Museology Project for the Smithsonian National Museum of African Art. So we want to thank Dr. Davison Chiwara again for his presentation. Next on our program, we have Mr. Bradley Ricardo Motti and Ms. Janine Van Wyck from the Iziko Museums of South Africa. And they will be speaking on the Iziko South African Gallery, Breaking Down the Walls exhibition uncovers Mutoko, a hidden Southern Africa's rock art treasures. Now, Mr. Motti works at the Iziko Museums of South Africa. He is responsible for the care of collections, the monitoring of collections, the monitoring of climatic conditions, the supervision of staff, and the training of interns, as well as the management and maintenance of the collections in the institution's centralized storage facility, including collections on exhibition at the other 11 Iziko Museum sites. Ms. Van Wyck, Mr. Motti is also conservator. I should have mentioned that first. Ms. Van Wyck is assistant conservator. She has been employed for more than 15 years within the Collections and Digitization Department at the Iziko Museums of South Africa. She is responsible for the care of collections housed in storage as well as on open display. And her key responsibilities include the deinstallation and installation of objects, preparing support mounts for exhibition, the monitoring of climatic conditions, procurement of conservation materials, equipment, and management of the conservation budget. So Mr. Motti and Ms. Van Wyck. Sorry, sir, is it with the sound? Okay, hello, we're not hearing you. Are you still on mute?
Yeah,
Mr. Martin?
unmuted.
You're, okay, all right, we can hear you now. You start from the beginning.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead.
So we'll be presenting a Matuko, it's a rock art reproduction. Our archaeology collections at Izika museums have two most very large rock art reproduction. The one is called the Ha Borana, which is from Lesotho, that area, and then the other one is from, it's called Matuko, and that is from Zimbabwe. The Harabona is currently exhibited at the Breaking Down the Walls exhibition, and that is at the Iziko South African National Gallery. So the rock art reproduction called Matuku, is about 140 kilometers out of east from Harare, and on an expedition in 1928 to 1930, led by Frobenius, which is an entomologist. Several of these rock art reproductions, rock art sites, caves were reproduced. And then these painted rock art reproduction has various type of images, such as animals, humans, and also different types of color variations like browns, whites, reds, yellows. One of the most impressive elements on these rock art reproductions are the elephants rising from the back. In 1931, about over 400 of these rock art reproductions were given to the South African Museum, the then South African Museum, and then in exchange for more funding for the Frobenius expedition to continue. The Matuko reproduction was exhibited in 2010 in the Made in Translation exhibition, which was also held at the International Art Gallery, Izika Art Gallery. Subsequent, this rock art reproduction was seen for the public during the conservation and restoration currently in 2023. As Izika conservators and our standard practice, an assessment on Matuko was done together with our colleagues in archaeology. And at this point was decided that this artwork to be too fragile to be exhibited at the Breaking Down the Walls exhibition. And these conditions were ranging from being brittle, some had damage, and damage as in tears as long as 6 meters long. Evident that this rock art reproduction needed to be stabilized and conserved and for future generations. So I'll hand over to my colleague Bradley Motti to explain the methodology and the other processes for this conservation. Thank you so much.
Mr. Marty, you're muted, so we're not hearing you. not hearing you. Yes. Yes. Yeah, they're trying. Let me try again. Mr. Motti, I'm not sure if you're hearing me, but if you are, we're not hearing anything that you're saying. No, we're not hearing you. You seem to be muted. Okay. No, we're still not hearing you. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Preston, would you suggest that we go on a break and see if you can sort out this problem? Okay. So we're going to change up the program a little bit. We're going to go on break now, and when we come back, we'll continue with Mr. Motti. Okay, so 15 minutes. Break is over here. Okay? 10 minutes still online. I don't know if you can see.
Can I go ahead? I don't want to seem too enough because I was trying to. I'm not taking my check messenger now. I don't have them number, unfortunately. Yeah.
The University of the West Indies is firstly a university. The university's main role is to strengthen the rule of the rich over the society and to keep down the poor.
The university has a role to play in terms of building up a consciousness of the region.
The whole thing of conceptualizing, of ordering our experience in some sort of rational way is a responsibility that, of course, we cannot shelve if we are serious about development and nation building.
Extension of scholarship, knowledge and understanding. This is the primary role. Any other role must be regarded as secondary, including its social role. The role of a university in any community is to further the educational interests of that community. Educational interests not in the narrow sense of being academic education alone.
The university is people serving people. It is not the physical space of the campus that is most important, but the graduates who come out to serve their countries. The graduates who come out to serve their countries. This is the largest campus of the University of the West Indies, Mona, near Kingston in Jamaica. In 1943, the British government appointed the Irving Committee to report on higher education in the West Indies. The committee recommended that a residential university be established at Mona in Jamaica. The site of a wartime internment camp was used earlier as 2 sugar estates. The artifacts of the plantation era were to become the garden of West Indian intellectual growth. After World War II, the military and their guests moved out of the wooden frame buildings, which were to house the first classes of the University College, an affiliate of London University. October 1948, 33 students were admitted to study medicine. 25 years later, the numbers still multiply. Fourteen governments finance the university. 1950, Her Royal Highness Princess Alice was installed as the first Chancellor of the University College.
University Forum, a weekly program presented by the Radio Education Unit of the University of the West Indies Extramural Department.
1952, the University Hospital was opened. The same year.
Because we just don't want to take the risk of any more technical difficulties. So you can still do your break and pay attention to presentation, okay? Okay, Mr. Marty, we're going to invite you again to begin your presentation.
Okay, but so Janine done the first part. I'm continuing with the second part of it. So initially, before any conservation intervention could begin on this work, we had to do a structural and technical analysis to understand what really caused the deterioration in the paper object, and then also to try and map a way forward how we could restore it. So we done various solubility tests on the different pigments to ensure we don't have running of any of the pigments during the process of conservation. We done a test on the reversibility of the various types of interventions that were previously used on the piece. It's almost more than 100 years old. And then we also looked at, or we discovered that, because of its solubility, highly soluble nature of the pigments, we only can work from the one side, and that was from the back. Luckily, it was quite a thick paper that was used. Then we also looked at the edges of the work that was in a bad condition and had lost some material, and some of the strips that supported it. And what were we going to do? Were we going to lift it? Were we going to reattach it? Were we going to line it with Japanese paper? And what about the end poles that were holding the artwork up? Were we going to reattach it, take it off, or what were we going to do? So as we came to a conclusion, let's try and work, because the interns we had them only for 10 days. They flew all the way from France, and we needed to start working on the work on this project. And so the two table methodology that we initially thought will work wasn't working. It was somehow causing undue stress to the artwork as we rolled that up, and then we later discovered, let's try and get a whole surface layer of tables where we could actually open a large area of the artwork and then work as far as possible. And we actually worked to 2/3 and tried to perform as much work on the rear side of the artwork. But one of the major issues was this work is 7 meters long, and it had a tear of about 6 meters that would have torn the artwork in 2 pieces. So the first point of departure is we needed to, unfortunately, work from the front. We used acid-free tape just to stitch the work together, and then be able to turn it on its reverse, and then to start adhering it. But then we also noticed, during the dry cleaning process, as we clean the front surfaces, if we clean between the pigmented areas, color was lost. So that also restricted us on what areas we could clean. And so we carefully brushed areas that were unpainted on the work. But then we also used a soft cloth to also then try and pick up all the loose dirt and grime. That picture just shows us the process that we use to stitch the work from the front side. And then we add what would we use to remove the residues, as well as marks, as well as previous intervention types that were used. And we use a combination of methyl cellulose glue with a 60% concentration, just to add a little moisture to the residue. We encapsulated it in polyester film, and just to make it to work better, and then taking it off, and we're able to remove the residue manually, and sometimes with a scalpel. The work had numerous tears and folds, and as you just lifted the piece, it would tear here, move there. So the minor tears were then decided, let's try and fix them before we even tried to do any movement of the artwork. But then we said, instead of using a single layer of Japanese paper, let's use a thin 29-gram Japanese paper, and then we can build it up to a level that is almost invisible to the eye, but yet strong enough to allow us to roll the map or the artwork. We've done various tests to remove the various types of document repair tape, and alcohol, ethanol specifically, 95% proved to be quite effective. And the weights, blotters, and non-woven fabrics from the previous day were removed before flattening of the folds by increasing the humidity and then drying it with a heated spatula, just to ensure that there was minimum moisture content in the artwork during the intervention. We didn't reattach the canvas edge using a starch glue that we decided to remove because it was contaminated and torn. The initial documental peer tape that we put in front to stitch the document. We removed with a 99% ethanol, and that was quite effective. It didn't remove any color or minimum loss. And then we used a heated spatula to apply on folds that were visible from the front, and a Mistral non-woven polyester in between, so we could add iron and flatten it. That I talked about. And it was interesting to note that at the back we found the different kinds of pigments that the artists used to color in the front. So we decided that these should also be preserved and consolidated. And we used Japanese 29 grams to ensure that it's well fixed. One section of the artwork was very damaged, and the lower section was played a rather important, which unfortunately also had a very important blackish zone or clot band paper mark on it that we decided we want to preserve. But this area also showed massive distortion, elongation of the paper due to previous moisture content, as well as the various different types of traces of adhesive use. We then proceeded to clean the clog zone by a succession of contributions of Tylose glue using a spatula and absorbent paper to reduce the humidity. So on the left we had what we started with, on the right is a picture of what we ended up with, and we lost a piece. And that is the marking that we decided to preserve. When we took off the linen band, we cut a Japanese paper window to make sure that is preserved. In the strip, there was eyelets, and we were concerned how this thing will be hung again, and so we decided that we will add various layers of Japanese paper, 45 grams, to make sure that we're able to hang the picture and reattach the wooden bands. Once the restoration materials have dried, waste and cardboard non-woven blotters were removed following by flattening of the folds using a heated iron, which I talked about. So that whole left-hand corner was the most damaged, so we actually left it overnight, weighted down with glass and bricks. Initially a strip, yes. So that's that. So the next day, work continued on the face, because we finished the back, but the face also had parts that were lifting that also required work from the front. So that was carefully re-adhered from the front. And pieces that were missing were infilled and later color filled. Infilled, color filled. And yes, we didn't, in the infilling phase, we didn't color any of the artworks. We only worked in the areas where no artwork was visible or had been performed. At the end of the day, the artwork looks like this. So over 90 years of being in a rundown storage room, the artwork can now be exhibited in its full splendor. And one of the advantages that I attributed to this was that the damage didn't allow it to be exposed, and consequently the colors that were used on the artwork still remained as vibrant as it was painted yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muck. Motti and Ms. Van Wyck. It's always interesting to see the intricacies of conservation. Thank you so much. All right, so next on our program, we're going to welcome to the podium Mrs. Roxanne Buckner. She's Senior Director at the National Gallery, and I particularly wanted her, I advocated for her because I don't think we talk enough about the art collection. Yes, I'm sorry about this, I keep forgetting. Do you have any questions for Mr. Motti and Ms. Van Wyck at all? Anybody have any questions? Okay, Mrs. Prowl has questions. Mike.
Hi, hello. Hi, Brad and Janine. This is Nicole. Just to ask. Hi, how are you?
Good. Be good.
Okay, great. Just to ask, for your museum, how do you deal with, in terms of fumigation, do you do fumigation or do you do non-fumigation? What methods do you use? Just curious.
We look, because these eco museums is a formulation of 12 different museums. So things from 12 different museums came into a storage facility. And we have one floor like the African Studies, which has material from all over Africa. And unfortunately, one year we had a failure in our environmental system, and then we had an outbreak or such a huge infestation of, I think, about 7 different species eating one another. So we were forced to fumigate. And following that, we instituted an integrated pest management program where we would set traps and we would only fumigate if necessary, if an infestation has been established. But in saying that, after that infestation, we decided let's try and do an annual fumigation once a year, because the problem is if you have an infestation of gigantic proportions, you don't have the capacity to save your collection. And especially when you have mixed collections, what are you going to do when you got such a huge collection? So we decided let's fumigate once a year as a precautionary measure. So that we do annually too.
Those of us who work with special collections, we understand that problem, don't we, Mrs. Prowl? Yeah, we do. Any other questions? Anybody else has any other questions? Comments? Okay, no. Again, thank you, Mr. Motti and Ms. Van Wyck. All right.
Comment? I just want to say, you know, to do this project, we didn't have the finances. We didn't have the manpower, because it would take us 3 months away from our job. And what about the 12 museums we look after? So Janine actually said this is actually a alternative to the ways we think about conservation, because the company came to us and they came to South Africa in the wake of the Cape Town Jagger Library fire. And they set up a digitization and conservation unit. And they were trying to make inroads into the African continent. So they partnered with us, and they carried most of the costs for this exercise. So I think, you know, going forward, there are companies like that who actually source funding for preservation and conservation projects that can be beneficial to libraries and museums.
Interesting insight. Again, that's another issue that we deal with, funding here for preservation and conservation practice. Okay, so we're now going to move on, as I was started saying, to Mrs. Roxanne Buckner. She has been the Senior Director of the National Gallery of Jamaica since February 2022. She possesses vast museum and administrative experience, as well as procedural knowledge of the gallery from working in various posts. At the gallery, Mrs. Buckner has served as Director of Finance and Administration, board secretary, and records and information manager, a post she held for over 21 years. She has a very deep understanding and sense of the National Gallery of Jamaica's mission and needs based on her fulsome knowledge of the organization over her 28-year tenure. She's a holder of a master's degree in heritage studies from the University of the West Indies. Mrs. Buckner? And her presentation will be Challenges and Opportunities Facing Preservation and Conservation at the National Gallery of Jamaica.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Yolande. All right. So we're looking at challenges and opportunities, as Yolande says, facing preservation and conservation at the National Gallery. Hands up, how many persons have visited the National Gallery recently? Ever visited at all? Okay, fair enough. All right, so I'll give a little background on the National Gallery of Jamaica. Okay. Sorry. Okay, the National Gallery was established in 1974 with what we could term as a seed collection of 262 works from the Institute of Jamaica. It was first located at Devon House, and then it relocated in 1982 to downtown Kingston Mall on the waterfront. The collection now stands at over 2,300 works, dating in date ranges from circa 1000 AD to present. The gallery is mandated to host at least 3 or 4 to 4 exhibitions per year, and the works in the collection have media ranging from canvas, paper, textile, PVC, wood, ply, stone, plaster, audiovisual, and board. Also, the gallery is the largest of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. Now, to give an idea of the range of works, I'm just going to show a few pieces. These are in the National Collection. The first one is made of plaster, second one is a bronze work, and the third is the civil carving, and that's stone. We have here wood, lignum vitae, and this is a zemi from the Taino period, circa 1000 AD, and this is a wood piece. And we also have this in our collection. As you see, it's a decked out car. So these are the type of materials that we have to deal with when we're looking on conservation. Also, with the exhibitions, we have a lot of varying materials coming in. The top photo is a ceiba tree, a cotton tree, that was hollowed out and turned into a drum. And below you have bottles and other elements that artists would use in their work. Not working. Okay. And this is just a present view of the gallery. So continuing with the background of the gallery, the staff structure, headed by the senior director, we have 2 departments, curatorial and the finance and administration department. And these are the persons that work in each department. Additionally, in terms of, this is just for background, the budget, we receive a subvention from government and we get no allocation for conservation or for acquisition. So therein our challenges start to become evident. At times, yes, we do get some sort of funding when we approach embassies, Chase Fund, TEF, and other places, and we will get some form of donation, but of course it's never enough. So, the challenges that we face, the National Gallery of Jamaica has been growing without accompanying improvements to the storage and conservation infrastructure. This growth has potentially increased the vulnerability of the collected items. It has increased incidences of inadvertent damage. Also, incidences of advancing deterioration will go unchecked. Now, why I say unchecked, the deterioration can happen because artists tend to use at times unconventional materials like sand and house paint in their works, and the fluctuation in temperature, because there's so much and they're scattered all over, we are not really mindful at times, or we are unable to really keep a track of it, because if you see on the staff structure before, we only have one conservator, 2,300 works. So you can imagine how stressful it is for that one person to be able to look at all of those. Additionally, we also have the potential, it also limits the National Gallery's capacity to continue to collect widely, threatening the institution's record of stewardship of a collection held in public trust. For years, we have practiced preventative conservation where possible as a way to safeguard the collection. However, we are approaching a point where plans now have to be put in place for restoration of major pieces. Key factors that have been identified as the root of our challenges: staffing and work areas, funding, space, and infrastructure. In terms of staffing and work areas, it is evident that a sole conservator is not sufficient to manage over 2,300 works. Over the 49 years of existence, the gallery has only had 2 conservators, Stanley Barnes, and he died in 1988, leaving the post vacant for 27 years until we had Ms. Salke join us in 2015. And unfortunately, Ms. Salke left us in April 2023. So we are now at a further disadvantage. The working areas of the gallery for conservation, it's really limited. We don't have space. The building itself was built initially as a shopping mall. So we had to retrofit the building to fit our needs. And as the collection grew over the years, you know, we started, as I said, with 260, move up until 2003. It's obvious that we are having a space issue. So in terms of even a conservation lab space, here we see Ms. Salke, and she was with us on the ground in a lab, in a gallery area that we had to close off to make as a makeshift conservation lab. We ideally should have areas where we quarantine works, and we just don't have the space for that. Funding. As previously mentioned, the gallery has never been in receipt of funding to undertake conservation or preservation interventions. We have had over the years to be quite innovative and seek funding through, as I mentioned earlier, agencies, but these are not specifically targeted. Okay. This thing not cooperating with me this morning. All right, I'm sorry about that. All right, I mentioned one of the factors, and that's space. The Kingston Mall location was built, as I said, as a shopping mall, and the collection has outgrown the space. We are now forced to rent off-site storage. That's at a warehouse, and of course, you know, that is not a suitable environment for long-term storage of artworks. Additionally, since it's not a purpose-built space, the gallery has need for unified storage areas. At present, works not in view are spread throughout 14 storage areas, and we have to close exhibition space from as far as 2008 to now to serve as storage space, because we're really bursting at the seams. So here we have examples of storage areas that we have. And what we have done is also contracted gallery spaces by building putting in walls and doors to make storage areas. The middle one, the Edna Manley storeroom, actually that is a storage space in the wall. So whenever we're having to access it, we have to take down the works and pull down the wall to get to the works stored behind. Of course, you know that this is not a tenable situation for storing and preserving works of art. All right, I mentioned earlier that we had to close gallery spaces. Two of our most prized works, installation art, the Don Scott installation, popularly called The Ghetto. I don't know if anybody visited and know The Ghetto, right? And the David Boxer Riefenstahl Requiem. These are in the gallery spaces that are closed from 2008. The building itself, as I mentioned, is not ideal for a gallery. However, we have made it work. We rely heavily on consistent air conditioning to maintain some semblance of climate control, as we do not have a humidity system in place. The building has aged, and with aging, wear is evident. In particular, we are noticing now effects of the salt air affecting not only the building, but because of the vent system, you'll have this air coming in when the AC units are down, and you will notice a little buildup of white around certain areas in the gallery. We have, the building is what you call now a prefabricated building. So the seams where they are joined, you'll now notice that they are opening, and you are seeing leaking and other things coming in. We also suffer from mold at times and poor air quality. All this is challenging to our efforts at conservation and preservation. This is the effects that this salt air is having on the building outside. So while we're looking at conservation of the works of art and preservation of the works of art on the inside, the building that houses it, we also have to be very careful and ensure that we also do some form of preservation of it. All right. Another challenge is the location of the building, and that's on the waterfront. Over the years, we have set up disaster management plans. In 1988, when we had Gilbert, the entire downstairs, ground floor of the gallery flooded right up to the balconies. So whenever we have the threat of hurricane or a storm or anything like that, all movable works of art have to be taken upstairs. And that is a mammoth task. At times we'd have to get external help to help us to carry all these works upstairs. Then we'd put them in areas that we have deemed as safe and tent them, putting tarpaulins over the space in case the roof leaks or water comes in through the vent system. All right, so how do we address some of these challenges? Additionally, I'm to say, because of the amount of the retrofitting of the space, we use a lot of ply and lumber, so we also have the threat of termites, and that can also migrate into the wooden sculptures and the structures of the work. So we also have a maintenance schedule where we have companies come in consistent on a scheduled basis to do termite treatment of the work, and also for rodents and other insects. Opportunities. How do we address some of these challenges? All right, over the years we have forged collaborations with embassies and consulates in Jamaica. For example, Spain and the United States Embassy and the US Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation. In 2008, we received some funds to offset restoration of 5 paintings which were sent to the Western Center for the Conservation of Fine Arts in Denver, Colorado. And then between 2020 to 2023, we received a grant of $42,500 to fund the preparation of a comprehensive proposal for a larger grant of over US $300,000. Now, this proposal was submitted, the first proposal was submitted to the US Ambassadors Fund, spearheaded by Ms. Salke, miss her terribly. However, out of 160 proposals, the gallery zone came up in the top 20, Joel? Yes. And they thought it had merit, so they approached us and said that, explained to us what it is that we needed. And they gave us a smaller grant in order to hire the professionals that we need to do all the reports, MEP reports, collections assessment, all of that, in order to prepare and bid for the larger grant of $300,000. We explained in the grant that we need a conservation lab. We also need to consolidate our storage areas and to embark upon intensive, preventative and conservation of the few works of art that are in need of it. Thankfully, we got an assessment done, the collection assessment, so we are quite affair with the needs of our collection. So here we have, in 2008, when we got the $27,000 US grant, that is a grant proposal on the right. And the Embassy of Spain that I mentioned earlier, they restored this work for us. I had mentioned earlier that sometimes we may have inadvertent damage done to works because of the shifting around and the makeshift storerooms that we have and the moving of works. And this work unfortunately got some damage, but it was restored. All right, opportunities. Second up, we have alliances. And we have benefited from conservation intervention from borrowing institutions like Yale and MASP in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Normally, we have active persons have been actively borrowing works of art from the National Gallery. Jamaica's art is well known and loved internationally, so we always have quite a few requests for loans. Sometimes when we do lend the works, they will contact us and ask us, inform that they see certain need for restoration or conservation and ask if we can give them permission to do so. There is a process involved, and once we're satisfied that the work will be safe, then we will give the go-ahead. So for our Belisario works in our pre-20th century, the Yale University did some stabilization and restoration of the frames, because the frames are from the same 1840. They are the original frames on the work. And we are now currently in conversation with the Cuban embassy to develop a conservation program. We have discussed having workshop training, doing exchange, sending persons to train in Cuba or sending Cuban nationals out here to teach conservation methods, and also to hire Cuban nationals to do some form of restoration on our works of art. Any opportunity for training, we have also made use of that to upskill our staff members. In 1999 and 2000, in collaboration with School of Conservation and Restoration in Mexico, they conducted workshops here twice and taught just basic restoration and conservation methods to staff members and other members of staff from external places like the Edamame School of College and other School of Art, and other divisions of the Institute of Jamaica. We've also benefited from training in archival management in China, 2006 and 2018, and recently we have persons now from the Institute of Jamaica in China on workshop training. And recently, about last week, we had our registrar, our records information manager, the present one. He went to Cuba on a workshop funded by UNESCO, and that is training in traditional trades in restoration of heritage. So he did stone, masonry, and things along unconventional materials. We also use the opportunity to do in-house training to upskill staff. As you see on the staff structure, we have a limited amount of staff, and they do almost everything. You would never find one person would be doing 2-3 different roles. So it's important to ensure that everybody is okay with basic preventative conservation techniques. So when Ms. Salke was there, she developed a program, she conducted workshops, and if you go online, you'll see where she has done it on our YouTube channel as well. And she also developed how to conduct museum checks, record, and how to interpret the findings. Okay, so those are the opportunities that we have, but we have also over the years learned that we cannot sit on our laurels and depend on other persons. So we have gone about in creating opportunities for ourselves. So in order to generate funds technically for conservation and preservation, but also acquisitions. For our acquisitions, our collection, as I mentioned earlier, grew from 262 to over 2,300. To point out, this is not from purchases. We have been getting a lot of donations. One collector donated 219 works in '99. Recently, our former chief curator, who passed in 2017, donated from his collection 92 works. So we do have an issue on how we're going to store these works, how we're going to preserve these works, and when we have conservation needs, what it is that how we're going to go about it. So the idea to fund all of this, because we have recognized that we are going to need it. The gallery is 49 years old, it will be 50 next year, and as you see, we have not had a consistent conservation or preservation program, and for the sake of longevity for the collection, for, as our mandate says, future generations, we have to come up with ways in which to preserve the artifacts that we are entrusted with. So some of the proposals are like monetizing the collection, meaning charging for images for publication. We do get a lot of requests. We're also looking at charging fees for artwork loan to overseas museums. We do facilities rentals, because you would be surprised the gallery is very popular as a venue for company and corporate events, and we even have someone asking about having a wedding there. So all that funds generated, yes, that fund we will put towards the conservation and preservation needs of the gallery. We are also diversifying the items. We have a gift shop, so we want to develop products from the works of art and offer them for sale. And we also want to re-establish our successful programs like the art fairs and auctions, and do a concerted, aggressive marketing strategy to increase footfall or visitorship in the gallery. Now, you may ask why we don't look into digitizing the collection. Yes, we are doing that. However, digitizing of a collection of works of art is not the same as seeing it physically. So we would digitize for the sake of records keeping and for our database and for researchers. But in terms of the artwork, it's best to have the physical thing. We are at a disadvantage. Our budgets, we never, as I mentioned, never get funds for conservation, preservation, none of that. And we rely heavily on the generosity of persons. Another way in which we have artworks conserved is you have private collectors out here, and they do carry in conservators. And because of the relationship with the gallery and the love of the art, they would offer to come and do basic conservation interventions on some of our works of art. Basically, that is what is the whole, in a nutshell, the challenges and the opportunities that the gallery is facing at this time with regards to its collection and the preserving of the collection. Any questions? You have a question?
Thank you. I have a question, and it's about, I think it's commendable what is being done in under the circumstances to conserve and preserve and so on. The building, has there ever been any thought given to, this might be a big ask, to move the building? Because where it's located, as you mentioned about the location so close to the water, the sea air and all of that, and the building that is deteriorating. Has there ever been any thought for a new building, a new art gallery?
Yes, in the 1990s, there was talk about moving the gallery and doing a purpose-built building on King's House land. We went as far as getting the drawings done, and there was some form of groundbreaking, and that was it. We have heard nothing since. So it is going to cost. The longer you wait, of course, the more expensive it will be to build such a building. And what I have found in my experience is we are not really a culture that value visual arts as we ought to, right? And the heritage, yes. And the funders, the persons who give us our funding, you have to be at them writing justifications, and you'll take years to get some funding to do something, and by then it's not sufficient to do what you want to do. So I believe even what I'm thinking, and this is what I'm proposing in order to sensitize persons more, I have recommended so far that members of our board, they are oriented and given job descriptions so they can know exactly, to get a better understanding of our needs and the importance of preserving what it is that we have and that we are entrusted with. Any more?
Sorry, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Morning, rather. I have a very controversial question, and it's bordered a little bit politics. I am quite aware that our particular field and our paraprofessionals in the field prior to the public sector salary review are poorly paid. Since staffing is an issue to retain competent and trained qualified person in the field has also been a challenge. Has the compensation review addressed that particular issue now?
All right, good question. And the answer, no, but with a but. They have, the review, as to my understanding, they have increased technical skills, persons with technical skills. However, persons who are more on the academic side of things, they are not properly compensated, and you will find anomalies that we have experienced where the supervisor is now getting less paid than the person they are supervising. So we are now on a program of revising job descriptions, making, putting forward an argument to Ministry of Finance and other places to see if we can do some movement along, lateral movement, and move persons up points and, to compensate for all of that. So and to be honest, the salaries were 5 years ago at what it is now, it would be good, but inflation is eating it out. So you have the complaints. I have been getting the complaints, and persons are really demotivated and dissatisfied.
Thank you.
No more questions? Yes, ma'am?
Yes, you mentioned over 200 items donated.
From one person, 219, from
Right.
Aaron Matalon and his wife in 1999.
So do you take everything? Is there a criteria for you to go by?
Yes, there is a criteria. We do have gaps. Once we do a comprehensive assessment of the collection, we have recognized gaps. There is a process when somebody makes the overture to us to donate something. It goes through the curatorial department, then we have an acquisitions and collections management committee. Then the review is done there, and if it goes further from there, if it's a yes, we carry it to the board and get final ratification there. It's not everything that is presented to us we can take, because you do have artists who would do works in a series, and you would have one work that is Market Woman 1, and somebody offer you Market Woman 3. It doesn't make sense you take the same work because they're almost alike.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Welcome.
I mean, there are other questions. I want to commend you on what is happening. Oh, Dr. Carr is here, I'm sorry. But
because you said that collection from Matamon, but you have it in storage.
No, we, all right.
Because
Not
I
all.
saw that you had like a corridor kind of thing where you have some of the collection.
Yes, we have, as I said, 2,300, and we have on view roughly 300 works. We do lend works to government agencies, and the Matalon collection is on view, some of it, and some their works on loan to these agencies as well. So it is getting public viewing and traction out there.
Okay, okay. So part of your, I'm just trying to understand, part of your policy too is that you don't necessarily have to display the item, but you can. There's something in the deed that would suggest that you could loan some of these.
Yes, we can loan them, and we do a rotation of the permanent galleries on view. So from time, because we have to rest some of the works.
Yeah.
The climatic condition is not as it ought to be. We rely heavily on the AC units.
Yeah.
The lighting as well, we are hard pressed to get the correct lighting. So you will have to rest some works. They can't be under the glare and take them out. Some of them we have to wrap. Salke will know all of that. We have to wrap them and store them, put them in the dark areas, and then we do a rotation. So we do get to refresh the collection and show some of the collections that we have.
Okay.
But as I said, space is really tight, and we have been contracting gallery spaces to store works.
Yeah, yeah. I will speak to you off air because I wanted to see whether we can go into a kind of a partnership. We have a very large art collection here in the library. I'm sure you're aware of it. Yes.
And you have some pieces from us here too, unknown.
And I think we loaned you a piece that we never got back. We never got back. Yeah, there was some mix-up with it, but it's fine. Some years ago, yeah, we have the record, and then they said that they couldn't find it. But I really was thinking of assistance, because you have somebody in-house who does conserving of the art.
Not anymore.
Oh, you mean it's that little lady?
Yeah, she has left. She left us in April.
Oh.
And I must point out, she's the only trained person for art, works on canvas, paintings in the island.
Oh dear.
So it's really a rare skill that we're looking at, and we'd have to look at. That is the thing. You asked about compensation.
Yeah.
If you are going to court someone overseas, when they come here, the salary has to be what they can, would be able to live off if they were in their country. So therein lies one of our challenges.
Why, it's sad though. And we you see, the thing is, we don't have in Jamaica any kind of commercial gallery, that people who have money. I mean, I know we have some small ones.
All right. The commercial art market was very vibrant,
Yeah.
let me be honest. And it was very good in the 90s and in early 2000. And then what happened, should I go down that road? When we had the cash plots all in all of those money schemes, persons were buying a lot of artwork and at huge prices. And then when that scheme died, they were trying to dispose of it, but they were going to sell it at a loss. And that caused persons to hoard, that caused the market to die. There was a downturn in the economy, so disposable income wasn't there for persons to now buy art. So a lot of factors contributed to that. There is no an uptick in the art market. I believe this is one of the benefits of COVID, because persons went online And we have noticed now that there's a lot of interest in Jamaican art, but in the art that we call intuitive, the intuitives.
Which I heard yesterday was a word created by us.
By David Boxer, yes.
And it's really, we should have the annotation that that Stanley spoke about this morning, because as a colleague said, in the UK, they have no knowledge. There is no comparable word to this intuitive, because intuitive was kind of portrayed as a below kind of the best, and they're not
naive folk, right? Yes, so the thinking
self-taught is you.
Self-taught, yes, yeah,
intuitive, wow.
Yes. And why the whole word intuitive came about is when you talk to these artists, our artists, they get dreams and visions and they try to put it on right. And Leonard Daly, all of these artists, Everald Brown with the drums and everything. So Dr. Boxer was looking and said, but this is a little more than just raw, naive art, it's your intuition. So that is how that whole thing came. And he was also trying to lift, just like how you have Haitian art, Cuban art, he wanted to create a canon for Jamaica. That's how the whole intuitive art came about. No problem, that's how we thrive.
All right. My other question to you, since you have displayed your art in spaces outside of the gallery, is that a source of revenue or just an understanding?
It was just an understanding. Now that we're looking into it, especially for overseas loans, we can charge. We are looking into that because one person who borrowed, one institution, they guarantee that within a 6-month period they would have over 100,000 persons passing through. When you look at what they charge as admission fee, it's billions of Jamaican dollars that would translate in with a euro admission fee. So we're saying to ourselves, they're coming to see our art, they are benefiting from it. Perhaps we can look into a way of getting some form of right for it. But when we do lend artwork, they are insured, and we have to get proof of insurance before they're even created. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Buckner. I think we're batting for 100 here. It's been good so far this morning. Now we're going to move on to Ms. Sacklish, who she has referred to several times during her presentation, so I'm sure you're all looking forward to her presentation. Ms. Sacklish is a conservator and lecturer based in Kingston, Jamaica. She's a graduate of the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts with a Bachelor in Fine Arts in Painting. She earned her master's degree in museology and conservation of objects of cultural and natural heritage from the St. Petersburg State University of Culture and Arts in Russia in 2014. There, she also received training in painting restoration from the Workshop of Restoration, the Painting Technique and Technology of the St. Petersburg State University of Culture and Arts. Now, when she came back to Jamaica in 2014, she began lecturing in conservation theory at her alma mater, and sometime later began her employ at the National Gallery of Jamaica as a conservator. As Mrs. Buckner mentioned, she left National Gallery and went to the National Library of Jamaica. She's no longer there, but she still lectures, she still trains. So I'm going to welcome to the podium Ms. Joelle Salke.
Wow. Thank you, everyone, and I must thank Mrs. Buckner for her words of praise. I feel like I did a lot, didn't I? Okay, so good morning, everyone. Good morning. Before I get too much into my presentation, there are a few disclaimers I must make, right? This presentation focuses mainly on tangible material culture, as said in the title. as I believe as a country we've made great strides in our intangible recognitions. I believe there's a general assumption that once an object or a building exists in any shape or form, only an act of God or malicious intent can get rid of it. However, this isn't the case with original documents. And as such, we need to ensure that there's systems in place to manage and maintain our tangible heritage. So much of the basis for this presentation is taken from my personal experience as a restorer for over 16 years, despite me coming back in 2014. I actually began my career immediately out of Edna in 2008. And I would like to also use this opportunity to thank the organizers for allowing me this platform to address some of my observations as a professional working in this environment. And I also need to say, these observations are not new. They're not individual to my experience as a conservator. Many of my colleagues, heritage practitioners, both practicing today and those in times gone past, have championed this cause, but the challenges still exist. And we as heritage professionals have a responsibility to continue to raise awareness until we have a solution to our problem. So this article and presentation essentially focuses on the pressing need to develop effective systems for the management of cultural heritage in Jamaica. Oop, click on. Muchas gracias, thank you. Right, so for this presentation, I have made some comparisons. In fact, I've looked into the systems by well-established conservation practicing countries, such as Australia and Germany, to essentially provide us with a guideline of what they're doing and how we can learn from their experience. Right. By comparison, Jamaica has a far way to go in terms of our management of our tangible heritage, and hopefully through presentations like this and discussions like this, we can come up with ways to do a better job of what we're doing. All right, I just pressed the button, yes? I pressed the button. Whoops. Oh, that. Thank you very much. Okay, so first and foremost, let's start off with the importance of cultural heritage conservation in Jamaica. So Jamaica is renowned for its rich heritage and engaging culture. It's a brand which is marketed globally and invokes a sense of pride and identity, whether by association or whether you're naturalized as a Jamaican, with the concept of being Jamaican. This brand is heavily dependent on the Jamaican people sustaining it, providing a continued supply of reimagined cultural experiences, as well as up-to-date research and discovery into existing avenues of culture. Cultural heritage management is not a generational event. It is a continuous and adaptive study to satisfy the needs of the Jamaican people, the diaspora, as well as the global consumers of Jamaican culture. So, cultural heritage management is the application of management techniques to conserve and develop a cultural resource so that they can remain to be a part of our cultural heritage with long-term value and benefits to the general public. These cultural resources include our architectural heritage. This includes our buildings, our structures, our monuments that have any historical or architectural significance, castles, for example, Stuart Castle, etc., and historic houses. Our cultural landscapes. These are landscapes shaped by human activities, cultural values, including gardens, parks, agricultural terraces, etc. Our movable cultural heritage. And this category covers smaller items such as paintings, sculptures, artifacts, and manuscripts. Our architectural site, or archaeological sites, forgive me, which covers ancient ruins, burial sites, and other archaeological remains. It also covers our museum collections, the artifacts and items displayed in a museum to represent various aspects of a culture's history. So these resources can be identified as original documents, And this is somewhat similar to what Dr. Griffith was talking about earlier this morning, right? When we're classifying them as original documents, this is regardless of their material type, their construction, etc. Within the context of tangible heritage and conservation, an original document is an authentic object that contains information specific to its production and function. So the original document can be virtually anything. As long as it was created by man, it was used to participate in a particular function, it maintains that information. It tells us why it was made, where it was made, what function it was made for, and how it survived a particular time period. So the funny thing about original documents, and again, documents not meaning paper, an original document in this context can be a car, it can be a house, it can be a painting, right? But the funny thing about these original documents is that they offer first-hand experiences, allowing viewers to interpret culture in a uniquely individual way. A lot of the times, many of us interpret culture or appreciate culture through second-hand sources, through a photograph, through a video that's taken by a human being who has a specific set of purposes, a specific set of goals that they're trying to accomplish in the documentation of that photograph. That photograph may not align with your personal preferences. You may want to look at the top-hand right corner of a painting, whereas the photographer or the videographer is taking an overall view of the entire painting, therefore limiting what you really can experience. Right? So when we're talking about the original document, and I'm going to stress this a little bit, it's important to understand that it needs the experience as a part of its interpretation. Right? Whoop. Back. Yeah. Back. There we go. All right. So, for example, standing in front of Eugene Hyde's Colonization 2, which is a painting belonging to the National Gallery of Jamaica, is a profoundly different experience to viewing it secondhand through a photograph or a video. Through the photograph, you have no real interpretation or understanding that this painting is massive. It's 61 by 164 inches, right? That's not something you experience looking through a photograph. You have to look at the original document. You have to be in the presence of that physical item. So heritage management really strives to protect and conserve the tangible to save the intangible. What we are saving here is the experience, the memory, the connections, the additional information attached to the object for present and future generations. Cultural heritage management is an inseparable part of the research of conservation, museology, archaeology, historical collections management, and other cultural sciences. Our cultural heritage plays a vital role in preserving Jamaica's heritage, or history, traditions, and identity. It fosters national pride, it motivates tourism, it contributes to sustainable development, etc., etc., etc. The benefits go on. And just like any other resource, it can be damaged. It can be exhausted or exploited if not managed properly or responsibly. Am I not doing this right? I am not. Forgive me. There we go. So we're going to move on to identifying challenges in the heritage conservation and management sector in Jamaica. And before I continue, let me just explain that there are a plethora of challenges that we face. Many of you as conservation or heritage professionals are already intimately familiar with some of the challenges that we have. However, for the purpose of this presentation, I have decided to isolate four. Okay, that was, sorry. 4 of the challenges, and they are as follows. Jamaica has a distinct lack of trained professionals. We have a lack of training, funding, and resources allotted to the development of the cultural management sector. As Mrs. Buckner had pointed out, some of these funds are not allotted, especially if it's a government subvention, it's not allotted towards conservation. We have natural agents of deterioration as well as natural disasters that we battle against. And there's a general lack of awareness from the general public, as well as neglect, somewhat deliberate, somewhat unintentional, based on circumstances. So for this presentation, I'm going to outline and discuss these 4 challenges as well as potential solutions for their resolution. Right. So addressing the lack of trained professionals. When interpreting ICOM's definition of the profession, a conservator restorer is recognized as a professional who utilizes a combination of scientific, technical expertise, as well as preservation know-how to retard or prevent the deterioration of documentary evidence significant to the physical representation of material culture. The profession demands extensive knowledge of history, technical skill, and science. And in the Jamaican context, many heritage professionals have been applying conservation methodologies based on their level of exposure, not specifically their level of training. From my experience, many of the conservators practicing in the island have either been self-taught out of necessity or trained using a mentorship, what I like to call Chinese telephone approach. These approaches have gone a long way to preserve the tangible culture that we presently have, but it's done little to advance the discipline or advance the profession as a whole, as it's limited to the personal interest and the level of experience of the communicator. And what I mean by that, and this is in no way, shape, or form to demean this particular practice. This is what we have and what we've been using, and it's been working for us thus far. However, when we are looking into new technologies and new designs, new methodologies in conservation, it's difficult to enter that discussion when you don't have the foundation in conservation science. And it is a science. It's treated as a scientific discipline. It's extremely complicated. And a lot of us, when we fall into that particular profession, we're not concerned about the chemical reaction between ammonia sulfate and oxygen. We're more concerned on whether or not this will get wet if we put it beside a piece of absorbent material. If I'm going to move it from one location to the other location, how best do I transport it and package it? Again, not demeaning anything, just to say it's what we have. Right. And while it's not a critique of the learning methodology, it does raise some interesting questions. How many conservators, restorers, heritage professionals are on the island? Right? How many of our restorers have received any sort of certification? And that is the restorers that are practicing now in their field of practice. How many of them fell into the profession and have had the privilege of advancing their education to be recognized both locally and international as a professional? So the lack of trained professionals, as well as a lack of local understanding of the profession, has opened the door for many unscrupulous, in most cases, untrained, inexperienced restorers to pop up. These restorers can do significant, irreversible damage to our heritage long before the damage is evident, with little or no penalty. All right? So in 2017, Laura Facey Cooper's Redemption Song, a bronze monument at the entrance of Emancipation Park, was ceremoniously restored with black marine paint, which, by the way, is an acrylic polymer paint on bronze. Most of the public outcry with regards to this particular event focused on whether or not the statue looked better painted black than the original brownish bronze color. The public may not have been aware of the devastation caused by the metal's specifically formed patina, which is essentially a form of corrosion. It's a corrosion product, but it can be used to work towards an item's benefit. It will eventually protect the metal over time. The artist had worked with a chemist to specialize a reaction, a natural reaction within the metal itself to protect it from the elements. Jamaica is hot, Jamaica gets rain and very balmy weather, and that patina did a fantastic job until its restoration. The public may not have been aware of the devastation caused by the metal's patina, originally created to exude a rainbow effect when struck by the sun, that was irrevocably lost. The public may also not have been aware of the damage to the fountain system, which was integral to the work caused by the melting acrylic polymer paint. The public may also not remember the artist's devastation caused by the visible damage to her seminal work. 6 years later, this event has virtually disappeared from public memory, but it joins other cohorts of botched restoration projects throughout the island that our local conservators have had to deal with annually. Without any ethical framework or training, the potential for abuse and exploitation of the profession is endless. How many more of our valuable tangible heritage objects have been restored to enhance their beauty to a damaging degree? How many more priceless objects of Jamaican heritage have been treated by individuals with no understanding of the legal or ethical standards intrinsic to the profession? What penalties are there for those who take advantage of the general ignorance of the public to supply this service? All right. Oop, sorry, I clicked too fast. There we go. So, addressing the lack of local training and funding resources allotted. As evident, there's a distinct lack of accredited conservation training locally, which is not surprising given the limited number of professionals. And while I may count myself as one of those professionals, I am of a smaller group of approximately 4 tertiary trained conservators. 4. In 2017, the Institute of Jamaica, organized by the National Museums Jamaica and the Heart Trust NTA, hosted a 15-week conservation training program aimed at providing an introduction to conservation practices. At the end of the training session, participants received a certificate. That certificate, to my knowledge, stands as the highest form of conservation training offered locally to this day. The Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts offers Conservation Theory 1 and 2, an introductory course similar to the one offered by the NMJ in 2017, from which students earn 6 university credits. The University of the West Indies offers courses aligned with museology and collections management that touch briefly on topics dedicated to heritage conservation. However, as a collective, none of these options qualify the practice of interventive conservation techniques without supervision from a trained conservation professional. That would be like attending a 15-week seminar on heart surgery and then executing heart surgery maybe the next month after the course. It's virtually unethical. Right. So, conservation training at the tertiary level is expensive, and I recognize it's a privilege to receive any form of conservation training overall, no matter the level. With annual budget cuts and no accredited local training options, heritage institutions simply cannot afford to send representatives overseas to receive the training needed. There's a reliance on free international training or grants, which is often very competitive and require documented proof of qualifications, which many of us just simply don't have. Recently, there was a training program offered with regards to the preservation of archives and library materials. And a part of the requirements for that grant was that if you wanted to apply, you had to submit a portfolio. You had to show the organizers that you had worked with the material, that you had been experiencing conservation issues in this particular field. And a lot of A lot of the people who fall into the profession don't know how to build a portfolio, don't know how to present that information to international grants. And as such, we have to compete with the entire world they have gone for 4 years of training at Courtauld. They have done how many years of training at Buffalo State, and they have all of that intrinsic information as a core part of their training that we now have to essentially try to stand up against. So we're addressing natural disasters and agents of deterioration. And this is something that is extremely common. As a heritage professional, you know the start of June, your heart starts to palpitate a little bit faster because it is the start of the hurricane season. You're gonna have to start looking out for leaks, mold, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Jamaica is no stranger to natural disasters. Within 6 months, with an estimated 6-month period of rainy hurricane season and our proximity to earthquake fault lines in the region, protecting tangible heritage requires stringent preventive conservation measures to ensure the physical safety of the original document. In addition to this, our celebrated sunshine and balmy tropical paradise environment is, according to the International Conservation Environmental Standards, devastating to the longevity of tangible collections. Internationally, the recommended standard states for complex collections, and this includes collections that are made up of more than one type of material, whether it's a painting and it contains furniture, et cetera, et cetera. The recommended standard is a relative humidity of plus or minus 5% and a recommended temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. 22. Jamaicans exist in 30 degrees Celsius weather. Imagine walking from off the road, off the street, into a museum environment that's at 22. You're going to need a sweater, you're going to need a scarf, you're going to need gloves. It's ridiculous. These conditions are difficult and expensive to maintain, as Ms. Buckner had illustrated in her presentation previously. And in addition to the relative humidity and the temperature requirements, we have an additional 8 more threats, agents of deterioration as they're called, that require expert knowledge to navigate successfully without causing long-term damage and distortion to the information contained within the original document. For an example, we have incidents of fire as recorded as an agent of deterioration. One of the most common ways that people think of extinguishing a fire is to throw water on it. But then you're gonna cause water damage. So, okay, now you have to find an alternative to extinguishing fire. Most people come up with a chemical solution. One of the most popular for a time was something that removed the oxygen in the environment. That's great, but if you are a heritage professional, you're working in an environment and your space suddenly catches fire and your only system is to remove the oxygen to suppress the fire, you as a heritage professional, you're just gone. You're expendable, right? Which you're not. You're very invaluable to our goal, right? So it requires a very trained, knowledgeable understanding of how to navigate these problems that we face. There are physical forces, whether things fall off, biological threats, which include pests, molds, etc., light threats, temperature threats, as we've mentioned previously. There's also the threat of pollution in our environment. A lot of us have to open windows. The smog from outside may or may not contain sulfur, which may cause chemical reactions on the surfaces of our artifacts. So, to move on from this, we also have neglect and the lack of awareness. Conservation is a very expensive and time-consuming discipline. Resources necessary to carry out treatment more often than not have to be imported into the country. Jamaican customs documentation is extremely tedious and it requires detailed chemical breakdowns of materials being brought in and their justification. In addition to that, the conservation profession as a whole is extremely conservative, and I know I use the word in the definition, but what I mean by that is we're not expected to advertise or market the work that we have done to restore an object. We are meant to be invisible, behind the scene, because what we are preserving is the information with the original document. If I were to alter it in any way, shape, or form, if I decided to make myself the primary in terms of the information that is received on an object, it's no longer what the original artist intended. It now becomes something that I have done. So we work behind the scenes to ensure that the object is stable. We ensure that whatever interventive methodologies need to be taken are done properly. However, at the end of the day, we do not walk away with our signature attached to the painting. So a lot of people are not aware of what has been done. They see the final result and it looks great, but they're not really understanding the 85 steps it took to get it to that position or to that point. And we can't really advertise it. We can't really say, well, I did this. Look at the amazing work that I did. That's not the goal of our profession. As well as a lot of the local population is unaware of the value of their tangible heritage. This is in no shape or way their fault. However, we must do more to motivate and to inform the public about what it is we have. But to do that, we are going to need to know what we have in the first place. A lot of countries, especially Australia, they have heritage lists from which they have already documented their heritage. It's accessible, it is readily available in educational formats. We don't have that just yet. In addition to that, we have inadequate legal and policy frameworks. In the absence of comprehensive legal and policy frameworks for cultural heritage, we open ourselves up to a variety of issues. For example, the lack of a unified agreement with regards to the protection of our cultural heritage allows for the abuse and sometimes a malicious intent use by unscrupulous people who try to profit from the profession. We also have the two most prominent acts that need to be updated, some of which don't even fully address the extent of cultural heritage that we have on the island. There's no effective enforcement of any particular penalty if anything is supposed to happen. I'm aware the JNHT, the Jamaica National Heritage Trust, offers a fine for those who maliciously damage heritage. However, the fine ranges from approximately $20,000 up to a couple $100,000, which really does not inspire fear if it were meant to do that, if you understand. We also don't have a signed UNESCO convention. We have a lot of our tangible heritage being exported from the island without our knowledge, without our recognition. And there's nothing to stop it. We're talking about how we want our objects repatriated back from the British Museum. Well, we don't even know what there is to have outside of the documentation that they've already provided. There's no signed UNIDROIT convention, which in addition to the signed UNESCO convention would prevent the illicit trade of tangible heritage across our borders. That has not yet been ratified. There's also no ratified code of ethics or professional standards for cultural heritage management. And that poses a distinct problem because without an accreditation body Without a regulatory board, a lot of these things are not reported or even recognized. So in 2003, the UNESCO devised an international solution to combat the illicit trade of cultural property, and that was what the UNESCO Convention essentially was about. And it was created in a way to allow our local heritage laws to be consulted so that they could be used to facilitate the return of items should they be imported or exported illegally. Oops, no, let me move on to the next one. Okay, so this is a screenshot taken from the UNESCO page. When you type in Jamaican laws, the only one that they have really registered is the Institute of Jamaica Act, and it does not fully describe the themes that are outlined within the act itself. So that being said, that I've outlined the challenges, we're going to enter into some of the practices performed by Germany. Germany has a decentralized approach to heritage management. And what that means is that it uses the collaboration between the national and regional agencies, between the federal and the local governments for the protection of cultural heritage. It has designated historic sites and buildings, forgive me, getting panicky. Historic sites and buildings in Germany are often designated as protected monuments at various government levels. These designations come with legal protections and guidelines for conservation. Oops. There's also public and private partnerships. Heritage conservation also involves collaboration between government agencies, non-governmental agencies, as well as private entities. For example, organizations like the German Foundation for Monument Protection play a crucial role in the conservation of historic buildings. There's also a strong emphasis on documentation and research. Documentation and research within the German context requires analysis of cultural heritage sites, as well as comprehensive records and archives that are maintained to support conservation efforts. Germany also employs an active public awareness campaign. It promotes public awareness and education about cultural heritage. Museums, cultural institutions, and educational programs play a key role in engaging the public with their heritage. Conservation is also not a secret. You are allowed to interact with the conservation professionals. More often than not, their conservation treatments are done open to the public to some degree, to allow the public to see the process of conservation as it is happening. All right, so finally, maintenance and restoration. Germany has a very robust restoration and conservation society environment, if I want to call it that. Their tertiary educations supply and produce qualified conservation professionals, regardless of their discipline, whether it be painting, sculpture, etc. Skilled artisans and craftsmen are often employed to do restoration work, and in most cases, they have to register with an organization to prove that they have the required certification and the level of skill. In form, it works like a license. And what happens is that if they abuse their ethical standards in any way, shape, or form, their license can be revoked, and the cultural sector gets a notification that they're no longer viable as options for restoration work. Great. So now we're going to look a little bit at Australia. Similarly to Germany, Australia manages heritage conservation through the use of national and state agencies. In Australia, heritage management is also a shared responsibility between federal and state and local governments. The federal agency responsible for heritage protection is the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, which oversees the Australian Heritage Council. As mentioned previously, Australia has a system of heritage, a listing, at both national and state levels. The National Heritage List, the Commonwealth Heritage List, and individual state heritage registers identify and protect heritage places. Oh dear, let me speed up. In addition to this, they have other particular similarities when it comes to community engagement. They focus on people-centered conservation or people-centric conservation, which requires the support and the help of the people to maintain and preserve their local spaces as well as their tangible heritage. Right? So they both combine legal protections with active stewardship, education, and community involvement, and both provide benefits and incentives to heritage owners through the form of heritage exempt certificates, which essentially work as tax rewards or tax benefits. So how we address some of the challenges that we have? Well, naturally, we start off by building capacity. We need more heritage professionals. We need people, especially our local population or public, to see that there is a viable profession in heritage management, right? We need to find ways to invest. We need to find ways to execute scholarship programs, establish programs to provide financial incentives, to pursue education and training in heritage management and conservation. We also need to collaborate with educational institutions, collaborate with universities and technical schools to develop a heritage management program and courses to ensure that they meet international standards, in addition to creating our own standards. We need to have workshops, capacity building workshops, organize training sessions for heritage enthusiasts, community members, and potential professionals to improve their skill and knowledge. We need to increase government funding, plain and simple. Advocate for the increase of government funding to heritage management programs and initiatives. We allocate resources specifically for training and capacity building. We offer or find ways to get grants, charitable foundations, heritage organizations to provide funding, especially for conservation projects, as Mrs. Buckner had mentioned for the National Gallery of Jamaica that was done with the AFCP. These funds can be used for activities such as restoration, repair, documentation, and more importantly, research. Right? We can develop tax incentives. Many other countries offer tax incentives to individuals or organizations that contribute to heritage conservation. These incentives may include tax credits, deductions, or exemptions for expenses related to conservation, maintenance, and heritage properties. Right? One of them we've been doing successfully as best as we can, which means implementing disaster risk management policies and procedures. We just continue doing that, being proactive, using whatever preventive knowledge that we have to ensure the longevity and safety of our cultural items. And finally, raise public awareness, engage the public. Fostering awareness and building community involvement will definitely ensure that our objects are valued appropriately and they're stored and maintained for future generations. Okay. So, I had some suggestions for engaging or enhancing our legal and policy framework. Simply strengthening the legal frameworks that we have currently existing related to cultural heritage management ensures the protection of our endangered objects. We enact and enforce punitive laws that effectively discourage damage or deterioration or abuse in any way, shape, or form. We can develop a national database. And again, none of this information is new. This has been a discussion that's been going on for as long as I've been alive. However, it keeps getting pushed back. We need to bring it to the forefront so that people are aware that this issue is present. It needs to be addressed repeatedly. Policy development cannot happen in a vacuum. We need a consensus between recognized professionals in the profession to help bolster our policies and ensure that they adequately meet our needs. And we need to avoid the temptation of policy just for policy's sake. I know recently the government had embarked on a plan to strengthen existing policies within their government agencies. That's great, but doing it just because without having an actual needs assessment done, without understanding what exactly you're trying to enact or enforce, is detrimental in the long run to the preservation of our artifacts. So with that, there are a lot of challenges. However, I do think that we have the potential to address them, at least within the next 20 to 25 years. I think that we need to understand the value of our heritage professionals. Again, we need to recognize that we're not necessarily preserving the object itself, but the information associated with that object. And as such, you need trained professionals who know how to handle that information without causing damage or deterioration or distorting it in any way, shape, or form. So that being said, I hope I have caught my 5-minute timeline. Thank you for your attention. Have a good day.
Mm-hmm. The fines are going to go up significantly because we have recognized that it's a deterrent, and the National Gallery Heritage Trust and some other divisions of the museum, of the Institute of Jamaica, we have been having sensitization workshops with persons at customs to help them to identify, when persons are trying to sneak out or steal our cultural heritage artifacts. So even if they're not aware, they are so sensitized that it would raise a red flag and they detain these things. There are some horrific stories out there.
Oh no,
even with birds and eggs that were stolen and put into biscuit containers just to steal these birds, these eggs, and carry them as far as New Zealand they ended up in. So it is ongoing, and I am happy that government agencies or the relevant government agencies are seeing this, and they are finally, moving towards rectifying this situation.
I know. I agree with you, especially with regards to the JNHT Act. I am aware, and the government has been doing this for a very, very long time. There's documentation. Well, one of the earliest forms of documentation I found as a student was the indication that in 2010 the JNHT Act was going to be revised. Again, in 2018, it was reported that the JNHT Act was going to be revised. We're in 2023. And while I'm not necessarily accusing the government of dragging its feet, okay, no, that's exactly what I'm doing, I'm sorry. But we need to have this done faster, because in the meantime, a lot of things are slipping through the cracks. And while I appreciate the attempt and I understand the legal issues that they're having behind it, it needs to speed up. It needs to happen quickly. One of the more recent things, and I think both of us went to that particular session, where they were identifying Jamaica Taino artifacts on sale at an auction house in the United States. How did they get out of the country? How were they allowed to be put on that platform? Was there no question of their provenance? What what caused that to happen. And the issues that we have now, in addition to the lack of awareness, in addition to our customs agents not necessarily recognizing what it is, because to be honest with you, a lot of the Taino artifacts do not appear to be as polished or refined as, let's say, a sculpture by Barrington Watson that is immediately recognizable as an artifact or an object, right? Is that there's just a general lack of awareness and a general lack of the impact this is having on the narrative of Jamaican identity that's left behind. So, again, you know, it's just, I wish it happened faster.
I know it's almost approaching lunchtime, but I think there's also a lack of awareness in many of our monuments are being destroyed as we go through our construction.
Yes.
I was kind of surprised the Wayne Bridge out by Ferry was destroyed when they were doing the expansion of the road. Around by Port Royal, I mean, I like to do a lot of driving, so I come across is unusual. There is a dated bridge, part of the road, the original road to Port Royal is actually in the mangrove. And because it's actually dying of the mangrove, I actually saw the date on that particular bridge, which was hidden and it's not labeled. The second part of the bypass, just by leaving Spanish Town going on Old Harbour Road, the original road was painted just by a pork shop right there, off the original main road. And if you travel other districts in Jamaica, you'll see a lot of monuments, historical things are being destroyed and not being taken into consideration.
Yes.
So it's not just exporting out of the country, our own local things are being defaced,
Exactly.
are being removed in light of modern construction. When you travel overseas, you see they build around them, they create the space and label them properly so that the heritage actually lives on. Just a minute.
Very quickly, if in 2023 you're saying there are only 4 properly trained conservators?
At the tertiary level, yes.
Right. So, and I hear what you said about lack of training, and so if you target training programs and so on, but how are you going to attract persons to want to, take up the training opportunities? Are you going into high schools? Are you targeting like change of profession persons who might be considering changing a profession and so on? Because even if you have these training programs at the university or college or Hart or wherever, how are you going to get the uptake for persons? Do you have persons who are saying we want to be conservators, and how do you go about that, if you saw that?
Yeah, it's a valid question, and you're right to a degree. One of the issues that we face, in addition to not being popularly known, is that we're not well funded. So a lot of these initiatives have to be done personally. You have to, as a conservator, go out into that environment and make the public awareness known. You don't really have the time. As mentioned before, if you are responsible, and by the way, even though there are 4 of us, there are really only 3 of us practicing within the field. Again, it's due to lack of awareness and lack of financial benefits, because this doesn't really pay a lot, right? You have particular challenges of trying to take this project on as a personal project, as a conservator, in addition to all of the responsibilities you have to safeguard culture. It's very exhausting. But what is known is that once people know about it, they're interested. Once our tertiary students know about conservation, they do want to pursue it as a field of study. But then they have issues. I have been teaching conservation theory for almost 8 years, and every year I have a batch of students who want to pursue conservation. But to study conservation in a territory closest to ours, let's say the United States, it is more than they can afford. And in addition to this, our tertiary conservation training in the United States, they do not accept you at the master's level, at the graduate level, if you had not already done conservation before for your undergraduate. So it's, you know how difficult it is. You have to enter the undergraduate program before you can move up to the graduate program. And they're expensive. The last time I checked, it was near $34,000 US dollars to study conservation at the Buffalo State University. Like, a lot of our students, again, are coming from single parent incomes, and they're barely making it in the tertiary society, much less to then go abroad and have to find housing and materials to execute this particular thing. It's extreme. And then come back and receive poorer salaries, you know. The better option that we have is sending them to Europe. But now Europe is so unstable. Example, my personal experience, I ended up in Russia, not because I loved Russia, but because Russia was offering free training, right? And that is what I wanted to pursue. So we do have an interest. People are very eager. It's just that they simply don't have the resources.
The mural in the chapel, that back piece, was it a botched job? That for months and months when I used to go into the chapel, it was almost like a black thing was over it. The stained glass right to the, when you're sitting.
Oh, at the University Chapel?
Chapel here, the University Chapel.
To be honest with you, I haven't seen it.
Oh,
I haven't been in there.
Something was done to it recently, but like maybe about 2 years ago, it had some kind of thing over it, and I was trying to figure out if it was a botched. Oh, yeah, it was.
We have quite a few of botched restoration jobs throughout the island.
Oh. Yeah, it was like so bad, but I think they tried to do something. So the last time I went in there, it didn't look as badly as it looked before. So I just wondered if you knew as well.
Oh, no, I wasn't aware of it.
Okay.
I wasn't aware
The other thing I wanted to say is the same thing that you talked about in terms of when you restore, you get no recognition, because the Belgian embassy brought in somebody to redo that art on the, you know, the one that was done in the mural that was done in the late, the year of the child, right?
Oh, the one on the building.
Right,
Okay.
Was it about 4 years ago? Bernadette, when you just came here, when was it again, 2018? Yes, the Belgian embassy paid for an artist to come, but of course, I don't even remember the artist's name now. So it's the main person who did it. Mm-hmm. That was the person that they talked about.
Hello. In 2019, that was the 40th anniversary of the two Claude Rayer murals that are on the campus. And they had commissioned the restoration about 2 times throughout its lifetime, but that year marked its 40th anniversary. So the Belgian embassy had taken that keen interest. They got the artists to come to Jamaica as well in the first instance.
Yeah, we as conservators, we gain our recognition through our documentation. And then our documentation is presented in academic formats such as this. So the general public has no knowledge of what it is that we do. We present a paper, people listen to it, and then we walk away. It's a little tragic, but it's the nature of the profession. That's what we signed on for, and it's something that we take pride in. You know, you're supposed to look at an object and appreciate it in its entirety without knowing that, oh, Joel Salke did that right there, that little section there, that's Joel Salke's. It's a work by the artist who did it in his style. I have no presence. I'm invisible. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Salke. And this is not the last time we'll be seeing her. She'll be demonstrating some of her techniques tomorrow in our workshop. So those of you who haven't signed in, if you didn't, you're going to miss some great stuff tomorrow for the workshop. So now we're going to go to break for lunch, and we will continue with the program after lunch, because as you can see, we have lost a little time. So we're going to take the lunch break now. See you in 45 minutes.
The University of the West Indies is firstly a university. The university's main role is to strengthen the rule of the rich over the society and to keep down the poor.
The university has a role to play in terms of building up a consciousness of the region.
The whole thing of conceptualizing, of ordering our experience in some sort of rational way is a responsibility that, of course, we cannot shelve if we are serious about development and nation building.
Extension of scholarship, knowledge and understanding. This is the primary role. Any other role must be regarded as secondary, including its social role. The role of a university in any community is to further the educational interests of that community. Educational interests not in the narrow sense of being academic education alone.
The university is people serving people. It is not the physical space of the campus that is most important, but the graduates who come out to serve their countries. The graduates who come out to serve their countries. This is the largest campus of the University of the West Indies, Mona, near Kingston in Jamaica. In 1943, the British government appointed the Irving Committee to report on higher education in the West Indies. The committee recommended that a residential university be established at Mona in Jamaica. The site of a wartime internment camp was used earlier as 2 sugar estates. The artifacts of the plantation era were to become the garden of West Indian intellectual growth. After World War II, the military and their guests moved out of the wooden frame buildings, which were to house the first classes of the University College, an affiliate of London University. October 1948, 33 students were admitted to study medicine. 25 years later, the numbers still multiply. "14 governments finance the university. 1950, Her Royal Highness Princess Alice was installed as the first Chancellor of the University College.
University Forum, a weekly program presented by the Radio Education Unit of the University of the West Indies Extramural Department.
1952, the University Hospital was opened. The same year, the first graduates were awarded Bachelor of Science degrees in Natural Sciences. 1963, Guyana withdrew from the group of governments contributing to the financial upkeep. Evening classes were started at Mona. 1960, Sir Arthur Lewis became the first West Indian to head the University College.
By his use of flashbacks, Robastus is able to place the present sequence of the novel into a historical perspective.
1968, Dr. Walter Rodney, a Guyanese lecturer in history and a graduate of UWI, was banned from returning to Jamaica by the Jamaican government because of alleged subversive activities. 1972, a strike by the university and Allied Workers Union led to the closure of the Mona campus. The chapel at Mona began its life in 1799 as a sugar warehouse in rural Jamaica. It was donated to the university and the building was moved stone by stone to its present site where it was dedicated in 1960. November 1971, Sir Hugh Wooding, the former Chief Justice of Trinidad and Tobago, was chosen as the new Chancellor to succeed Princess Alice, who had served since 1950. The Chancellor is Chairman of the Council, the governing body of the university.
The year was 1992. David Lawrence, an English cricket fast bowler, was taken out of the game for an injury he sustained to his knee during his run-up. Little did he know that after only completing 4 career games, that game would have been his last. Advanced movement science, if we had it at the time, would have not only been able to correct his delivery stride, but also would have anticipated and quite likely prevented his career-ending injury. The delivery stride of a fast bowler is important. Theoretically, movement science tells us that the forces generated by the legs are transferred to the hands and then ultimately to the ball. For maximum transference of that force, it requires that the delivery leg or the front leg be kept straight at the point of ball release. 30 years later, through high-speed cameras and a motion capture system, I am exploring the incidence of front knee collapse in junior fast bowlers across the country and how this compares to their lower limb muscle strength and their ball release speed. We gathered 23 junior fast bowlers across the island and outfitted them with 3 reflective markers on their hip, knee, and ankle in order to capture their delivery stride. We then entered these points into the system and plotted them to find out exactly the degree knee bend on each bowling attempt. Now, although we're still in the process of data analysis, what I can tell you so far is that 100% of our sample of junior fast bowlers are in fact collapsing their knee at the point of delivery. We also found that there are generally slower ball speeds associated with greater knee bending, and that these 2 factors share a relationship with their lower limb muscle strength. The truth is, these findings are in keeping with the studies coming out of North America so far, but this particular Caribbean study, will continue to challenge the literature and ask the questions of the science so that we can save the next David Lawrences, so that the Caribbean won't just be lovers of sport and cricket, lovely cricket, but that we'll also be defenders of our athletes and championing them in technique enhancement and injury prevention. After all, it's for this reason we do research. Thank you.
Too often in our newsfeed, we see oil spill alerts across the globe. We see this and know it will have major impacts. But what we don't see is what goes on in the world of microbes during and long after oil spills occur. In their world, at least hundreds of microbes use oil as a food source. By using oil as food, microbes can remove over 300 molecules that make up the toxic stew of crude oil. Crude oil is a pollutant whose entrance into soil, water, and air elicit profound negative impacts. Oil spills are cause for public concern since oil contains potent immunotoxicants and carcinogens that cause diseases, including liver damage and various types of cancer. The process by which microbes utilize oil as a food source can be harnessed into a type of technology called bioremediation. Bioremediation exploits the capabilities of such microbes and has become the choice method to remove oil contaminants. Bioremediation technology is deemed sustainable, efficient, low cost, and environmentally friendly since it has little to no negative impacts on the environment. This leads me to the heart of my project, studying microbes that are specially adapted to crude oil to consume it better and faster. An important point here is that the microbes I study are from unique habitats with over a century of oil pollution, which means they have evolved survival skills and can consume oil like no other microbe out there. My research allowed me to grow these microbes that were collected from oil-contaminated sites. I then selected the most efficient oil users to study their genetic makeup and trace their oil utilization pathways. Through these rigorous experiments, I was able to make exciting and new discoveries. These discoveries included unique genes and enzymes unlike those found in any other oil-degrading microbe, including species never before reported. By studying their DNA, I found that these microbes may also have the capability to deactivate other priority pollutants such as heavy metals and toxic dyes. These microbes have enzymes that, when used in industry, can lead to significant reductions in CO2 emissions. These insights support the use of microbes in controlled and innovative bioremediation strategies. And so it seems that by looking into the microbes world, we may finally be able to obtain a viable solution to remedy oil spills sustainably for a cleaner and safer future.
Denise Eldemar-Scherer, Executive Director, Mona Aging and Wellness Center. The Jamaican population has been aging for the past 20 to 30 years. With the aging of the population, we are seeing increases in numbers, but equally important, we are seeing an increase in the actual age of older people. So life expectancy has increased to the late 70s. This means that persons are going to be living 20 to 30 years after retirement and 20 to 30 years after entering the final stage of the life course, and therefore it is accompanied by an increase in chronic diseases. Now, one of the chronic diseases that persons are most concerned about is dementia. Dementia is associated with memory loss, but it's much more than memory loss. It's the inability to think, the inability to do things, and therefore persons require a lot more assistance as they enter the final periods of dementia. It is a chronic disease. There are many causes of dementia. Many people think of Alzheimer's as dementia. It is only one of the dementias. And the thing about it is that the Jamaican population, like so many black populations, have high levels of high blood pressure, high levels of diabetes. The disease is associated with changes in the blood vessels. And this too causes dementia. This too causes the vessels in the brain to become blocked and to have changes. Therefore, Mona Aging and Wellness has as one of its major research topics the issue of dementia. In 2016, we were able finally to actually look at dementia in the Jamaican population because we wanted to see how much of the problem was linked to blood pressure and how much was linked to Alzheimer's. And this you can tell from MRI studies and blood studies. And we were able to do this with the support of the NHF. We were able to document that at least a third of the cases of dementia in Jamaica were linked to blood pressure. Why is this important? The importance of this, of course, is that if you control your blood pressure, then you will minimize either getting the dementia or the impact of dementia. And that's why we wanted to do it, because it will inform the health promotion programs of the ministry, of the private doctors, of the individuals, because today many people are on Google and trying to find out what to do. Now, dementia can cause an increase in healthcare costs because people need caregivers. And another major arm of the research done by Mona Aging and Wellness in association with the Department of Community Health is the study of caregivers. This is important because persons with dementia, especially after the middle stages and certainly in the late stages, need help. You can't leave them alone at home. They may get lost. They will turn on the stove. And caregivers can burn out because most of the caregivers in Jamaica are loved ones. They are family members. And it's hard to see a loved one go through the problems of dementia. And therefore, the issues of caregiving are very, very important. This then feeds into our training programs because we can tell the problems that caregivers need training on. As I said, they're family members, not medically trained. And then we look at the persons with dementia and end of life. So you can see that what began as a simple research topic which started actually looking at the changes in the population, the age distribution, led to looking at the illnesses. We have studies on hypertension, studies on diabetes. Then we moved into dementia, and then we moved into the issues surrounding dementia, the stigma, the access to care, and finally to caregiving.
The Faculty of Medical Sciences offers 7 programs which include the Bachelor of Basic Medical Sciences, Diagnostic Imaging, Nursing, Physical Therapy, Doctor of Dental Surgery, Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, the MBBS program, and Doctor of Pharmacy. These programs account for over 3,000 undergraduate students. We offer approximately 50 graduate programs, which account for over 900 graduate students, which range from postgraduate diplomas, clinical postgraduate programs, taught masters, and MPhil PhDs. The main teaching facility is the Faculty of Medical Sciences Research and Teaching Complex, FMS-TRC, which spans approximately 300,000 square feet, in which one of the features of the building is the use of solar energy for lighting and the use of the campus cogeneration facility for providing air conditioning. We also harvest rainwater for the flushing of toilets and for maintenance of the green areas such as the grounds and the roof garden, which aids to keep the building cool. The FMS-TRC houses the main administrative offices of the faculty, research laboratories, and teaching facilities, which include multimedia-enabled lecture theaters. There are 21 tutorial rooms, 52 laboratories for research and teaching, and 3 lecture theaters, the largest of which seat 300. There are other teaching facilities which are external to the FMS-TRC, which includes the Surgical Skill Lab, the Clinical Spaces, and the Mary J. Seabright Building, which houses the nursing program. The primary lecture theaters, the Gross Anatomy Lab, and the Histology Lab allows for video conferencing and streaming, which facilitates cross-campus teaching. We would like to highlight 5 teaching laboratories. Key among these are the Gross Anatomy Labs, which have image capture and monitor equipment that facilitates the projection of the details of anatomical features to the students. This is augmented with a 3D learning and simulation platform called BodyViz. This has video capacity that allows for 3-dimensional visualization of the anatomical structures, as well as rotation and appreciation of the spatial orientation of various structures. Technology investment undertaken by the faculty provided the agility required to respond to the limitations imposed by the pandemic. The use of the internet-based technology and the 3D simulation and visualization enabled the delivery of online instruction and high-definition images to facilitate remote teaching to our students via video conferencing.
Wonderful. Yes.
The Clinical Skills Lab is used by various programs to teach the students clinical procedures such as how to perform anthropometric measurements of patients. In the Surgical Skills Lab, students are taught to sight intravenous lines, how to intubate using mannequins, and to sight chest tubes. The biochemistry laboratories are used to teach our students the importance of the chemical processes related to the human body, and these can be done by experiments carried out in the lab. The teaching of dentistry is enhanced by the Dentistry Advanced Simulation Lab. It uses advanced patient simulator mannequins which are computer controlled. This allows for the programming of various case scenarios for which the students can learn and develop their skills. These mannequins have an automated sensory feedback which indicates to the student when they have deviated from acceptable procedures. The area in which the pharmacy program is taught has a pharmaceutical and a sterile laboratory which is used to teach students the proper procedures in the mixing of drugs. There is also a mock pharmacy in which the students are taught how to interface with patients in the process of dispensing drugs.
In August 1960, the Imperial College of Tropical Agriculture at St. Augustine in Trinidad was incorporated into the University College and became the first faculty outside of Jamaica. This is Cadix George, one of the first graduates from the Faculty of Agriculture. Today he is the Agricultural Research Officer for St. Lucia. Cadix George is constantly searching for more efficient ways of producing food for St. Lucians. People serving people. In 1974, as in 1948, when the university began with medical classes, there is still a great need for doctors in every country. The University Hospital at Mona, which opened in 1952, is the leading medical institution in the region, thanks to many of the UWI graduates who have remained to work and to do research. The medical school has earned international respect. The students have been taught to a high standard, and some teachers have done research, which has attracted outside interest. One such project was the identification and the classification of the illness known as vomiting sickness, which is now listed in medical journals as the veno-occlusive disease of the liver.
In an era of increasing access to higher education by previously excluded segments in each Caribbean country, the collection Creole Composition presents important work being done in the Bahamas and across the Caribbean to provide a sense of the identity of the students, instructors, and our body of work. In my 2015 book, Academic Writing Instruction for Creole-Influenced Students, I indicate that to an outsider, Jamaicans' linguistic behaviors can appear enigmatic. Some Jamaicans are English-only speakers who understand Creole. Some are English-dominant bilinguals. Some are Creole-dominant bilinguals. Some may be equally bilingual in Creole and English. Some are Creole-only speakers who may or may not understand English. Some slide between the shifting poles in ways yet to be named. Some do not acknowledge their linguistic profiles and behaviors, but all encounter Jamaican. Teaching pedagogies are informed by theory, by research. So where is our body of writing reflecting the teaching pedagogies to which we subscribe, reflecting the research paradigms that inform our investigations into advanced written literacy?
We chose the Hope Valley Experimental School because it is one that integrates alternative abilities students with able-bodied students.
Obviously, we have a menu from the Ministry of Education which stipulates or compels us actually to serve vegetables with their meals. So with our kitchen garden, it enhances their meals.
Kitchen garden in this sense is very important to Lions Club International in general. And by kitchen garden, we mean a space within a residential community, or in this case, at the Hope Valley Experimental School.
The Kitchen Garden Project, which is really assisting us in giving the children hands-on activities where they can come and actually put their hands, get dirty, and plant stuff that is really beneficial to our students as well as to the school community.
We've reached a point in the garden where we have planted some vegetables. We've planted callaloo, pak choy, lettuce, carrots, as well as sweet pepper and cabbage. Now, after this, we will be reaping the vegetables along with the students and guided by the caretaker or the gardener of the project. So very soon after that, this produce that is reaped will go to the kitchen, and from the kitchen to the lunches, and from the lunches to the stomach of the children.
The kitchen garden benefits the school in a number of ways. Firstly, when we talk about the growth of the vegetables itself and for to aid the students' meals during the days. So with a kitchen garden, it obviously enhances their meals.
I don't feel me problem that for me eat when me grow and my granny teach me that.
It's not just a project for a project's sake. It's a project that is extremely meaningful to the nutritional needs of our students.
Okay, my name is Paul Williams. I am a network engineer here at the Earthquake Unit. Now, instrumentation is a means by which we are able to tell what is happening in the Earth's interior. So the seismologist and the earthquake engineer use this technique to basically map what is happening. Now, whenever there's an earthquake, seismic waves are generated, and these waves travel from the focus out towards the surface of the earth. Now, there are two types of seismic wave. We have our body wave and our surface wave. The body wave consists of your P wave or primary wave, which vibrate in the direction of travel, or we call this compressional wave. And we also have our S wave or secondary wave, which is a shear wave that vibrates perpendicular to the direction of travel. On the surface, we have two types of seismic wave. We have our love wave, which is a wave that travels like a snake from side to side. And we have our relay wave, which travel in an elliptical mode like the ocean, the wave in the ocean. Now, the equipment we use to measure these seismic wave we call a seismometer. The seismometer is a device that is a mechanical device that operates on the principle of where if you have a conductor and you move it in a magnetic field, you have a voltage induced which is proportional to the rate at which you move the conductor. That's the principle on which the seismometer is manufactured. So we use the seismometer on the surface of the earth. We place the seismometer on the surface of the earth, and we have at least 3 of these that we use to tell us exactly the location. Because the parameter that we're interested in is the location of the earthquake, the magnitude of the earthquake, and the time of occurrence. And from the data we get from these devices, we are able to also do a focal mechanism or fault plane solution where we can tell exactly how the fault moves.
Rex Nettleford, artistic director and the choreographer of Jamaica's National Dance Theatre Company. Nettleford is also director of the Department of Extramural Studies and head of the Trade Union Education Institute at the university. In 1974, Aston Preston was chosen to be the university's fourth vice-chancellor.
The social role, in my view, should always be secondary. That is not to say that it must be forgotten, but we must remember constantly that the primary role is one of scholarship. This is the only way I think the university will survive in its reputation of a place of first-class learning.
The library plays a very important role in the intellectual life of students at the University of the West Indies.
The UMONA Library offers physical
and virtual access to scholarly information.
Want access to physical information? It's easy. Reprographic Services Unit, RESU, offers a number of document services including printing and photocopying, laminating, and spiral binding at a cost. You can email your request and we'll have it ready for pickup. All registered students at the University of the West Indies have access to the computer labs.
Having a resource center at your fingertips is really important as a student. The UMONA makes that possible through online access. We have access to an abundance of e-resources. ULink is available to students all day, every day,
everywhere.
Do you have a laptop, tablet, smartphone? Accessing information for your research has become so much easier.
The University of the West Indies Mona Library offers access to over 40 international, specialized, and multidisciplinary databases. Also have access to digital collections and virtual reference.
The Ask Mona live chat allows you to speak to a reference librarian online.
And it's all pretty simple.
You can also go directly to the subscribers apps to access the library on your phone. The UMONA Library allows you to view the world through the use of technology.
The UMONA Library, using technology to support research in regional development.
What are some of the more popular sports in our region? Let's say cricket, football, basketball. Now, who can recall by name any woman who sits on that board of these sporting organizations? Now, these are the questions that have founded the basis of my research. Even with the increase in female participation in sports, fewer women occupy positions of decision making. In our region, the composition of national sporting bodies lack female representation. For example, the governing bodies for the two most popular sports in the English-speaking Caribbean, cricket, West Indies, and CONCACAF, both have 2 females amongst their male-dominated board of directors. Developing out of United Nations reports on Sustainable Development Goal 5, they noted that there is just not enough data being recorded to monitor the progress of gender equality, and that is worldwide. So my current research seeks to highlight the experiences of women leaders in sport and really validate their experiences. I will be using the hegemonic masculinity theory to frame my research. Now, this theory was coined by Cornell in 1987, which was defined as a socially constructed form of masculinity that legitimates unequal gender relations. Now, it is good to note that initially men were the ones who organized modern sport, and leadership positions in sport were first held exclusively by men. Most of the current literature reflects Europe and more developed westernized cultures that frames gender within their own socio-cultural paradigm. So it is important to have a more reliable and valid data from women in our region in their own words. The method of sampling to be used is purposive sampling. Purposive sampling aims for saturation based on the willingness of participants to articulate their experiences through what I'll be using open-ended interviews, which are known to be an empowering experience for women as they are given the opportunity to share their perspectives and be heard. For data analysis, I'll be using thematic analysis, which is a method that allows for the identification of patterns and reoccurring words and themes from the personal experiences shared via the interviews, and really allow teams to emerge, and those teams will be formed relationships with phenomena and linked within the data collected and reconstructed to highlight the important findings that seek to answer my research questions. This new data can be used to inform strategic appointments and decisions in sporting organizations. It is definitely no better time than the present to let women shine.
The growth and stability of any society lie in its philosophical foundation. The question that this raises is why, as yet, has the Caribbean not been able to make pronounced this foundation, even though we have come a far way from those days of slavery and colonialism when our ancestors were exploited and deprived of making their own philosophical views known. The challenge that Caribbean writers and authors face is the need to distinguish between two experiences, one, that of our ancestors under slavery and colonialism, and two, our own in this post-colonial era. But what if I should tell you that there was a method that has achieved making this distinction possible? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Humane Discourse. This is a methodology that will bring all the tools from the qualitative and philosophical toolboxes to rethink how writers and authors write about the post-colonial self. Prior to the discovery of the Humane Discourse, Caribbean writers and authors tended to integrate and fuse together the experiences of our ancestors who lived under slavery and colonialism with the experiences of those of us who now live in the era of freedom and independence. The Humane Discourse represents an empirical, logical, and rational framework that reflects both on how the existential realities of the Caribbean experiences are characterized in the narratives and the importance of separating them in order to document how our worldviews have been transformed since the post-colonial era. The research examined the primary and secondary works of 10 prominent Caribbean writers such as C.L.I. James, Sylvia Wynter, Marcus Garvey, among others, through the archival methodology. Now we must turn over a new leaf and work out new concepts to expound on the grandeurs of freedom and independence in the experiences of the new Caribbean man whose philosophy is on the verge of coming of age. Thank you.
My name is Duladel Willie Tyndale, and I'm a senior lecturer and director of the Mona Aging and Wellness Center at the University of the West Indies. Sexual and genitourinary health is one area of older adults and well-being that is increasingly getting recognition as an area for more attention. More attention in research, more attention in policy, and more attention in program delivery. At Mona Aging and Wellness Center, it is one of our priority areas. We have conducted research and have identified that in Jamaica, as it is in most parts of the world, engagement in sexual activity decreases with increasing age. Now, although this is true, what we have found is that a significant proportion of older adults still remain sexually active, about 50%, and thus these persons should be able to access sexual health services. From our research, we found that there are deficiencies in the provision of sexual and genitourinary health services for the older adults. In terms of information delivery, so delivery of health information to the older adults, many persons are unaware of some of the age-related changes that occur and also some of the changes that occur with disease processes. Sometimes this is because healthcare workers do not prioritize these discussions with older adults because of assumptions that these are unimportant or these are irrelevant. Our studies have also shown that there is an association between sexual health and mental health in the form of depression specifically. So we found out that there is an increase in the prevalence of depressive symptoms among persons who have sexual health complaints or sexual dysfunction. So as we seek to optimize and prioritize mental health, then sexual health and all other predictors of mental health will need to be considered. We have also found that an approach to obstetric and gynecologic care that considers a woman over the entire course of her life is the best approach. From our data, we have seen that each additional vaginal delivery is associated with an increase in the risk of having a pelvic floor disorder in later life. So pelvic floor disorders include things like urinary incontinence, fecal incontinence, and pelvic organ prolapse. So one of the things that we would like to strongly advocate for from this is greater access to pelvic floor rehabilitation services in the health sector so that women can have better outcomes regardless of their obstetric history in terms of number of children and so on. We are very passionate about getting this information into the hands of policy makers because these persons can facilitate change. We are also keenly interested in getting this information into the hands of older persons who can then advocate for themselves and advocate for better care and better encounters with the healthcare system. Thank you.
I'm Suzanne Suarez-Winter, clinical nutritionist at the Caribbean Institute for Health Research, and I work within the Tropical Metabolism Research Unit, which has a long-standing history with the University of the West Indies in that it was established from in 1958. So like many nutritionists, I've actually been interested in understanding what is it about our food environment that drives our unhealthy eating habits. and contributing to the high prevalence of obesity and non-communicable diseases that's affecting many sectors of our population. My current research is focused on developing and evaluating healthy food policy initiatives to help reduce these burdens. And a key goal is to identify strategies that are either culturally relevant, evidence-based, and have far-ranging coverage. So in collaboration with researchers at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and with funding through Bloomberg Philanthropies, we embarked on a study to test the performance of various nutrient profiling systems to packaged foods being sold here in Jamaica. Now, nutrient profiling is really a method of determining the nutritional quality of a food product, and it helps us to identify those products that might be containing high amounts of salts, sugars, or fats, and these are the nutrients of public health concern for us here in Jamaica. And so after taking more than 40,000 pictures of food labeled products being sold and documenting the nutrient quality of over 6,300 food and beverage products being sold here, the results were quite startling. So for instance, we recognize that more than 10% of our food labels contained either inaccurate or insufficient information to help guide us. And the vast majority of product categories contained high levels of these nutrients of concern, so they would be considered harmful for long-term consumption. And so what this study has helped us to understand is that we really need a front of package warning label for our consumers to help consumers identify and understand which products may be harmful to them. The study was also timely in that it gave Jamaica and other CARICOM nations some guidance on the updating of our food labeling systems, which is currently underway. And it also helps us to identify perhaps what a nutrient profiling system, which one would be appropriate for use here in Jamaica. And so we maintain an academic presence on regulatory committees that are making these decisions. We've developed strong partnerships with advocacy groups and participate in quite a number of public engagement activities. And being a part of the university, we contribute to capacity building by ensuring that a lot of the theoretical frameworks and concepts are included in our teaching curriculum. And so this study, I want to thank the data collectors and the various food establishments that contributed to these data. And yes, we continue to face the challenges in driving our healthy food policies forward in the Caribbean. But in keeping with the theme for this university's 75th anniversary, we want to think that we're going to remain rooted, ready, and rising. And so I want to extend my heartiest congratulations to the university in celebrating their 75th anniversary. Thank you.
Welcome to another in the series, the Mona Library Cybrian podcast. I am your host, Adrian Duncan, and I have a very special guest today to have a general conversation with us as it relates to technologies in libraries and the inclusion of technology and how does technology play a role in assisting various communities in library. Today I have Mr. Kevin Boucher. Mr. Boucher is the head of the systems unit here at the Mona Library. Mr. Boucher, welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me.
So, Mr. Boucher, first let us have a light discussion into what we're going into. So let us put the context, let us understand your role here as the head of system and what that really entails.
Library realized that computer run things now. So the library has invested in that which delivers the most resources, which is through the computer.
Yes.
So what we find is that globally, but even for us, there is that shift from print onto the electronic platforms. And we acknowledge the advantages. For example, in the special collections, we have the Sir Hans Sloane collection, connoisseur's copy, which means nobody else will have it. It's a special copy.
Yes.
If we were to provide access to as we should, in the traditional way, we would risk that item suffering wear and tear from regular page turning and just transporting the item back and forth to storage area. The other disadvantage is once one person is perusing that thing, it is exclusive to that person, because for simple reasons like they want privacy and it's not practical to share. Technology solves those problems. You get the simultaneous access with the preservation at the same time.
They're not looking at the actual material, they're looking at a digital surrogate of.
They're looking at a digital surrogate of it. But as we say, the access is equitable. So the difference with the libraries, if we are scanning a manuscript and there is a blotch of ink on that manuscript, the digitally converted file will have the blotch of ink. Because the equitable thing to do is to present it as it were in the physical sense. Right.
Much of the research which I undertake has been related to the structure and nature of the academic literacies program in our department, the foundation language courses that all UE students do, depending on the faculty that they're in. As a result, the research has concentrated on student performance and on academic outcomes to a great extent. The preliminary study entitled Evaluating Academic Literacies Course Types.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. And we're going to start proceedings again. This is our lunchtime session. All right. So we're going to start this session by inviting Miss Chelsea Stevenson from the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Jamaica Memory Bank. She's a research officer there. She will be presenting on the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Jamaica Memory Bank, Custodians of Jamaican Culture. Ms. Stevenson?
Good afternoon. Now, my apprehension about presenting after lunch was that I'd be presenting to chairs. Thank you to Mrs. Butner and Joelle for making up my penny section. Appreciate it. Okay, so the title of my presentation, as you can see, is the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Jamaica Memory Bank, Custodians of Jamaican Culture. Now, generally when I'm writing a presentation, I'll title it first, finish the paper, and then I'll think about if the title still suits the paper. So this presentation, it had a different title, but after I was finished, I felt describing the ACIJ as a custodian would be much more apt. The preservation of heritage is extremely important to a society. It allows the people to be aware of practices as a society's culture changes and evolves. It is important for future generations to be aware of the practices of their forefathers. The African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Jamaica Memory Bank, has worked to research, catalog, and archive aspects of Jamaican history and culture that would have been otherwise forgotten. Though they were formed independently, both institutions had a common goal of bringing awareness to the origins and importance of these cultural practices. Fulfilling its mandate, the ACIJ-JMB has established its importance as a center for study of the African presence in Jamaica and the Caribbean. With changing times and technology, the ACIJ-JMB has had to adapt its data collection, preservation, and output methods. Today, we'll briefly explore the history of the ACIJ-JMB, the steps taken to preserve and protect its vast audiovisual collection, and ways in which it has been mapping its future in uncertain times, adapting to meet the ever-evolving times and reach new audiences. All right, so stated in my intro, the institutions, the ACIJ and the JMB were two separate institutions, so I'll talk about them individually, briefly. Established in 1973, the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica's mandate has always been to deepen public awareness of African cultural tensions in Jamaican society and how it relates to the other ethnic groups that make up the island's population. For 50 years, the institution has developed a systematic research and documentation program focused on the preservation and dissemination of information of all aspects of African cultural retention found in Jamaica. These include, but are not limited to, culinary or food practices, folk religions, languages, folk dances, burial/funeral traditions, wedding traditions, social movement, herbal medicine, festivals or community histories, as well as traditional and contemporary music styles and practices. At the time of its conception, the Institute was deemed necessary because throughout the period of enslavement and colonialism, the most prevalent idea was that Africa, and by extension its descendants, had very little in the way of human development. These sentiments followed Jamaica's predominantly black population into independence, continuing centuries of the devaluation of anything that was deemed too African. This left many Jamaicans to regard their African heritage with little to no pride. And, there are terms that go around, not black, not good, you're black and you're ugly. So these are just all colonial propaganda. However, after 1962 and Jamaica's break from the British monarchy, more and more started to question the Eurocentric belief system that had been so firmly ingrained in all aspects of their lives. There was a noticeable shift in the interest in Africa, the country their ancestors had been taken from centuries before. It was this thirst for knowledge, not just in Jamaica, but across the Americas, that saw the introduction of black studies in the 1960s to 70s, and Black Studies is described as an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, covering history, sociology, law, political science, approach to studying and understanding the experience of African people and African-descended people across the diaspora. These studies were introduced in universities across the region, and by region I mean the Americas, namely UNC Charlotte, the University of California, UCLA, and of course, the University of the West Indies. Though the introduction of these investigations were met with much resistance, the spark of interest was already lit and provided the perfect backdrop for the establishment of the ACIJ in 1973 as a division of the Institute of Jamaica, the IOJ. Since 1879, the IOJ had encouraged the study of literature, science, and art, but never really engaged meaningfully with the traditions and culture of Jamaica's majority ethnic population. The ACIJ came as a way to broaden the scope of the esteemed IOJ to include the interest of this ethnic majority. Even with its humble beginnings, the ACIJ provided Even with its humble beginnings, very humble, the ACIJ wasted no time in cementing itself as the focal point for study and safeguarding of both the tangible and intangible parts of Jamaica's cultural heritage. Our first office was up North Street, and then we moved to we're actually housed on the same building as the National Gallery right now. Much of the issues that Mrs. Butner brought up in her presentation, we faced those as well. So as soon as the institution was formed, the initial director and research fellow really wasted no time in just striking while the iron was very, very hot. Immediately, work began to foster relationships with groups that were foremost in the retention of African traditions, such as the Maroons, Kumina practitioners, Etu/Nago practitioners, revivalists, and so on. In an effort to disseminate their research, they organized and facilitated workshops, summer school programs, film screenings, seminars, and lectures. The most notable of which was a workshop done by a delegation of Makonde carvers from Tanzania in 1975. The collection of carvings produced at this workshop were donated to the ACIJ and form a part of the IOJ collection. Over the decades, the ACIJ has continued to work, trying its best to remain relevant in a time where history and culture do not get the same recognition as other aspects in our society. Now, the JMB, or the Jamaica Memory Bank project, began as an independent agency in 1981 when there was an awareness of the importance of documenting the unrecorded social history of Jamaica. The project was spearheaded by renowned ethnomusicologist Dr. Olive Lewin and initially operated out of the Office of the Prime Minister. Its main objective was to tap into the memories of our senior citizens so as to make their knowledge available for posterity. The project focused on collecting the oral histories and recording the traditions and customs of all the ethnic groups represented in Jamaica. Senior citizens were the most targets because they, of course, held the most knowledge. And field officers traveled across the island to collect these audiovisual recordings. It is well known that Jamaica is blessed with a vibrant cultural heritage, but it is noticed that much of the traditions and customs practiced here were retained in the memories of the elderly and not documented, as well as not being passed on orally to other generations. Very little had been recorded. Very little had been recorded, and it was up to the memory bank to catch up as well as move forward with these recordings. The Jamaica Memory Bank also inspired the establishment of memory banks in Grenada, Dominica, Guyana, and Cayman Islands. So after going through the two institutions, you can see that they had very similar mandates. So it was natural that in the 1990s, they were joined to form now what we now know as the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica Memory Bank. And moving forward in the presentation, if I say the ACIJ, I mean the ACIJ JMB and ACIJ JMB, because it really is a mouthful. Usually I have to take a breath when I have to say it. All right. So since the merger, the ACIJ JMB has expanded beyond researching and collecting Jamaican culture. Along with the research department, its current location, downtown, currently houses a reference library which has an extensive collection of Afrocentric publications as well as staple texts that are needed in the pursuit of knowledge on Caribbean history and culture. It also doubles as an exhibition space showcasing some of the work of the institution. These exhibitions include Guzum Power, Obia in Jamaica, A Two-Way Journey, Africans, Culture and the Diaspora, None So Fine, Set Girls in Jamaica, which was our last exhibition that was taken down, The Blue and Jonker Mountains, World Heritage Site, Jamaica's Intangible Cultural Heritage, Rastafarianism, Cricket in Jamaica, and the Chinese in Jamaica, among many, many others. The research department continues the work that had been started decades ago. Primarily, it conducts research into a variety of topics, but not really only restricted to the African presence in Jamaican culture. But under those topics, you have, the revival, Junkuno, Kumina, African masquerade, Obia, Rastafarianism, music, and others. Even though we have these broad headings, there are so many issues under each one of these headings, and it would take a lifetime for us to study each and every one. So we really try to pick up what is not as commonly known about these topics, and that is what we go after. They also continue the work of the JMB, responsible for the memory bank interviews, as well as carrying out the documentation of several cultural practices and events. So we continue to have seminars and lectures, some of our own research, as well as we facilitate the seminars and lectures of outside researchers, outside practitioners, as well as overseas. So there are people who come to Jamaica, and ACIJ will facilitate their lectures on their topics. Additionally, our documentation is not only restricted to us as the researchers or members of staff documenting, but we do go into these communities and have capacity building workshops where we train those in the communities to be able to properly and effectively record their own history, because us going in as strangers, recording it, taking it back, yes, we do make it available for them to come in, but if these recordings or this history is kept within the community, it might be more accessible for those who just can't come in or are unable to get it from us. So along with our research and our library, we also have a dedicated audiovisual department, which is also housed at the ACIJ. The audiovisual collection is one of the most extensive in the Caribbean and is constantly being consulted by not just local and international academics, but also those who just have like a general thirst for knowledge when it comes on to Jamaican culture. The materials reflect various aspects of our heritage, and it preserves the memory of a number and events of projects, not just those undertaken by the ACIJ, but also local community festivals, practices, rituals, and so on. These memories, so our AV collection, like so many others, especially dating from as far back as the 60s, are under threat due to physical deficiencies in the mediums in which they were first recorded, as well as improper storage practices, as well as atmospheric conditions, because through the generations, the years, we're just learning how to properly store, well, not just, but in the last few decades, just learning how to properly store how to properly store these mediums. So another threat to our collection is the threat of obsolescence of the original recording mediums, as well as the mediums used to play these things. So at the ACIJ, a lot of our collection prior to the digital revolution is on reel-to-reel tapes, cassette tapes, videotapes, and photography. Now, the younger generation, I tell you the truth, I don't know what a reel-to-reel, well, prior to working at the ACIJ, I didn't know what a reel-to-reel tape was. I knew cassettes and cassette players because by the time I was coming up, that was just going out, but a lot of these mediums have been obsolete for like the last 30 years. So now we are recognizing that we definitely need to, and then the playing mediums, again, when you're looking for something to play a reel-to-reel tape, $500,000. And they're like, what are you going to do with it after you play the 75 tapes what you have? So we are now moving towards the conservation of these analog media in the form of digitization. Now, just to give you numbers on what we have in our collection, there are 2,200 audio cassettes. Each of them have an approximate playing time of 1.5 hours, 1.5 hours. 746 video cassettes with about the same playing time, and then 10,000 physical photographs. This extensive collection, of course, has solidified the ACIJ as a focal point on Jamaica's intangible cultural heritage, housing unique glimpses into Jamaican life. At the end, I'll play some of those videos for you. Due to the threat to this treasured collection, the ACIJ has seen it fit to undertake digitization projects to safeguard this collection. Now, similar to what Joel said, as well as Mrs. Butner, there is no budget when it comes on to conservation. It's really a recurring theme here. So what we have to do is approach agencies like the Chase Fund, like UNESCO. We're all tapping into the same well, because we really don't have a choice. But again, we have to justify why we need this money. And it's, again, you can only approach these people so much until they're like, yeah. So we need the resources when it comes to digitization. However, again, we may do. So no, because of the digital age, and we're trying to map our future in uncertain times, there are some things that the ACIJ has done to kind of step into the 21st century. In this digital age, ACIJ JMB has, like so many other institutions with a similar mandate, must find ways to stay relevant as well as attract new audiences to the work that we do. Since 2019 and then the subsequent global pandemic in 2020, onward. Numerous online-based initiatives have been launched, particularly utilizing YouTube, making it possible to extend the institution's reach beyond the hosting of in-person seminars and those who visit our library and exhibition space. Some of these include conversations with ... series, which is a more elevated format of our memory bank interviews. We got lights, we have cameras, we're asking thought-provoking questions. We try to seek out people who, of course, are significant in the cultural space, but people who people might not know about. One I did was with a herbal medicine practitioner who is trained in Ayurvedic medicine. Another one was with Jean Small. We do Vox Pop series where we go around into our community and we engage with members about issues that are relevant to the ACIJ's mandate. We have a From the Archive series, which showcases digitized archival footage from the ACIJ AV library. We do short documentaries, or the last one that we did is called What is Revival, and right now it has 31,000 views on YouTube, which is a lot. And then, of course, we do live streams of our in-person lectures to broaden the reach of those. Along with these existing programs, the ACIJ is also striving to create new ways to engage. This includes 2 initiatives that we're launching. One is our Curating Culture Seminar series, again hosted on our YouTube, every first Thursday at 2 p.m., be there or be square. And then we have our Narrating History podcast, which wants to bring a more millennial Gen Z approach to history. I am the youngest person in my office, and according to them, I keep them young, keep them relevant. So try to bring a more Gen Z millennial approach to history, to culture, to keep it relevant, keep it vibrant. Yes, we have the same old topics, but there are different ways to explore these topics, believe it or not. As well as boosting our social media engagement. Someone said that, what's the point of using social media? It's like, a company might spend $50,000 in traditional media and spend $10,000 in social media and get 100 times the engagement on social media than they'd ever get in traditional media. And social media is, well, for us, free. It's a free way to engage with the public. Yeah. As custodians of Jamaican culture, the ACIJ-JMB has worked tirelessly to protect and preserve Jamaica's intangible cultural heritage. In seeking out these practices, they have cultivated lasting relationships with practitioners to ensure the continuity of their work, even with the ever-changing mediums of technology, which has inevitably threatened our AV collection. The researchers, the librarians, the director, the whole staff's dedication to the mandate has seen the institution evolving to remain relevant, allowing a society to be able to immortalize past aspects of their culture, preserving the intangible in a tangible way. Thank you. So I have 4 videos here. They're very short. So 3 of them, I think, are related to Kumina, and 1 of them is Etu. 2 out of the 3 Kumina videos feature Queenie, Imogen Kennedy, and then the last one, Etu. Etu, for those who don't know, is a funeral practice practiced by the descendants of Nago, who live in Westmoreland/Hanover. So these archival footage that have been digitized, and now we have it for people to see. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Can play the Imogen Kennedy one first.
The counter. Use counter. Counter in the language. The counter. You say all right. I'm going to tell you how they do. You say my land and counter. That's how they do. You say to you, sir, now. You can't have a jimbo in your way. Ask you if you have any money in your pocket. You say pretty poor. That means you don't have any. So Suppose you ask me for a drink of water. You say, can't our wine that was so long? That means you ask me for a drink of water. You want some sugar water? You say, can't what minima, what sweet in the lango? That's me to some sugar water. You want me to give you something to say? What can't what dia bolo? Bolo is bread. That means to say, you ask me for a piece of bread. To dia mean you eat. Suppose you come here now and you want to sleep. You say, can't I want to lick your zwan, your zo. You plan this. You want to sleep in my house. So why you can't? Why you can't, that I mean to say. When I say yet to yet, yeah, that means to say we'll love one another. Yet to yet can't. Why yet? Can't is woman, yakala is man. One baby now you want to put him to bed. You say, Dodo baby, Dodo mama. Once I be like, oh, they pick up a boo, pick up make you do baby, you do baby, do mama. You was a be like, oh, they pick up a boo, you pick up make you do mona, do kento, do.
It is for the sick. It is for wedding. It is for if you have a little problem, we help you. But most of all, it is for when somebody dead. It is how we honor the older heads, then we pass on. It taught we by we old grandparents we come from Africa.
While much has been written about the arrival of East Indian and Chinese indentured laborers in the British West Indies after the abolition of slavery, not much is recorded about the Africans who came as indentured laborers during the period 1841 to 1866. There are two groups who identify themselves as Yoruba in origin. These are the Etu people of Hanover, and the Nago people of Westmoreland.
My mother no African?
Some African was living here. My grandparents was from African.
Oh, I'd say it. My grandfather, William Fraser, was an African.
No, not my mother and father. My old people will come from Africa.
All right.
Are to be found in Pell River, Caldwell, Deanstown, and Kendall in the parish of Hanover. The related Naga people, as we have heard, come from a Bearcutter in Westmoreland.
Because years ago, I did some work with some
extended video. So yes, so thank you for listening to me today and looking at me. Oh wait, you can play the Kumina Sacrifice one. That's my favorite video. It's shock value.
Traditional religions such as Kumina have served not only the spiritual needs of communities, but are integral in the commemorating of
Type of things that as researchers that we encounter in the field, after a while you become very desensitized to it. It's work, so we treat it as such. And thank you very much.
So do we have any questions for Ms. Stevenson? Oh. Mr. Oh.
Just to say that I'm very pleased that ACIJ is really preserving the rich heritage of Jamaica and making sure that the oral history that was collected many years ago in different formats is still accessible. And I say that because I had the pleasure of spending a year at ACIJ and really traveling the length and breadth of Jamaica with the Peace Corps volunteers to capture our oral history, where we did a lot of interviews with midwives, etc. And I learned to splice a reel-to-reel, because a lot of these interviews were carried on the radio. There was a radio program on the Sunday afternoon. So I do know that you really have a lot of history in your collection, and these are things that we should preserve, because the younger generation totally clueless as to how far we have come. So,
Something I forgot to mention in my presentation is something else that we do is outreach. We do a lot of outreach. If there are any teachers in here, I am available to come and speak to your students, please. Something I'm very, as I said, I'm the youngest one there, but something I'm very passionate about is passing on the history to the younger generation. I went to a school the other day and I had a display on Jamaican sport. The students didn't know who Veronica Campbell-Brown was. I, of course, shocked. I was flabbergasted. So, of course, right there, I started to tell them about Veronica Campbell-Brown, about Marlene Ottey. So, you know, Juliet Cuthbert, not the one you know now, but the one back then. And they were like, they didn't know who I was talking about. So, something I'm very passionate about is outreach, going out, teaching. That's why I say the Kumina sacrifice, one of my favorite videos, because there's a lot of mysticisms around these things, and it's up to ACIJ to debunk and demystify all these things in the Jamaican population.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Someone online asks where exactly did that Kumina ritual took place?
I can't say for sure, but educated, I would say St. Thomas or Waterloo, because St. Thomas is... No, we don't like to use words like that in the academic sphere. Saint Thomas is a highly spiritual place. Waterloo is where Queenie Imogen Kennedy lived. Waterloo St. Catherine, sorry, I'm from the community, so that's why. Waterloo St. Catherine is where Imogen Kennedy resided for many, many years. So it's one of those two places.
All right, the other question was that the person linked the Kumina ritual to the Maroon town. Is there any practice similar to the Kumina? A ritual you just saw being practiced in the Maroon town?
So we work mainly with the Maroons in Portland. They have a ritual called the Cromanti play. And in all these African, Jamaican, African retained practices, you will see overlaps. So even what Queenie was speaking, the Maroons have their own language. The Cromanti, you will see overlaps, not necessarily overlaps between the language, but just overlaps between the two groups. The Maroons, they're highly secretive people, so even depending on the type of Cromanti play, they will not allow us to record it. So there are some things that even if we have recordings of, they stipulate that can't be shown.
Okay. Any more questions? No? So thank you so much, Ms. Stevenson. I'm very happy that you presented today. Yes, because part of the purpose of this symposium is to remind people that these institutions exist, what their mandate is, what they're doing, and they are potential partners in the work we do here at the National Library. So far we've had the National Gallery, what did I just say? Yes. At the UE, sorry.
Yolande, I would want to take her up on the offer, because I think many of our UWI students who are unaware, and I think we could partner in an event here one Thursday afternoon
with ACID, with National Gallery, yes,
in promoting especially our 75th year.
I will. Okay, thank you. Okay, so you may have noticed that we may have skipped over Miss Shanice Martin. She was trying to get through, but she's in a space now, she's not on the island, where she has no access to the internet. She's been trying, but she's unable to. But we're going to try to get her presentation out there so that you can see it at a later date. She is a conservation officer at the National Museums of Jamaica, and her presentation would have been Modern Museums Finding the Balance in the Age of Digitalization. So we'll make sure that it gets out there eventually. So next on our program is Captain Jason Ramsey, who forgot to tell me his post at the Jamaica Military Museum, and he's presenting the JDF Heritage Trail Project, an outdoor museum for public education and the preservation of Jamaica's military history.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Captain Jason Ramsey. I am the curator for the Jamaica Military Museum, one of which exists at Upper Camp. The other museum is nestled in the cool hills of Newcastle, or Newcastle, as my boss likes to refer it to as. So my presentation, I have control of this? Okay, cool. So the presentation is entitled The Jamaica Defense Force Heritage Trail, an outdoor museum for public education and the preservation of Jamaica's military history. So the aim of the presentation this afternoon is to provide an overview and the conceptualization of our heritage trail and a package for the historic Upper Camp that we recently extended to Newcastle. The scope really will look at the rationale, an overview of the concept, and the presentations of the design details. Now, the rationale behind it really came from our former CDS Lieutenant General R. Meade, who was a huge advocate for sites of memory, a huge advocate for the preservation of the Jamaica's military history. And as such, when he was Lieutenant Colonel, he came up with the grand idea of the opening of a Jamaica Military Museum and the library in 2006, a rebranding and reopening in July 31st, 2006. And one of the ideas that he charged me with as curator, charged the previous curator, Captain Stacey Marie Dehaney, and that legacy fell on my shoulder, really was to set up a heritage trail around Upper Camp that we could extend towards other heritage sites that reflect our military history. As such, this was the concept or design that we came up with. The idea was to have a sign that would tell a brief history of the brief military history, and just to add an interactive feature to that sign was the incorporation of a barcode on the sign that once scanned, you would have additional information coming up on your mobile device or tablets in the form of videos that would give you the entire history of that site itself. Once we presented that concept to the former CDS, he was happy about it and charged us with going forward to ensuring that the signs were in place. So this is an actual map of Upper Camp showing you where the various heritage signs are located. Cannonball Gate, Infantry Officers Mess, Garrison Chapel, Lathbury Barracks, the Jamaica Officers Club, 19th Century Magazine, Duppy Gate, Headquarters, JDF Old Cemetery, Jamaica Officers Club, Briggs Park Cemetery, and Cotton Tree Gate. And all these sites were chosen because of the fact that they have a long history, not necessarily a long military history, but a long history with Upper Camp that we decided must be highlighted. So at the initial concept of the design, the interactive feature was, as I mentioned, once you scan this barcode, it will give you a video on your mobile device that's an extensive video on the heritage site that you're at, or it will bring you directly to our website where you can access more information. There you go. Thank you. So what we did was Captain Dehaney came up with the concept of Recruit Janie. She's now promoted to a sergeant. And the Sergeant Janie is the interactive feature that you get once you scan the barcode. I don't know if I can press play from here, but there is a concept to it that once there's an audio. And in that audio, she's saying, "Welcome to the Newcastle Hill Station." We've extended her audio to the various heritage trails that we have around camp. So when we were developing that brand new nice gate, this was the drawing that we received, and the idea was actually place two signs at the front, two symbolic signs that speak to one, our VC recipient or Victoria Cross recipient, Sergeant William James Gordon, and also a cannonball monument, and that is how it actually got the name Cannonball Gate, because there was a cannonball erected across Arnold Road that was to commemorate the 3rd West India Regiment, who were the persons responsible for paving or building the road from Arnold Road coming all the way up to South Camp Road, right? In addition to that, the Cannonball Monument, we were supposed to place what is called a sundial that was given to us by the 64th West India Regiment, who participated in the 1865 Moran Bay Rebellion. So you see we have a lot of history happening at Oak Park Camp. So once the gate was developed, we placed two signs at the front. The first is a heritage trail sign of Sergeant William James Gordon, who is the second non-European West India Regiment soldier to receive the Victoria Cross, and the Victoria Cross is the highest medal a soldier can ever receive in his life. It is given to you in the face of bravery, gallantry, right? Samuel Hodges from Tortola being the first West India Regiment soldier to receive it, and William James Gordon being the second. The second heritage trail sign here speaks to the 3rd West India Regiment and the original Cannonball monument that was placed there. We tried to recreate it as best as possible. And of course, our interactive barcode feature that once you scan this code, it will bring up more videos on VC, on the William James Gordon, and on the 3rd West India Regiment. Okay, so Oak Park Camp actually has a rich history that many persons don't know about, with the actual camp itself being purchased with 156 acres. That 156 acres actually extended to where Edna Manley is now located, the loft. We were once landowners for Children's Hospital, Bustamante Children's Hospital, and our tentacles actually stretched up to where the British High Commission is now the house. That was actually that was where we did the change of guard for. The person wasn't called the CDS at the time, but the person who was in charge of the British West India Regiment was actually housed at the British High Commission. It was not until 1962 when we got independence that the War Department gave the lands back to the government and told them that they could do whatever they want to do with it, right? So we had to actually map all of that history so that individuals who came to the Oak Park Camp could actually have a better understanding of why we actually marvel over our history. So that is the heritage trail sign that speaks to the development of Oak Park Camp. The gentleman to the right is our retired Brigadier Mason. He was the chief architect behind the whole putting up of the signs. If it wasn't for him, I know that these signs wouldn't be up. With a little budget, he actually reached out to each brigade commander, asking them to donate funds so that we could actually put up at least 13 signs in Up Park Camp. He also reached out to the credit union, the JDF credit union, who actually sponsored this sign. So upon entering the camp, this is one of the signs that will greet you. Right, there is also the infantry officers' mess. A mess is really just a simple word for where soldiers actually eat, where officers eat and relax, right? It also has one of the richest history at Up Park Camp. Currently, this is not how the infantry officers' mess is, because it is located close to the Cotton Tree Gate. That too was also renovated, and it's actually captured in the Heritage Trail sign. There's also the Garrison Chapel. The Garrison Chapel for us represents, it's symbolic in terms of it being one of the oldest chapel churches in that region where it is located. In addition to that, it was not located here. It was actually located in Lathbury Barracks as a chapel school. It was brought down by an earthquake in 1907, and then it was later redesigned and built and placed where it is now. That too is also captured within the Heritage Trail sign. And the reason why we placed a sign there is because within the church itself, there are several artifacts or relics that speak to a vast history. There is on the floor, just where the altar is, there is a tile that was taken from, I think it was when the British West India Regiment went to Angola, one of those far places on one of their campaigns. They took out a mosaic tile from one of those African churches and brought it back to Jamaica. And that is laid up in the church along with what are called colors. Colors in the army are actual, you would call them flags, but we call them colors. And the colors are actually placed, once you retire a color or a flag, it is placed in the Garrison Chapel Church until it withers away. So we have, for example, the first changing of the color for the Jamaica National Reserve in 1963 is actually hung in that church as well. So and there are many more artifacts within that church that is documented in the Heritage Trail. Then of course there is Briggs Park Cemetery. Briggs Park Cemetery was actually opened in 1901 after we closed the old cemetery. The old cemetery was actually opened in 1838 and was actually used to bury those that died from cholera and yellow fever. Of course, there is a rule that you can't bury, thank you Fontana, right? So we had to close that cemetery off, and of course started with Briggs Park Cemetery. Briggs Park Cemetery falls under the what they call the Commonwealth War Graves Commission is responsible for the overseeing of the Briggs Park Cemetery, but so it must be kept up to standard. The old cemetery is still there. It is also documented, and we have a Heritage Trail sign for that as well. So once you enter the Briggs Park Cemetery, you're greeted with the sign, and the sign actually has a map on it that actually shows you the direct areas where individuals are buried. So for example, A and B would have those from World War I and II, and of course the VC recipient, Sergeant William James Gardner, is buried in Briggs Park Cemetery, as well as Robbie Clark. Robbie Clark is the first black British pilot who was of Jamaican descent. Is buried also in Briggs Park Cemetery. And of course, once you come and you scan this wonderful barcode, all of that information is presented in a video as well, right? There's also Cotton Tree Gate. Cotton Tree Gate, it's called Cotton Tree Gate because of that big tree that is there. Cotton does not grow on tree, right? But because what comes off the tree looks like cotton, that's why they gave it the nickname Cotton Tree Gate. Also, because in the Scottish author Tom Kringle, who documented his work, so and he was a lover of these big trees, so we call him Cotton Tree Gate. What we did was to document and show the original cotton tree, which is here, and this is an actual 1974 Gleaner photo that we have, that was brought down because after a certain year, 300 years, these trees tend to just collapse, exactly. So the tree that is currently there now was planted in 1983, and all of that is documented in this. This is just a snippet of the caption that is on the sign itself, right? Then there is also HQ Defense Force. We have a heritage trail sign there. Reason being is because HQ JDF was, the original HQ JDF was where Jamaica National Heritage Trust is now located on Duke Street. That is where Field William Marshall Gum decided, it was from that HQ, as we can call it, where he actually established and developed the Newcastle Hill Station from there. And after a while, it was then moved from Duke Street and brought to Up Park Camp. So in this photo as well, I know you might see two young boys here in trunks. I don't know, the photo bombed the photo. But it's actually showing in the last set of white officers from the, I think is the, if it's not the Island Fusiliers, it's probably Canadian Grenadiers, who are actually saluting the Union Jack, and this is an 1961 photo. So this is when we actually became the Jamaica Defense Force. There is also the famous Duppy Gate sign that is there. Reason why they call it Duppy Gate is because it is said that when the officer came to turn out the guard is where you change the guard or you give the guard an instruction. They said that an officer dressed in uniform would come change the guard out, and they would continue their duties. And when the rightful guard came, they said, "Sir, but you already turned the guard out. Why are you turning the guard out again?" Only to realize that it was a Duppy who was actually haunting the soldiers. That is also documented in our signage. And then the old cemetery, as I mentioned to you before, closed in 1901 to make way for the Briggs Park Cemetery. A lot of the persons buried in this cemetery died from yellow fever, cholera, or because they drank poorly distilled rum and had a very poor diet of salted meat, right? All of which they changed by actually taking the wages from the soldiers and monitoring them and giving them what they needed to buy, right? And of course, within this cemetery, it's not just soldiers. The wives or children of the soldiers who died are also buried in this cemetery, and it is also a very segregated cemetery. So to the back, right in a small corner, you'll find a couple black corporals buried there. Then there is the Jamaica Officers Club that was built in 1961 by skilled laborers who actually left from Gibraltar, and they were faced with dying in World War II. The Jamaica contingency sent for the Gibraltarians. We housed them at Up Park Camp. They were also housed at Huey as well, and they were the persons who were responsible for building that nice Jamaica Officers Club that we have at camp, right? Then we have Curfew Home. So what we did was to extend the reach of the heritage trail to preserve our military history by having a sign at Curfew Home. And of course, you know what the significance to Curfew Home. That is where majority of our veterans from World War I and II are housed and taken care of until the transition. No, it's not physically at Up Park Camp. So there's Curfew Place, which is just across from Up Park Camp, and then there's Curfew Home. And of course, we had to put a sign there as well for them. Now, what is interesting to note is that we could not have Newcastle, that rich history of Newcastle, and not try to document it or preserve it in our heritage trail sign. So in 2022, we started documenting the history of Newcastle by placing it, of course, in our heritage trail sign. Of course, we started with what was called the Wall of Badges. Gentleman in the photo is my immediate boss, Colonel Bogle, and he is also a big advocate for history and military history. So what we did was we started with the Wall of Badges. There are three cemeteries that are now in Newcastle, two of which are easily accessible. The other one is at Clifton Mountain, which is way around one part where we can't reach. So there is the cemetery that speaks to the British officers who are buried there. Then there's another cemetery called Blackman Cemetery. And of course, because racism was strife back then, so they even had their own square. So there's a Blackman Square where the black soldiers had to muster. You couldn't bury the black soldiers with the white soldiers, right? The wall, and there is a heritage sign there that documents that there is a wall of badges which speaks to the regiments that were stationed in Newcastle from 1841 to 1962, which is over 58 regiments. That is documented in the sign itself. There is the Gums Officers' Mess, we also documented, and it is going to expand throughout Newcastle. Once the research is done, we are currently working with the Jamaica National Heritage Trust and getting some of the information that we need. We also have our own team of researchers. Yes, there are soldiers who can conduct research, right? And of course, we send them out. We send them to the archives, the national. I send them all over, National Library, everywhere, and they get the information, document it, and as best as possible represent it on the side. And that is basically the end of the presentation. I was asked or told by Dr. Camille Bell Hutchins, who is currently our VP academic at the Caribbean Military Academy, under which the museum falls, to just tell you guys that whenever you are free, you can stop by at the Jamaica Military Museum. I mean, the military museum is open to the public from Tuesdays to Sunday, 9 to 4:30. Newcastle is done by appointment because we don't necessarily have a staff in there as yet. And you just need to come by when you can, and we will give you the tour that you need and take you to the various heritage trail sites. All right? So thank you for listening. That is the presentation. Are there any questions? No, so you can just, so the procedure is to come to the front gate and notify them that you are going to the Military Museum and Library. They will notify us, and then we tell them, yes, you can. All right, so are there any questions? Please feel free to say no. Oh, and just to do a plug for Captain Walker, who is our librarian. So the Caribbean Military Academy has a main library that, yes, we have a main library that not only soldiers who are on course must go to the library and read. And so, for example, if you're on course, you have to do a book review, a military book. But also, the library exists for those who want to conduct research into Jamaica's military history. And there are currently 7 or 8 schools of excellence that the CMA operates, and each school has a library attached to it as well. So if you're in any part of the world and you need just some information, you can either go to the library, come to the museum, you can contact us on our website, and we can provide you with whatever research that you need. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Ramsey. I think I should mention that Captain Ramsey used to be the keeper of the collection at the Institute of Jamaica. So he knows a lot about there. Museums division. So there's a lot of knowledge up there. Don't let him fool you. Okay. No, not even close. Okay, sorry. Mr. Newman has a question to ask you, Captain Ramsey.
Afternoon, Captain Ramsey. In your presentation, you alluded to the colors in the church, and they're there until they are disintegrated or die. Is there any way or any second copy of them being preserved?
So what we do is that, so by right, what we do is we digitize the colors, and by digitize I mean take photos of them, all right, or try to document them in the sense of when, whenever we have like a parade and the colors are being paraded, we ensure that that is documented so that anybody that comes to the museum can understand why is that the colors are used in this manner, Why is that when there's, for example, opening a parliament, they say them sweep the colors on the floor, and other persons will say, why is it that they have the Jamaican flag on the ground, which is, it's not a Jamaican flag, it's the colors, but it has, like the Queen's colors or the King's colors that it's called now, would have colors that resemble the Jamaican flag in it, the yellow, the black, the gold, the green, but within the center is the insignia of the crown or the monarch in it. But so the army culture by right is that once you retire a color, it is retired at the church, it stays up there until it disintegrates or withers away, because it is a sacred object. It is considered sacred. Sacred to the point where it is the padre who actually blesses the color before it is sent to a brigade or a regimental colors, for example. It is blessed by the padre. So what we do is try to document how it is used, right? And before it actually withers away, we have photos of the color and or how it was. And also bear in mind that for you to actually make the color, you have to design it. So we document the designing of the color as well. So all of that information we have.
Okay.
Of a color? Yeah. So for example, so like how the Queen passed, so we no longer have Queen's color. So they changed to King's color, right? So once the color change, you retire it. So whatever existed before, we retire them and then we create new colors. So once the monarch changes, then you say if Jamaica becomes a republic, we're going to retire King's color and create new color.
Okay. I understand there's one more question.
Yes, good afternoon. You alluded to the highest honor a soldier could receive while in service. What was the name of it again? Victoria Cross. So the first soldier that received it, how did he? What did he do?
So currently there are actually 1,380 recipients of the Victoria Cross, right? I've heard persons equate it to what is called the Purple Heart in the United States, right? So the first Caribbean national, there are 6 Caribbean nationals now that has ever received a Victoria Cross. The first one is Samuel Hodges. Samuel Hodges was actually a part of the West Indian Regiment. He was on a campaign in Africa, right? They were actually barricading through a town. They were trying to break down what are called stockades or fences or gates. When everybody else was afraid to do so, he actually volunteered with an axe and just went chopping through the town. Bear in mind, we have a lot of soldiers actually pointing muskets at him while he was doing this. And he actually led his troop and his commanding officer through the town. He was so good at doing it that the commanding officer said on his day when he was receiving the Victoria Cross that this man was the most bravest soldier he has ever met in his entire life, and he has seen a lot of soldiers. So that's how he received the Victoria Cross. For William James Gard, which is the Jamaican soldier, he was actually at what was on a campaign in Gambia. They were trying to do the same thing, which was break down the stockades, the gates. The commanding officer was in a rush, didn't realize that at the gates were around 3 muskets pointing directly at him, 3 musket guns pointing directly at him. And instead of shouting to the CO and tend to get out of the way, William Grant saw what was happening, pushed him out the way and was shot in the lung, right? He did not die, but because of that bravery, he received the Victoria Cross. And of course, the Victoria Cross is given to you by a member of the royal family, right? And it actually pardons you from any wrong thing you can ever do in your life once you receive the VC.
Okay. There is more. Miss Sadler, you wanted to say something?
Can I go for the Victoria Cross?
No. Okay, thank you so much, Captain Ramsey. That was really good. See, wasn't I right? You're not going to tell me no again in the future. Okay. All right, so coming up, we have what I think is a very interesting presentation. The presenters are Dr. Deborah Ferdinand James, Education Technologist in the Department of Education here at the UE, and our own Mrs. Caroline Nelson, who's a librarian here at the main library, and they will be presenting Preserving the Intellectual Capital of TVET Leadership Research, exploring its benefits, challenges, and solutions at a Caribbean University Library.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to make this presentation on behalf of my colleague and new librarian, Ms. Nelson. She is unable to join us vocally. I saw her on the platform a little while ago. She has lost her voice, unfortunately. So I will be presenting on her behalf. And I would just like to know that you have seen my screen clearly. I would just like some feedback as to whether you have seen my screen clearly.
Yes, we're seeing the screen and we're hearing you fine.
Okay. So, as was said by the moderator, our presentation is entitled Preserving the Intellectual Capital of TVET Leadership Research, Exploring its Benefits, Challenges, and Solutions at the Caribbean University Library, that being the Mona Library. My screen has frozen. Okay. And we have this presentation in 4 components. We'll do the introduction with a literature review. Then I'll go into briefly to the methodology because of time. We are presenting sample results because we have not gotten all the data just yet that we need. And then we'll close with discussion and conclusion on the sample findings. So I want to first acknowledge the Mona Library's commitment to supporting TVET leadership research, which comes out of the Masters in TVET and Workforce Development offered by the School of Education. The Mona Library has willingly supported the program. I'm the coordinator for the last 2 years with a TVET LibGuide that they maintain on the library's homepage. It's accessible from there, and that has a host of resources for students doing graduate research in the program to access. You have online databases, videos, journals to access journal articles. They also have a research proposal LibGuide that the students can go to for preparing their research proposals. There's also a digital template that students can use to prepare their research proposal and the final research project. All they have to do is open it up and exchange the information that's there with their personal information. The Mona Library also offers weekly and maintains a virtual reading room for these students, where from 4 to 7 weekly, they sit with the librarian. This would be Ms. Nelson, and she helps them with finding resources and literature for their research. And in that time, which is time for directed reading and writing of their research from 4 to 7, they have that space there. And the librarian is there. She will provide library instructions, but she is in the room if students, while they're trying to find information or they come upon a stumbling block, she is there to help them, move ahead so that they can get their writing and reading for their research proposals done. We have had in the past some lags with students not getting that done. So I am very pleased and happy that the Mona Library gives that kind of support to the Tibet leadership research that comes out of the program. This program was developed since 2012, and it came out of a need to train a cadre of leaders to manage Tibet programs. These are a number of skill programs that increasingly have come on board, of course, out of the need for social and economic development. But these programs, they lack trained leaders. So this is the demand that the program was intended to meet. We have leaders like coordinators and managers of skills training programs in government ministries, in NGOs, and also teachers in the education system who are Tibet teachers, but are wanting upward mobility in their area. So they could then become a head of department for Tibet. But in interacting with these students, we as authors, Ms. Nelson as a librarian, and myself as a research supervisor, what we observed that the topics and what students focus on for their graduate research was more in the line of pedagogy in classrooms and not on leadership issues or performance of leaders in these skills training programs. So that it piqued our interest to then find out, since the program came into being in 2012 to 2021, is there really Tibet leadership research, a body of knowledge there to preserve? Because what we were seeing was not that, in our interaction with them during the virtual reading room hours and also with my supervision. So this is the rationale for the research. So this is the literature review. Very briefly, I'll summarize. When we talk about Tibet leadership, we are looking to develop leaders who can design or redesign and manage Tibet programs, making them responsive to the needs of the labor market. We're not necessarily looking at persons to teach skills. We're looking for persons to lead and manage these skills programs. So those persons have to be able to conduct research, do evaluations, make right policies, of course, in keeping with whatever institution, if it's a government institution or an NGO, but policies that will advance Tibet and Tibet training. So for the literature, what we are seeing is that there is really a gap in research regarding Tibet leadership, specifically so in the scholarly Caribbean literature. Now, when we talk about preserving the intellectual capital of Tibet, intellectual capital in the literature, it could be summarized as there are a number of definitions as knowledge reservoirs that form repositories for the intellectual capital of a discipline. In this case, it would be Tibet leadership. And that allows for dissemination of this information, for advancing knowledge in the discipline, for others to be able to access it, like supervisors or supervisees, for them to know what has been researched and what needs to be researched. And this intellectual capital must be protected, not just from the physical elements, the way it's stored, but also regarding copyright and intellectual property. So those are some of the legal issues. Now, when it comes to benefits of preserving intellectual capital, it allows for long-term usability. Specifically now, most of it is digitally preserved so that it's there and it can be accessed anytime, anywhere. It also helps to increase the use and access of the information because it cuts across boundaries. You don't have to come to the library to access the information. And that extends the reach and visibility of the research so that globally the university's intellectual capital can be recognized because it's there, it's visible, and persons can use it, they can see the value of it. However, when it comes to challenges and solutions, there is a lukewarm kind of backing from management when it comes to supporting and leading regarding preserving intellectual capital. Some persons may find it's too expensive, so it's not something that's on the front burner. But the solution to that is to lobby for it to be part of the organization's mission to have digital preservation integrated into the mission, so that even if funds are low, it has to be there. You can reduce the funds, but you just can't say that you're not supporting it because it's part of the organization's mission. And that becomes very critical, that integration there, when the storage or the volume of information and data that you have is expanded, and then it costs more because you have to pay for increased storage. So those are some of the challenges and solutions. The theoretical framework that we are using here would be the Open Archival Information System, or OAIS, and that's an ISO standard that provides a body of universal principles and methods for archiving information. And one of the tenets of this system is that when you archive information, you must archive it for a designated community. You identify that community, you know their wants and their needs, so that you know that you are meeting a target group's need, and it's not just for everybody, so that the information can be used. The OAIS also ensures usability. It allows for usability of the information, as I said. It allows for benchmarking and evaluating what you're doing, because it is a standard, so that once you use it and you benchmark against it, you can be rest assured that you're meeting international standards in terms of how you archive the information. So it's a referencing model, and it recommends that you seek funding to do what you want to do in terms of archiving your information for a designated community. And as I said before, management is not always at the forefront of supporting digital preservation, so you have to seek funding to do that, as we've heard in previous presentations. The other framework that we're using is the PSR, or Policy Strategies and Resources Framework, which is widely used in strategic management. The resources part of this framework acts as a conduit for attaining the policy objectives, and the strategies help to guide or delineate the approaches for achieving the policy objectives. So it's how you're going to achieve it. But the PSR allows for that alignment and harmonizing of the objectives, the policies, the resources, and strategies. So the purpose of our research is to explore the fidelity to TVET leadership research in master's TVET leadership research projects and its implications. These would be the research projects from the master's students. So the overarching question coming out of the purpose would be, what is the extent of fidelity to TVET leadership research in master's level leadership research projects? This would be the final project, and possible implications of that. The sub-questions Down because it might be blocking what you see. What is the extent of fidelity to TVET leadership research and master's level TVET research projects, and what are the possible implications for benefits, challenges, and solutions of such fidelity? Significance of the research, it contributes to a gap in the scholarly literature regarding preserving TVET leadership research, and it can help to inform policy and practice for this preservation and also identify gaps in TVET leadership research. So the methodology, we used content analysis mainly for this descriptive study, as the master's research projects already existed. So we didn't have to do interviews or anything like that because these are completed projects. Content analysis was ideal because it's a detailed and systematic examination of contents of a particular body of knowledge for the purposes of identifying patterns, themes, and biases within that material. The particular body of knowledge that we intended to examine is the TVET Leadership Graduate Program Research Project. We intend to use purposive sampling of the projects from 2012 to 2021. However, when we approached the School of Education to get that information, they only sent us 14 projects, indicating that they don't have all the information cataloged, and so that's all they could have provided us with. So what we did, we put that into UWeLink, which is the UWI's information portal, and of course, you know, they have a separate section for theses and so on, but none of the projects were found in UWeLink. So all we had actually was the research project titled Symposium. We did not have an abstract to go through or anything like that because none of the projects could be found in UWeLink. Now, there could be two reasons for that. It could be that the students' projects did not receive an A, which would then entitle it to be part of the university's repository for this kind of research. Or the library is yet to bring it or include it in its databases for this type of information. The Newman 6 steps for content analysis were used to guide the analysis. You know, first thing you do, you formulate your research questions, then you decide on the unit of analysis, and that's into the project. You do your sampling plan, and that is the purpose of, because we're only looking at the TVET project. You identify your variables, and of course, these would then be themes that would be identified. And then you identify coding categories, so then you attach codes to these categories of themes, and you draw inferences from the data, the analyzed data, to answer the research questions. So I'm just going to go to the results now. We're looking at the sub-question number 1. What is the extent of fidelity to TVET leadership research and master's TVET leadership research projects? So we are answering the overarching question by the sub-question. So the categories and themes that came out of the 14 projects are as follows. So we had one category of TVET during COVID-19, and this dealt particularly with learning and developing skills, mostly pedagogy. So we had 3 projects looking at strategies teachers use to develop students' practical skills, feedback on students' perceptions of the quality of their online learning during COVID, and then challenges and solutions in TVET work study. And of course, the work study is where you are immersed in your domain for a couple of weeks to then learn and refine what you have been taught in the classroom. But as you can see, none of these really dealing with strong leadership areas, like how leaders manage their resources, how they keep within budget, their performance in terms of quality assurance with the programs. It's really about pedagogy. So we have very little fidelity here to Tibet leadership research. Another category that came out was the role of Tibet programs. This actually was very prominent amongst the topics. So you have exploring the role of Tibet, the contribution of work experience program to Tibet skills development, graduates' perception of the national unattached youth program, and again that will give the feedback from the students as to the role the programs play. The role of career guidance by the career counselor, which would be a person in Tibet. Perceptions again, and you can see that we have some overlap here because we already had the role, exploring the role, and now we have perceptions towards technical and vocational education in 2 schools, and the role of curricula in Tibet here, which is green Tibet regarding sustainable development. Tibet also has to maintain sustainable curricula in terms of greening. And again, this is not leadership. So we have little fidelity here with the research topics. Then another category would have been the impact of Tibet. And we have at least 4 studies falling under this category. The themes that arose from those studies: effects of factors that entice or encourage female participation in Tibet programs, prevailing challenges of mainstreaming Tibet. Of course, if you read any of the media, public media, and so on, you see that Tibet has the impact is wide. People are aware of the benefits and so on. There is a challenge in the negative image persons have of Tibet, and that causes issues when you try to mainstream. Perceptions of Tibet, again, Tibet staff, and how the organizational culture influences or impacts the morale of staff, and evaluation of effectiveness of public-private partnership. Again, this would show the impact Tibet is having on the public sector and the private sector, the partnership. Now, this last theme here could be part of a leadership role, because the leaders of programs or managers of programs, they would be the ones that foster this partnership and nurture it, so that they would need to evaluate whatever strategy they put in place to make this partnership work, to see how best it is working or how it could be improved. So whilst it's here as the impact, it could also and has been included in the Tibet leadership. But when we come to Tibet leadership, that category, we have one study that's true to Tibet leadership research. So this study is a correlation between the Jamaica Constabulary Force Supervisor Management Training Program and the Supervisor Servant Leadership Performance. Now, this is true Tibet leadership because you're looking at leadership performance. I also put in this previous one, the mainstreaming, because as I said, the leaders would be the one, or the managers or the coordinators of programs would be the one to drive this mainstreaming. And the evaluation, of course, public-private partnership, that also would be done by the manager or coordinator of a program. So in truth and in fact, we have one true leadership study, and then we have two supporting ones. Okay, so sub-question 2, that's the findings we have there. What are the possible implications for benefits, challenges, and solutions for such fidelity? You have very little benefits coming through there because of the lack of access. There's nothing in the UELink, the database is there. You have there's lack of reach and visibility of what was done. So you cannot benefit from the knowledge that is shared, that's supposed to be shared, knowing the development of the field and what holds in store for advancing the field and identifying the challenges that the field, the discipline faces and what could be done. You have nothing, you have no benefits there to benefit from the knowledge because it's not accessible. So there's no long-term usability as is expected of the OAIS standard. The challenges, of course, the implications here is that you have nominal focus on TVET leadership, and excellence in graduate performance appears very limited because it is possible that the projects that were completed were not awarded an A, which then means that they can't be included in the UELink database for PCs. And so this is a challenge because it stymies the university's role in advancing such knowledge. As you know, the university plays a critical role in regional development, in providing that knowledge base that is needed on various issues in regional development so that we know what's working, what is not working, and what needs to be done. So the solutions would be to refocus the graduate research on TVET leadership and prioritize digital preservation of this research. So to conclude, we could say that the lack of TVET leadership research impedes the library's role of preserving this intellectual capital, and this waning fidelity to TVET leadership research threatens the growth of the discipline because we don't have a knowledge base to build on. And it means then as a top-ranking university, if we were to approach funders, say, hey, we lead in this area, we need money to do this, to do that. We have very little research to show that in terms of TVET leadership and the graduate programs that we offer, we're not doing leadership. We're focusing more on skills training. And that's not the focus of the program, actually. It's to develop a cadre of leaders who have done research. They know the issues in leadership when it comes to financing TVET, which is very expensive because it's resource based. It takes a lot of material and equipment for the various skill areas. So that it really threatens the growth of not only the advancement of knowledge for the field, but also in terms of intellectual capital, we have very little to show. So that in concluding, TVET leadership research cannot continue to slide. Efforts to refocus the graduate research must be given a priority, and along with that, the preserving of the intellectual capital and protecting it. We have some limitations here for this study because we only have sample findings. We did not get all the information that we needed, and the findings are limited to the local study context, so that it's a work in progress. These are our references. Thanks to the excellent work of Ms. Nelson. And I want to thank you for listening to our presentation, and I will take any question and answers now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Ferdinand James. As she said, any questions or comments that anybody wants to make? No? Yes, Mr. Newman?
The only question I want to ask, I think at some point you were referring to, is it master's research paper? And you said you didn't find anything in UA link. Is it the MA aspect of it, or are you also addressing MPhil, PhD? In the research, are you just restrictive to the, MA part of it?
Yes, because we use, we liaise with them more to shape and guide their research project, which would be due at the end of their program, whereas the MPhil and PhD projects, they have a longer run at it. You know, they do that at the end of 4 to 7 years sometimes. That's what they do.
Okay.
But we do offer the directed reading and writing hour to the MPhil and PhD students. We don't have any PhD students right now, but we do offer the service. That's the Mona Library. Do offer the service to them. But our priority right now is to get the master students graduated.
Okay. Thanks again, Dr. Ferdinand James.
You're welcome.
And
My
Mrs.
pleasure.
Nelson, I hope you get your voice back soon.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, next on our program, we're going to have a presentation by members of staff in this library. Mr. Newman wanted me to emphasize that between the 4 of us who will be presenting now, there's like five of us, there's like a century's worth of experience, but I'm realizing, looking around the room, I'm seeing like a millennium worth of experience here, so I'm not sure if that really means anything, because there's a whole lot of experience and a whole lot of knowledge that has been spread today. So what we're going to do, we're just going to have a little talk here from the UE perspective about the preservation of material in GLAMS. It's called At a Crossroads, Myth or Reality. And the first person to present will be our own Mr. Newman, who will present on trends, a figment of our imagination. Mr. Newman?
Good afternoon again, everybody. And I will try, since it's 5 of us are actually presenting, I'll try to stay within time and I will try to speak slowly. Because, as I said, our presentation is looking at we're focusing on GLAMS, library, archives, and museums. That's what GLAMS mean for those persons who aren't aware of the acronym. And we're looking at a crossroads, and the whole idea behind our presentation is that preservation and conservation, especially in Jamaica, from our experience of the 5 of us, is that there are things at a crossroad, and you know what a crossroad, if you're a driver, you're at a point and sometimes you don't know what direction to go, and sometimes you speed right through the 4-way and you have an accident, or sometimes you slow down or you turn back. So the objective of our presentation this afternoon is to present and discuss the current state and trends and philosophy guiding trends being observed in institutions dealing with conservation and preservation matters. My technical assistant, she wants me to change, right. Which one it is? Okay, I will want to go through some definitions, but I'll go through them very quickly because the keynote speaker went in detail about the definition. But to bring you back, for you to understand about the trends and the other aspect of my co-presenters, first we want to look at what is conservation. So conservation, a simple definition is remedial treatment and restoration of already damaged items. And the whole idea behind it, as you'd hear from Ms. Salke's presentation, this is actually done by somebody who is competent, skilled, and trained in the area. Whatever is done to the item is reversible. Preservation are a set of preventative conservation activities aimed at prolonging the life of a record book. It could be an audiovisual, it could be cloth, painting, whatever the case is. And on the other hand, the wonderful buzzword, digitization, everybody's clamoring for, is a conversion of text, pictures, or sound into digital form that can be processed through or by a computer with software behind it and all of that. So before I can let you understand the crossroads where we're at, it's very important to understand what are the elements of preservation management or a preservation program. So we're looking on policy formulation, and policy formulation is actually designing what direction or goals or priorities you're going to in your preservation program. You go about doing a preservation needs assessment, planning and establishing from your priorities based on your needs assessment. One of the aspects of your program would involve staff and user visitor education, environmental and monitoring, as the word suggests, whether you have the right environment and how you control this, because if you don't, then if humidity is too high or too low, you can have mold growth, you can have crackling of the paper, or you can have whatever medium being disintegrated over time. Holding and maintenance storage is also very important, and our presentation from the museum showed very examples of not having the thing in the right environment and how they're properly stored can actually affect the life of the item. We're also talking about disaster preparedness and recovery, and we live in the tropics, and we don't necessarily have rain like what is happening now. We also have earthquake, we also have fire, we also have man-made disaster, we also have natural disasters. And we're talking about duplication and reformatting, and again the buzzword, which involves either photocopying, microfilm, or actually digitizing the item. So those are some of the elements of preservation management. Now, when those are not being fulfilled, then we're now at a crossroads. And now the trends. Now, the trends that are actually, we have international trends versus local trends. And international trends has to do with the buzzword where persons are, who many of us have gone overseas and what happened at Yale, Columbia, Duke, and all of these places, and rush come back to say we want these things at our own institutions. And sometimes we implement them without actually a feasibility study or a need study, and sometimes in the glee to keep up with international standards, we have not yet mastered the art of our own, and therefore we are adopting theirs. And you'd have heard from many presentations this morning that staffing is one of the problems. Training, competence is one of the problems. These institutions that we are modeling, which is quite fine to model from, right, have gone 20 and 30 years ahead of us. We are still struggling for space. We're still struggling for competent persons to be properly paid. And therefore, when we advance our program to theirs, we have ignored a lot of things that are there. So many of our leaders, who sometimes are not necessarily grounded in preservation, conservation, makes decisions just because to keep up with the trends. And when they get to that crossroads, again, maybe good to go and jump, but remember, when we get to that point, we must reflect at some point in time and accept if we have flawed along the way and how we reverse it without passing blame. Our library leaders, as I mentioned before, sometimes are eager to move. And sometimes they themselves are eager to move, does not put preservation, conservation, supplies, training in the budget at all, and expect it to happen. And sometimes they do themselves have to make these decisions of taking things out of the budget that affects us as conservationists or preservationists and expect us to find creative ways, and we are left to make with the decisions. And that's how the crossroad comes in. Funding is also critical for our particular profession. Many of us, both local, regional, international, strive on funding. Our funding sources in the Caribbean are not as wide and diversified as what exists in the developed countries like North America, the UK, in Europe, China, and those other places. And therefore, we in Jamaica have to struggle with very, what you would call, limited funding source. And many of us get our funding from Chase. And I don't want to put Chase in a bad light. I'd asked Chase to sponsor this particular event and the one tomorrow. And they said to me they would love to, but their finance doesn't allow to actually cover it. And we thought then that if we had a symposium and a workshop, at least we'd be able better to train people, synthesize the population of what is happening, and as a result, we'll be able to do some training and orientation. Staffing again is a problem, and we have heard it in here this afternoon. This particular set of persons are not as paid as the technical people. We are a dying set of population. If you don't have a passion for it, and therefore sometimes we retire or when we move on to another greener pasture, it's hard to find a replacement for us. Modeling and the design of the program, if you don't have a comprehensive preservation program, you're selective in what you're doing. For example, just to digitize without paying attention to the actual original item, you're sending yourself down a very small tube. Our collection tend to grow. We don't have the space. We don't have the correct environmental conditions. We don't have the resources to keep them. And hence we are finding ourselves in a bottleneck. The clicker doesn't like me. So now I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Kevin Boucher, and he's going to address some of the challenges or at the crossroads as it relates to digitization. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kevin Boucher. I'm a member of the IT team, by the way. So we're going to look at digital preservation and the primary focus. There we go. Let's get started here. Okay, why are libraries digitizing? Most academic libraries have some rich research collections, and they have the important role to play of publishing scholarly content online. So it's a kind of no-brainer. Even before COVID-19, there has been an expectation among users of the library collections that the material they need for their research and teaching will be available electronically. Long and short, that 2 years of COVID has caused patrons to come back to the academic library and say, what have you done in the last 2 years to ensure that you're up to speed with the canvas and technologies, right? Good. So basically, we do it to open up content for the worldwide audience in new and exciting ways. It's really for you to interact with digital content. But to sum up those three sides, libraries are really in the business of access. Whatever we do, the intention is to provide access. So even if we digitize, even if we do a preservation initiative, it's really to promote access, actually. And we look at, hopefully quickly, some of the myths, or at least one of the myths to preservation that people have, that, oh, if you digitize the item, the physical item is now properly preserved because you're going to park that, but we're going to throw a spoke in the wheel for you. All right. So basically, the libraries are in the business of access. I mean, I like the remote there. Okay. All right. So, time to talk about workflow, because that is what Mr. Newman tasked me with. It's about the workflow of the digitization process. I know looking at that, it kind of looks like an IT diagram that may be intimidating. So let's break it down. This is really a three-step workflow that has been unpacked. All right? So we can compress it so you understand real quick. All right. Selection is the first step. How do we select items? Well, we have a digital selection committee that's chaired by the head of special collections, Mrs. Warrell Johnson here, who works closely with the academic community within Mona to establish priorities for digitizing collections, and it might include factors such as what kind of demand is on the item and the physical condition. If it's brittle, no, we know we need to convert it to a digital format, right? So that's selection, right? Obviously, we invite partnerships as well, but we do it on a case-by-case basis because, as you know, the pastor christening picked the first, so we have to deal with our main agendas, and if there is space, we will take on other work. Content selected from digitization will most likely come from the special collections unit. So what we have is a digitization studio, and we basically restrict that area to converting what is in West Indies and special collections. If you look at it this way, if there were to be a disaster at the library, one of the first places we would go for recovery would be the special collections area, because our unique collections are there, the ones that we can't duplicate. So we also can't lose them. How much time left? And then the easiest thing in the selection process is to use things that are out of copyright. It's so much easier because you don't have to get the permissions. However, don't thwart your ambitions because the thing is not out of copyright. What we do here is we get help from our friends at Jaipo and Jamcopy to advise us, and usually we get the clearance. So don't let that stop your ambitions. Now let's go to the digitization workflow. So making a digitization request at Mona is automated. A form is available with field validations. Each person has their respective role in the workflow, and each person is alerted electronically, right? We also leverage our help desk system so that a ticket can be created and the status can be tracked, all right? Now, after a request is made, the item is inspected by a trained staff from the binder and conservation unit for what we coin as scan health, meaning if it can be scanned on the device that we have without being damaged at the end. If not, it will have to go for repairs, right? The next thing is that the physical item is removed from the shelves, and then we make a notation in our catalog, because as we say, we are in the business of access. If you move something that's not accessible, the user should know, right? So we usually update, what's that? The holdings field, right? Good. Now, so we dealt with selection. So after we select the item, the next thing we have to do is convert it, which is what we call the capture phase. Good? Now, the conversion officers, it's kind of like old time days with cars. You warm up your car every morning, get it ready for the road. So they'll calibrate the scanner, right? All the scans are in archival format. We choose TIFF because that's the industry standard. After each scan, so this is how things changed for us. 1 minute, seriously? All right, cool. No problem. So after each scan, the scan officer provides quality assurance. He checks if the image is straight, things like that. File naming conventions, things like that. Actually, we can forgive me that. 2 minutes there. Not enough here. Right. And then there's, after capturing, there's also another phase of quality assurance where there's cropping, descrewing, if necessary. If you're really good with your scanner, you don't have a lot of quality assurance to do. It's like a photographer / editor. Enough people, when them take a picture, they have to touch it up, Photoshop it. If you have a really good photographer taking the picture, you have less, right? You get the point. All right, so nobody's factoring the latency of the remote and adding that time, are they? It was like, I lost 30 seconds on the remote. Right, so phase 2 of quality assurance is done by the digital collections librarian. So she does something like what you would liken to proofreading. So we do trust the conversion officers that look at it first, but human nature is that you could be in an argument with your wife and have a domestic dispute, come and miss something. True story. Right? So when we finish scanning that item, we take it back to the shelf and we go back to the catalog and say, hey, users, it's back, the physical item. But also we say to them, we have it digital now. It usually excites them. Boom, I can get another minute? Thank you. So, yeah, I know I saturated you there. But this is, I think, what Mr. Newman has asked me to bring out, is that every step in the workflow, has been an obedient step to what the industry standards have said. But just like what Mr. Newman said, a lot of our peers go off and study and travel and come back with these utopic solutions. And I think I'm supposed to be the IT guy who converts your ambitions into a responsible reality. So what we do is we retrofit it. We don't kill your ambitions, but we retrofit it so that it works. So this is how the retrofit worked. With the selection of items, this is what we were forced to do. As Mr. Newman mentioned, it's a regular feature for the developed countries to receive funding. As a matter of fact, the prerequisite to each digitization project in the foreign countries is with the funding. Good? We still get to the advantages. It includes you, Mr. Murray, don't worry. See? So it's not all doom and gloom. This is not doom and gloom. We don't get the money, so we do partnerships, we do grant writing, and we have people who are very good at that. You said 1 minute. Stop looking at me. Yeah. No, just for now, because I wouldn't say we are in our infancy, but we're basically making the formula for static media. Static media means things that are not AV, don't involve moving pictures or sound. So all we are doing now are like manuscript, maps, so on and so forth. But we have a well-oiled machine, I must say. All right. Decentralized scanning is something that's not really found in the developed countries. This is what we did. We restricted only special collections to be scanned and converted in the studio. But we leveraged the lease that we have on printers that we got from PBS that have scanners too. So if you go to those scanners, you can scan to a network folder, right? And that's everything that's not special collection, so you don't feel left out. But you can't carry your Harry Potter book to the digital studio. It's not a special collection. You could carry a Marcus Garvey manuscript, right? Good. This is you're extending my time by making a comment here. I can't have that. So some good byproducts of the retrofit is this. And this came out in our audit in 2021. We were polarized. Some people were saying, we don't need binders because the foreign countries don't feature binders. And of course, some people are saying, yeah, we need binders because we need them to repair the books. And some people are like, everything electronic, why you need to repair a book? Hey, let me answer that for you. The bindery has real tools of the trade, right? But this is how it comes in very well. As I say, in the developed countries, what they do is they secure a budget first before doing digitization. In that budget, they outline the need for a conservation plan. The conservation plan, the scenario is like this. You have 50 physical items. They pay a conservator, Ms. Lindsay, to look through those and kind of estimate the damage that will be incurred through the process and prepare for it monetarily. Now, because we have a bindery and conservation unit, we didn't have to do that. What we did was we embedded a step in our workflow called checking the scan health. You get it now? I knew you get it now. Right. So, and as I say now, this is the real advantage of the bindery and conservation unit, even though it's an unspoken advantage. It's this. That myth I spoke about earlier, that when people are digitizing items, there's the belief that, okay, we digitize a Harry Potter book, so let's park the Harry Potter book, now it will remain crisp. But that's not true. For example, our connoisseur's copy of the, what is that name? What's his name? Hans Sloan, we have the connoisseur's copy. What the literature has told me is this is what we need to expect. You see, the minute people see that upload it, they more want to see the original and handle it every minute, every minute. So it's not a magic one for preservation is digitization. Just remember, you're in the business of access, so you're doing this for access. Now, this is where the bindery, we have to give back the bindery then plug, right? I can't go off, I have to come back, plus I only have 60 seconds, I have to keep talking. I'm on the coffee, so I can do it. Mr. Murray and others in his team, this is how we benefit. Is that at any time when we see a resource needing reparations, we can go down to the bindery and schedule that repair. We don't know conservation plan we no foreign man have. I hate to sound condescending. Well, every time them talk about third world, it's just one world. We not know third world. Good. Next one. What we have digitalized. Let me forget that word because it always conflates people when they're talking about digitization. People don't know the difference between digitalization and digitization. Anyway, digitalization is automation. So we automated the way you send requests. But here the advantage of that, we embedded an estimated time of completion on the form. So once you complete the data, once you populate the field that says physical condition, let's say you choose that it's bound or unbound, and you say it's 50 pages, the system will tell you the estimated time for that. The difference in foreign countries is they have, not all of them, but most of them, what they'll do, it's just a 5-day turnaround for digitization. And we didn't think that made sense. We had to know based on the pages and the conditions. So eventually it cascaded in our service level agreements. So when you're filling out the form, you don't need to ask when you're getting back your stuff. There's an estimated time of completion. You agree with that? I think it's the last slide. Thanks. Woo!
All right, so before we go on to Mrs. Prowl and Mrs. Warrell Johnson, I will be about 5 to 6 minutes, maybe, yeah, 5 to 6 minutes. So you notice that Mr. Boucher only mentioned AV once to say, we don't do it, okay? There's a reason for that. And the reason Mr. Newman asked me to make this presentation is because for 8 years, I was head of the AV department at the National Library of Jamaica. I came to the UE. I was placed in charge of the AV collection here and the microfilm collection. These collections are large, they're interesting, they're complex, and they're problematic, okay? And they're problematic because of what they are, all right? So when I say AV, I am talking film, reel-to-reel. I am talking audio reel-to-reel. I am talking audio cassettes, video cassettes, CDs and DVDs, vinyl records, photographs. These are all AV. And each of them have their own specific needs, okay? And in libraries such as the UE and such as National Library, this is a struggle. Also, you heard Ms. Stevenson talk about the AV collection at ACIJ. A lot of thought has to take place in how you preserve this collection. And you have to decide if you're just going to run to digitization or you're going to invest in keeping the original formats. Now, at National Library, they decided to invest in keeping the original formats and digitizing. So, let's start with our reel-to-reel, what we used to be. Let's just start with National Library's reel-to-reel. It was made of a very rare, what is now rare material, 16mm film. It rots. It rots really easily. And it especially rots in hot and humid climates, which is Jamaica. The collection that exists at the National Library was, and I'm going to say rescued from the JBC, because when the JBC closed down, they had no idea what to do with that. And they threw them in the dust heap. And Mr. Aarons, who spoke earlier, Mrs. Webster Prince, and Mr. Robert Simpson went to the JBC and literally scooped up everything and took it to the library. And they started working on preserving it, and later took the decision to digitize it. Now, in order to digitize it, we had to locate the proper equipment, and this is one of the challenges with digitizing AV formats such as this. It is not cheap. What we did was to invite Chase to the National Library and show them the AV collection. This reel-to-reel collection consisted of the earliest broadcast of the JBC from 1952 until 1979. You can't get that anywhere else. The only place some of it exists is in the British Library. So we explained that to Chase, and Chase gave us $25 million to buy one piece of equipment. One piece of equipment. And this is to digitize a finite collection. Once you finish digitizing it, you're done. And unless somebody gives a collection to the National Library, they're not going to use that piece of equipment again. But in order to save that content, it was worth getting the $25 million. National Library also decided to invest in video cassette players, audio cassette players, reel-to-reel players, all of that. For two parts, for accessibility to these collections and to enable digitization. None of this equipment is cheap anymore. I went searching. One of our video cassette players just died. And the person who usually repairs them, he was the only one in Jamaica and he was going blind. So I had to go online to search for a video cassette player and the prices for them because they're obsolete. They no longer produce them. I mean, we're talking, the prices I saw were from like $850 US to $12,000 US this is a video cassette player, okay? So these are some of the challenges that we faced. So you have to take the decision, and it will always depend on how rare the material is and how big the collection is that you're going to use, that you're keeping. The UE doesn't have that big an AV collection yet. This is something we will be working on, but they do have an extensive microfilm collection. It is diverse. It's even bigger than National Libraries, and a lot of it is very rare. Here's the problem. It is stored in a place that is literally killing it. We cannot maintain the air quality, we cannot maintain the coolness. So the original space is being refurbished in the hope that we can install ACs in there that will keep it cool. But right now it's stored in another place that they're struggling with the AC. So constant monitoring, data loggers to keep check of the temperatures, these are the things that we struggle with. So when persons ask me about AV collections and the future, it's not an easy question to answer. Yes, you want to conserve these things. Oh, by the way, and CDs and DVDs are some of the most unstable formats you will find, okay? You open it one time and use it, it can get scratched. Sometimes you open it and it's already scratched and unplayable. This is something that we discovered at National Library. So we had to have a policy that as soon as we get the CDs, we rip them. And luckily at the National Library, we're covered by the copyright law that allows us to do that without having to ask permission because we serve research needs. Here at the UE, this is a mountain we're going to have to climb because we do have CD collections here and we're going to need to make a decision about that. So is there a future when it comes to microfilm? I will always support microfilm despite the challenges because if you get everything properly situated, the right storage, the right air temperature, that thing can last 500 years. And I'm not giving up any kind of format that can last 500 years. I read science fiction, apocalypse coming, okay, light going go off, all right? We could lose all the digital material, but the microfilm will always be there, all right? Thank you. So I'm now introducing Mrs. Nicole Lewis-Prawl and Mrs. Warrell Johnson.
Right there. Where's the clicker? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long day, hasn't it? But with very interesting presentations, you'd agree, right? All right, so I'm going to speak about collaborations, partnerships, and the possibilities. But this is something that is not unique or strange because you've been hearing about a lot of collaborations. And you'll find that the collaborations that we have had, and I am taking my collaboration experience from the National Library of Jamaica again, when I headed the conservation and the preservation, and conservation unit there. So when we speak of collaboration, we are talking about persons or a team working together for a common goal, a shared goal, right? So I have several definitions there, but I especially like the third one that refers to working together towards a common goal. And in conservation, you'll find that especially in our climate, our Caribbean climate, it is more feasible that we do this, that we partner together. It better facilitates us learning new trends, new methods, and just helping one another because there's a song that says, no man is an island, no one stands alone, right? We're not silos, so we need to work together. collaboratively. So one of the ways in which we worked together was through, you've been hearing a lot about grants and funding. So that is something that we, especially here in our climate, have to invest in. And you had heard Mrs. Buckner speak of the U.S. Ambassadors Fund. They were recipients of that, and we too at the National Library were recipients of that in 2009. And that proposal was for a collection called the Nuttall Collection. Enos Nuttall, who was the first Archbishop of the West Indies. And his collection numbers in about boxes, and I'm not going cubic in the archival world now, it is about 40 boxes that we had. And his collection contained sermons and diaries, very heavily paper-based, a lot of paper-based things. But what you find, especially in our environment, the Caribbean environment, we go back into history and we know that we were, our colonial masters left a lot of their stuff here in terms of history, and all of that paper is left here. So you find that and I'm speaking about paper now, paper-based, not artifacts or museum-based items, objects, papers I'm focusing on. You find that a lot of our collection is paper-based, and it is coming from the 17th century. And you have all heard about the problem of the brittle paper, right? So we have that a lot in our collections. I'm sure the Jamaica archives can agree with me when that comes, to the test. So you find that we have this problem, and then again, there was a problem that because we are or I'll say that we are new to the business of conservation, so to speak. We're still growing in conservation. You will find that our collections were never properly stored, right? We don't have the ID like the Western world, who we love to look up onto. We don't have 24 ACs or a very good integrated pest management system. We don't have any of that. And this is our reality, so we have to tailor it as best as possible. Salki spoke about training, and I can understand what she's saying, but I think with persons as Mr. John Aarons at the helm, who could have identified that, we need to do something about our collection or our heritage, especially when it comes to paper, and would have sought funding along with Ms. Ferguson, and would have identified the OAS, that's what he spoke of, that would have enabled our persons who were primarily just doing bookbinding and not so much conservation at the time. Because if you know what conservation is, it is the actions that you take to slow down the rate of deterioration. So it's the actual doctoring, the techniques, the methods that you would do to material that are in a state of deterioration, and you're going to try to, prolong the life of the record with whatever techniques, may they be deacidification, enclosing, or putting your records in acid-free so that you slow down the transfer of acid from the material itself by using acid-free. So that was a big, big, big step towards, us going into conservation in a good way, because before, especially at National Library, the focus was on bookbinding and not so much conservation. It was later on in the 90s and so forth that they went into the business of conservation. And Mr. Aarons this morning, for those who were there earlier, spoke of Mr. Estik. Mr. David Mohammed, who is the senior restorer at the National Library of Jamaica, always spoke of Mr. Estik in very, very, very high regards. Because Mr. Estik, as you heard, for those of you who were there this morning, would take time from vacation and come. He had the opportunity to go abroad and study or sit at the feet of the masters, so to speak. And whatever knowledge that he gained, he would come back and not be selfish with it. He would share it with his brother, so to speak. And that is the type of thing that we need to embrace, especially in our field, which is very specialized and is something that we have to fight to justify here. As Ms. Salki, or I think Mrs. Buckner would have said, conservation, anything that comes to culture, We need to justify it a lot, and a lot is not spent. It's not something that makes money. It's not the tax office. It's not a revenue generating thing. Conservation, whether it be paper or AV, is a very, very expensive venture. Expensive to maintain, expensive for persons to go and train, as you heard from Joelle this morning. And how Joelle got her training, she said she had to go all the way to Russia. Right? So that is it. What Mr. Aaron spoke about this morning as it pertains to training for our persons at National Library, they were lucky enough. One is deceased now. He was able to go to Camberwell College at the time, and he was able to do a conservation or a preservation course there. When I was last searching, that program no longer exists. I think the programs that exist are mostly based in the US, and as Joelle said, they are based in Europe. And as I said before, they are very expensive. One of our persons who is still alive and still practicing, Mr. Mohammed, he was able to go on the OAS program he was able to go to Venezuela, and there was another place that he went. And what he did was, again, you have, in conservation, you have what is called bench conservators, right? So you will basically, like, you sit at the feet of the master and you learn the processes, right? And again, with conservation work, Mr. Murray, you can attest to it, you can say yay or nay. You have to have a love for it, you have to have a steady hand. You can't have your nerves, you have to have nerves of steel when doing conservation work, because you're cutting and all of that. Yes, because you're basically being a doctor to the books or to the material that come under your custodianship, right? So you have to have a love of it. And I say this to say that we do have persons, again, I'm using National Library, who come in and they are taught by the masters. It will appeal to some will desire to go further with it, but for some, honestly, it's just a means of getting by, right? There's no passion there. And Mr., God rest his soul, Mr. Colin Gardner, the one who went to Camberwell and learned conservation, he had a passion for it, and he had a love for it. So whenever we had tours or anything, he was very enthused and loved to tell you about the work and show you, all that he learned. The same thing applies for Mr. Mohammed. He loves it, and he loves passing. Once he sees the interest, he is willing to share his work with you. I kind of digressed. So I say that to say that, but those persons had received formal training. So as Ms. Salke was saying this morning, it is a way of, she called it what, the telephone thingy, Chinese telephone, right? But I like to think of it as sitting at the master's feet. So you have to have the love, and if you don't have the love for it, you're going to get bored and you want to go on to something else. And then again, even with the compensation review, you still find that persons are leaving the field. Seriously, are leaving the field. So, right, so I was, what? Really? Okay, so collaboration through partnerships. Ms. Salke is one we have in our collection, or had in our collection at the National Library of Jamaica. We had paintings, and from time to time we'd have issues. So being that I knew Joelle, and how I met Joelle, Mr. Newman, right here through this forum, when you had your paw, I think about 2016 or so, I was able to make that link with Joelle and Colleen Nat. So big ups to, that's how we got the network going. So when I have that, if I have that issue, I know I can call on Joelle, or Miss Silent, Mrs. Buckner, as she's here. Across from us, we have the Institute of Jamaica. Is it Mr. Ramsey was here a while ago? Soldier Ramsey was here a while ago. Captain Ramsey, sorry. So when we get collections that are not entirely paper-based, like for instance, I had a collection and I had a suitcase in it, what are we going to do with this? I don't know how to treat it or anything like that. But then there is the national museums, they do artifacts. So I can simply have a dialogue with them, and we can do what is called a kind of cross-referencing, where I say, all right, we have the paper-based ones. If anybody comes and wants to access that collection, they'll know that, yes, the National Library of Jamaica has these, but they'll see a reference, a cross-reference that says there's an old suitcase that is by the museums that is there, in their care. So that is one of the ways. And also, to add before I leave, most of you here are librarians and you go on conferences. And what you do at conferences, you network, right? It's not about, go and present in your network and you get to know persons. So when you come across issues that you find that you can't cope with, you have this person, oh, she's a metal conservator, so I can always, shoot her an email or, or have dialogue. And out of the Enos Natal, out of this, the grant that was awarded to us, the persons who came and did the project or taught us, new methods, we still to this day have that, connection with them. We can call on them anytime, right? And when we go, well, not me, when David goes to conferences, he links with them, and they are still trying to find a way where they can have some kind of internship, in that they have an exchange. Somebody comes from Jamaica, goes from Jamaica to their lab, and somebody from there comes to ours, because it's not a one-way thing. They can learn from us also. So all hope is not lost for conservation. Thank you. Hand over to Miss.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience all day. I'm Bernadette, and I'll just quickly run over the way forward. Nothing particularly groundbreaking, but just for you to know that as it relates to options, we definitely need to consider new funding models. We've spoken about tapping into the same well, but I'd like to implore you to just consider new avenues that you can partner, collaborate, and hence get funding. For example, you can consider projects and even the whole issues of writing grants, going about your funding deliberately, not only the spaces that we're more familiar with, and also if we consider partnering with entities such as those that may want to diversify their actual client base, and you can facilitate by presenting certain programs for them. That is how you can actually consider new funding models. And this is relatable to GLAMs, all galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. So also, as we consider advocacy, you then become partners and speakers to gain the very alliances that will push you to making you integral to the development of national and even regional framework. Become involved in that sort of setting. Not only be agencies that react when you're called upon, but definitely consider becoming voices that can actually influence policies to ensure you are put at an advantage when these very things are finalized in government, for example. So these very policies will then be a way for you to push yourself through to see the different levels that you can actually gain the benefits that you're thinking about. Associations as well. There are bodies, there are library bodies, and I know there are museum bodies that are in the region, but we should all consider within our own specific grouping to consider becoming one single association and giving the power in numbers in that manner. With that, then we can actually consider another option as a way forward, collaborative projects, right? Through collaborative projects where funding is limited, each member within a group can consider specific objectives toward a full goal. So for example, where the National Gallery of Jamaica has images of Belisario in their collection, this can be complemented in doing a digitization project or seeking restorative funds with what is actually housed in another collection, speaking to the Belisario works, such as the National Library, who also have some of the original prints from that space and time. All right, so just to cement everything that you would have been hearing today, partnerships and collaboration do have a lot of options available, and we just want you to have that open mindset as I end this session from the Mona Library, and then welcome our final presenter for the day. All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon again. Are there any questions for us before we go to our interesting last presentation? But while you actually taking the mic to someone to ask a question, I want to kind of summarize our presentation, which looks at the crossroad. And the crossroad is that because we have not lost our passion or zeal, and we want to have the material, irrespective of which format they're actually in, to preserve them for future generation, we will take every step. We will come up with enough strategy, devise funding, and devise things and create a balance between what is best practice or what we can do, because we realize that we are in a developed country, and there are times we can't get enough air conditioning to function at the way it's supposed to be. So therefore we have to come up with creative ways how to ensure that the materials are kept at stable temperature. And the more we struggle with financing, is the more we have to decide at the crossroad which collection we focus on, which items we focus on. Because we can't save everything, but we'll find a way to ensure that incrementally we do something rather than don't do anything at all. Roger?
Yes, afternoon, my learned panelists and other people that are here. Yes, Mr. Newman mentioned a very serious thing in his presentation, and I don't know how we could address it. He said that when it comes to preservation, we are challenged with things like fires, earthquakes, natural disasters. So, you know, how could we mitigate against all of this? Like wars again, like what's happening in Ukraine and so on.
I'll try best to answer. One of those things that we actually do, Roger, is to ensure that we have a disaster plan in place that's organized, which there's one at the Mona Library, and there are more libraries coming on board how to create and ensure that they have a disaster plan in the event of a natural or man-made disaster. There are some that we can plan for, like if you're having a flooding. When it comes to an earthquake, it's kind of a little bit challenging because depending on the state of our building, but what we tend to do, we then go after what is called salvaging and try and rescue the more important aspect of a collection if that becomes catastrophic.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Neiman. Any more comments, questions? No? All right. I want to thank my colleagues for what was a really interesting presentation. Now, you may have noticed that the time has flown. This is what happens when you're having fun. So we're going to move on to what I'm going to call our final presentation for the evening. It's an interesting one. Damani Caldo, Conservation Officer from the National Environment and Protection Agency, NEPA. He will be doing a presentation, Pests, Rodents, or a Bird, Wildlife Conservation at its Best. And I think this is going to be interesting because how many of us think about the wildlife when we're thinking of preservation and conservation? Very few of us. So I think this is going to be a nice, interesting wake-up call. Mr. Caldo?
And especially the fact that there are times these creatures, animals fly into the library and we have to decide whether it's for the book or we get rid of them. And he's going to share that experience that we have to save both, especially if they're endangered.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Apologies, I did not walk with a presentation, so this is going to be me talking and a lot of gesticulation. So please be imaginative and work with me. I was a little late to the party, but as I have quickly caught up, Preservation Awareness Week and conservation speaks to the conservation, especially with libraries of knowledge. And this is often in hard copy. And in many instances, the hard copies are being stored, and then you have wildlife interactions. So oftentimes we see these things as pests. These animals, it could be arthropods, insects, mammals, birds, mammals in the form of rodents or bats, depending on what the structure is. And it's, especially in, well, many instances, but in Jamaica, we have to be careful about what we just deem as a pest versus what we deem as a nuisance of importance. Why I say that is because we have many species that can present as a nuisance, but they are indeed protected species or species of conservation interest. And in that regard, we have to find a balance in preserving our books, our paintings, our art, but also preserving the wildlife. So in my role at NEPA, I'm in fauna, so I work with animals mostly, plants sometimes, but animals mostly, and that is from insect all the way up to crocodiles, right? So how I ended up here is that many of you may be familiar with the bird or birds that frequent upstairs in the library through broken glass. Now, in many instances, I think in this instance it was just a pigeon. And I say just a pigeon because the rock dove, which we just call the domestic pigeon, is actually not a protected species. It's deemed a domestic animal like a chicken or a dog or a cat. It's coming from North Africa or Eurasia and has gone everywhere man has gone. It's one of those things that we domesticated a long time ago for various reasons and walk with it wherever we ended up on the globe and where they could flourish. But in many instances, we have owls that will move into buildings. So the barn owl, which is native, not so much a Jamaican owl, which is endemic, but the barn owl is a protected species, and the Jamaican owl also. But the barn owls will also move into buildings, hence the name barn owl, because at the point of naming such species, persons would have constructed barns and they find that habitat perfect, so they move in there. The weird thing about that is barn owls eat a lot of rats. So if you want to control rats, it's good to encourage barn owls. But the barn owls moving into your library is a problem because they're going to mess up on the books. It's high uric acid. It's going to destroy the books. And in most instances, when it comes to birds and bats, it's about exclusion. So the architecture and the maintenance of the architecture is very important. Both the owl and the bats, which we have 21 species in Jamaica, a number of them endemic and some of them critically endangered. The good thing, the critically endangered species are extremely specific and like only a certain type of cave, whereas the ones that would move into the roof of a building are not as threatened and, no, not endangered. But we conserve bats because bats are very important for the ecosystem as well. They control, the ones that move into buildings aren't the same ones that are eating your fruit. The ones that move into buildings are insectivores, and they actually consume their body weight of insects every night. So even in this current dengue situation, having more insectivorous bats is actually a good thing, even for things like beet armyworm for agriculture, which is a moth larva. And the moth fly at night. These bats come out early evening or throughout the night and they eat tons of insects. And then for agriculture, the guano from the bat is very good fertilizer, but it's also, that in itself again is another thing about balance and conservation, because going into many caves to extract the guano, doing it unsustainably disturbs the bats. It affects the cave system and then you lose the bats. So it's about doing it the right way and having the balance. But back to the preservation and exclusion without harming the animals. Bats and birds cannot create spaces. A rat can gnaw into a space, so that a rat will come, use its teeth, make a hole, come in. A bat only utilizes what's there. So again, it comes, right, so you have to have the space there. So sometimes, and we find this a lot when we build roofs here, they build roofs with these little spaces. It says for ventilation, but if you look at some of the older houses, along the eave, they have ventilation boxes with mesh. The bats can't go in there. If the mesh is damaged for whatever reason, perfect. Bats, owls, sometimes pigeons utilize that space. So through the construction process and even maintenance process, it's just really good to make sure that you have all these holes sealed. I know some people don't like lizards, and again, thinking about the preservation of art and books. Feces from lizards is a problem, and usually the lizards move in because they're insects, and many of the insects that would be inside are also a problem. They're eating the cellulose in the books, so you know you have your silverfish, you may have roaches, you have some beetles that eat a lot of carpet beetles and leather beetles, and all of these things in the natural world play their part in returning nutrients back to Earth. But we are trying to preserve these things. Those actually come in more of a integrated pest management system. So you know you try and make it as inhospitable for them as possible. Maybe desiccants, because some of the insects to dry them out. But again, having a good closed system, a good closed insulated system to restrict the introduction of these insects is good. And then, you know, again, a good closed system to keep out the lizards from moving in and messing up the stuff. But that's my linkage to what your discussion is and doing here. But to speak just a little more about conservation in general in Jamaica, we have been, I was actually here yesterday on campus over at Life Science with a team from Bat Conservation International and a faculty member looking to install a bat box. So, as I mentioned with the insectivorous bats, many of them actually roost in roofs because that's their preferred roosting space. They like these very tight spaces they can all huddle up. If there were no houses, it would be very large trees with hollows. Now, with urbanization, we fell a lot of the large trees to create space. And furthermore, if there's a large tree that has a hollow, it's deemed dangerous for various reasons. In nature, many of these trees would have hollows, and those hollows would exist for years after the hollow was created. The tree still is there. You have a bad storm, a limb breaks, fine, the tree is still there with the hollow, and that provides habitat. For safety reasons, we don't keep trees around near buildings or near cars or walkways that have hollows. So the habitat for these bats that would be utilizing this is less, and then they move into spaces under the shingles or in the roof. A bat box is basically, there are different designs, but one that we're working with is one that has been designed to be hurricane resistant and for the tropics. And they've been testing some in Florida with a critically endangered bat that they have in Florida, which even has a larger problem in terms of habitat alteration and the loss of large trees. And it looks like a big, looks like this actually. And it's open in the base, and the bats can go in and roost. And that, we want to do that as creating an alternate. They find it. They just like how they find the spaces in the roof. So they're flying at night. They're using their echolocation. They're detecting spaces. 1 and 2, typically a male. Some of the species have dominant males and like a harem. You come and check it out. It's fine. And once they're there, they actually communicate and let each other know they have found a space. With the bat boxes, though, sometimes one is erected and bats move in 3 days, another time 3 years, before they actually find it and decide that it's hospitable. But having that acts as an alternate for a roof, especially if you're going around and making sure that the roofs are inhospitable, you give them somewhere. It works as a good educational tool for persons, especially why we want to put in life science to get more people interested in studying bats. But in terms of conservation, even the campus itself is a good example of blending infrastructure and development with green space. And we need to maintain that as well, and a diversity of plants. Because diversity of plants yields a diversity of animals. Different insects feed specifically on different plants. We're mostly familiar with the lignum vitae butterfly. It only feeds on lignum vitae, as in the caterpillar. Right, so if there's no lignum vitae, there's no more of that butterfly. And there are many insects that are like that. So it's important to have green spaces, to have diversity, not just one type or 3 types of plants. That diversity also attracts a diversity in birds. Right now we're in the winter migrant season. You might be noticing a lot of small birds are over campus, different colorful birds just coming in. Those birds feed on a wide variety of insects, and they have high site fidelity. So that same bird is coming from North America every year, possibly to the same tree or the same 50-meter square radius, and then in May heading back north. No, can I ask a question? Oh, no, they've been doing this long before visas and government change, and England and Spain and whoever, they're doing this all the time. So, I think that's it, top of my head. Not much more time I have. I have 8 minutes. Okay, but I can answer questions at the time.
Are there any questions?
I did hear, or I read about issues with stray cats and they're affecting the bat population. Can you say anything else about that?
Perfect question. So, I don't know if anyone saw the article recently. It was, I think, the Observer, the front page of the Observer, talking about cats being an issue. A lot of people's knee-jerk reaction was, oh no, leave the cats alone. Unfortunately, cats are one of the greatest conservation issues globally. Domestic cats. Cats are extremely efficient hunters and killers. They do it for sustenance and they do it for just fun. And it's often skewed in the favor of the cat because, especially in the urban environment, persons feed cats. So a cat is well fed already, then it goes out and it kills basically anything. It's young. The young are very, in nature, you try to have as many children as possible. So if a cat has a litter of 6, maybe 3 make it to adulthood for various reasons. But a well-fed cat, being taken care of part-time and then functioning, is going to have 6 kittens that are going to make it to adulthood. Cats, with the bats, I've worked intimately with that specific situation. But before I get to that, cats kill birds. Funny, there was a rare bird that we got sight of recently because of a cat. It was a migrant. A vet sent me a photo trying to ID it. I said, I don't know what bird this is. I had never seen that bird before. It looked like a thrush, a type of thrush. I consulted one of my more expert ornithologist colleagues, and he said, oh, wow, where you saw that? It's a gray cheek water thrush. It's a rare migrant. It usually goes south via Central America, but there might be a storm, so, they stop in Jamaica instead. Bird stops, and a lot of times, some of them are here for the 6 months, and some birds stop here for a couple weeks, couple months, they get fat, and then go on to the next stop until they reach further south. This bird stopped, cat got it. Luckily, it didn't kill it. The person took it from the cat. So here, in terms of Jamaican wildlife, we have issues with cats when it comes to sea turtle conservation, especially at the hotels, because the sea turtles come and nest on the beach, and when they hatch, the cats eat the hatchlings. Cats kill birds relentlessly. Cats kill many reptiles and amphibians. little snakes. They kill lizards. In terms of the bats, one of the critically endangered, well, both of them actually, critically endangered species that I mentioned. There's the Jamaican flower bat and Jamaican funnel-eared bat. Currently, both are only known to roost in one cave each. One is in Portland and one is in Yuatan. This cave in Portland has about 5 species of bats in there, one being the Jamaican flower bat. Unfortunately, the Jamaican flower bat is a nectar-feeding bat. It's not as fast as some of the other species in there. And when they sort of flutter more than zoom around. And every year, now we have found that the young ones, when they're just learning to fly, they're a little slower. When they come out of the cave, I have video of this too. The cave entrance is on a slope, and the cats come every evening and sit at the top of this slope. And when the bats are flying out, they literally just, and they eat the bat and leave the wings. So we've set up camera traps. So we have this, we have infrared footage, we have live footage of the cats, and one cat will eat 10 bats a night. Now, that bat only has 1 pup a year. So typically when you see a lot of bats somewhere, it's been many years of recruitment. And the bats, depending on the species, some bats live pretty long for a small mammal. So in their 20s, some of their 30s. Some species, right? And in human years. And then they will, as I say, they have 1 pup a year. And the thing is with the pups, some of them, they're all in the cave. It's a cave species. They're all in the cave, sort of pile up. The mothers go out and feed. They come, they call to their young. They have their specific calls. They take them, they suckle them, because they're mammals, right? So they have memory. They suckle them. If the babies fall on the ground, that's basically it, because everything else in the cave just gobbles them up, all the other insects. So it's really poor, it's really bad for recruitment into the populace with the cats, because the cats just, and they know it's happening. So every night the cats come by. We found, looking at it, we realized that some of these cats are persons' cats. So the houses that are nearby, the cat just, they get food, but then, right, it's not just sport, it's different. The action that's being taken with that particular cave, well, in general, what we advise persons to do, cats and dogs, because dogs are actually an issue as well. For sea turtles, we having a serious problem now with dogs. Both stray dogs and both persons' dogs that are allowed to roam. Whereas the cats will kill hatchlings, the dogs will kill nesting females. So just last week, the Treasure Beach Turtle Group had another incident. They've been having a couple where dogs kill the nesting females. They bite them at the back of the neck, they bite them here. They basically maul them, eat a little bit, and then leave them there. So both Frenchman's Cove has had issues, Discovery Bay has had issues, Treasure Beach has had issues, and those are places where people are actively monitoring. So, right, those are places where people, right. But we, actions, you asked about actions. JSPCA often puts out information to advise the public to spay and neuter cats and dogs. So we try to collaborate with them and organize spay and neuter drives. That takes money, because you have to pay the vets. Even if they're doing it pro bono, even if you're doing pro bono, you need equipment and you need so on. So we try to raise funds for that type of thing. Other than that, no, we are actively pushing for, with the dogs and the persons that own dogs, the enforcement of the Wildlife Protection Act, which would say that, if you have a dog and your dog is affecting a protected species, you're liable. So we're taking that angle. Unfortunately, if it's a wild animal, they're usually removed from the environment or euthanized. Or put up for adoption. But the other thing what we're doing is predator-proof fencing around the cave. So we're working with collaborators from with Bat Conservation International and Pacific Rim Conservation, and they do work in the Pacific with nesting seabirds, and they make predator-proof fencing. It's basically fencing that the mongoose or the cats cannot go over. It has a little hood on it, so if for whatever reason they manage to get in and they want to walk out, they walk and they can come over and not get back in. And basically setting live traps and having someone routinely go and remove them, and then engage in the community as well. Yeah. Because if you don't have community buy-in, then it's a hard battle. Because if they don't understand the importance of keeping their pets or livestock under control, it's just a constant battle. Yes. Any more questions?
Okay. So in the section that I work, we are plagued with lizards. Yes, no, I have no problem with lizards. I grew up with 3 greenhouses. Lizards eat cockroaches, so I welcome them.
Same.
But they don't do well in the library. So I'm wondering if we also have plants. So I'm wondering if it's the plants that are attracting the insects that attract the lizards in this section. So I'm wondering if that's part of the problem.
It could be both. So I met someone once, it's not unfortunate I met the person, it's unfortunate that the thought process. They said, I really like plants, but I hate lizards, so I'm not keeping any plants. And at the point I was like, that doesn't make any sense, but it does. Because plants will attract insects, and insects will attract lizards. And lizards will be attracted to, different lizards like different habitats. So a plant for anoles, which are our tree lizards, the one with the dewlap, perfect. And the geckos, the croaking lizards, they don't need plants, but they'll be attracted to plants. They'll be all over. Yes, geckos. What I can tell you though, there is a humane trap you can make for them. Yeah. And you keep resetting it, and then as you catch one, you go and let them out outside. It's actually very simple. They're going to come back. It's going to happen.
As long as we keep the plants.
Not just the plants. Geckos are going to find their way inside
and they like
anywhere.
The warmth and whatever.
Yeah. But I mean, if I understand in some instances you need to get them out. So it's actually very simple. You know, you take a bottle, like a soda bottle, a liter bottle, you cut off the funnel, I call the funnel end, you invert it, you just tape it like that, and you put some sugar water or honey on the inside. Because they do like sweet treat. And they walk in, and then it's harder for them to get out. So you just put it down, you start to check it, once it's there, you take it off, you let them out. So.
Yes.
She's not afraid of them. Right. And actually, you know, the more you do stuff like that, the less you're afraid of them, and the more you have them in a bottle like that alive, you know, you sort of look at them and you gradually say, oh, but I didn't realize how nice the eyes are and how pretty the scalation is, and you build an appreciation.
So, as you said that, Mr. Calder, the whole thing, there's this thing in conservation especially, I'm glad Yolande spoke about it. There is some literature as it concerns plants in collection because of the same things that you said about you have the insects that come and they feed. No, what is your opinion on that? Because some persons would be like, oh, no, no, especially I find in libraries when you say it to persons, they're like, they dismiss it. What are your thoughts?
In terms of dried plants, as in herbarium specimens are having live plants near collections. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah. Well, off the top of my head, what I think is if you have it's never going to be sterile, but if you have a pretty closed system, sterile system, if you were to have a plant and let's say you quarantined it before putting it in near the collection, so you make sure there's nothing in the pot or in the soil, because that's how things move a lot of the times. You have eggs, it could be insect, frog, lizard, whatever, eggs in the pot from the nursery. and then it's now moved into this space, and then eventually the thing hatched out and you have stuff. If you quarantine your plant properly, treat it, make sure there's nothing there, and then you move it from quarantine to the collection, then you shouldn't be introducing anything. In terms of the plant being there and then attracting something, again, if you have a fairly closed, like 2-door system, ventilation, etc., that shouldn't be the issue. But if you're just like, I like this plant, let's put this in here, then you're courting danger with that. But that's interesting. I'm not going to look that up now. But that's my thought process.
That's the dry plants may actually have bugs and other type of disease which can pass on into and on the collection. Okay. If they're not fumigated and treated properly.
Right.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Calder. I think you're going to be invited back. So this is it. I know on the program it says discussion, but I think, interestingly enough, we've had a lot of discussions throughout the whole process today. So we're not going to have the discussion, but I think going forward, I think we're going to collaborate better with many of our friends here because we've learned a lot, and I think we have a lot to offer, and I think they have a lot to offer. So going forward, I think that's the road we're going to take, collaboration and networking. So before we close off, I'm going to invite Mr. Newman to proffer a vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, with all protocol observed, I wish you all a good afternoon, and I'm kind of happy that I still have an audience in the room and those online. But first of all, let me thank our knowledgeable presenters who came out despite their busy schedule and the inclement weather, who imparted on us their own experiences, all presentations were very interesting and informative and led to a conversation, a very interesting conversation. And I must say, of all the Preservation Awareness Week, I would say this is one of the best I've had. It was quite wide in diversity of topics, and I learned so much today from so many different sectors. And as Yolanda said, we should be advocating for more partnership and a tighter group. That was going to be a part of our discussion this afternoon. I also want to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Griffin, who actually led the way by like he was actually a fly in the wall of many of the presentations here, which opened up many of the issues that were discussed subsequent after his presentation. And I could saw the interest that he garnished on persons' face as a result of his presentation. I also want to thank my campus, or our campus librarian, Dr. Paulette Carr, who threw everything and her support behind having this event. It's a biannual event, and as Miss Richards, who brought greetings from her this morning, said that Paul has now become international, started out local and we're now regional and international. And while it was halted as a result of COVID, we wouldn't allow for it not to be a part of our 75th anniversary. So I want to thank her for her support and her team's support. But I want to thank the many teams that made this event so successful so far. I'm going to thank my planning committee of Bernadette, Yolande, Nicole, I'm calling by first name because we are friends and colleagues, who thought I was like a bully sometime with them. And I know that they had many, many issues, and we just keep pushing forward in order to get this event out, and I give thanks to all of them. I also want to thank Ms. Lawrence, who continued to give support to me because I have a very busy schedule, to ensure that all my logistics of my refreshments was okay. And even though she left early to come back tomorrow morning to assist again, and I want to especially thank the custodian and the catering team who made this event a success. Despite a low budget event, came out to be something of a success in that respect, and I want to say special thanks to them. I also want to thank the persons who also whose name I can't mention, reprographic unit, the bindery, because we'll be a part of the presentation tomorrow. And I want to thank everybody else who had made this event another success. And I have learned, I've met persons, I'm going to network, and as a result of that, I'm looking forward for persons who have not registered for the workshop to come up, because that is going to be very interesting tomorrow. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.